Frank Amodeo is a rapid cycling bipolar with features of schizophrenia. He believes that God is telling him that he is preordained to be emperor of the world. This guy stole like almost $200 million from the federal government and tried to use it to take over the Congo and several different Eastern European countries. Putin comes in, he's going to have the Black Hawks level the entire city. He walks into the boardroom meeting wearing a Darth Vader helmet, sits down and conducts the entire board meeting in the Darth Vader helmet. Bush says to him, because I like your style, which I always thought was hilarious. And he says, don't worry, I'm not going to let this happen. I'm going to fix this. I'm going to make them reduce your sentence. I'm supposed to be in prison right now. And had I not been lucky enough to be in the same prison as Frank Amodeo, I would be in prison right now. You're never going to hear a story like this ever. So let me go ahead and start by saying that I was incarcerated in federal prison. I had committed bank fraud. I got a 26-year sentence that was outrageously long, I feel, for what I had done. But essentially my crime is, the short version is, I owned a mortgage company. I was committing fraud at the mortgage company. The brokers that worked for me were committing fraud. I got caught. I was given a 3-year probationary sentence. I then, I should have just gone and got a regular job, served out my probation, and just lived a regular life, but I didn't do that. What I did was I started a much larger scam. And at that point, when I worked for the mortgage company, I was just like changing documents. I wasn't really doing anything super overtly scammy, fraudulent, as much as I was just changing documents, which is fraud, but not like, it was really just to get people loans. So now I got in trouble. And what I did was I started creating what's called synthetic identities. I started creating fake people. I convinced Social Security to issue me Social Security numbers to children that don't exist. I then built credit profiles using those Social Security numbers. Once those credit profiles were built, you could now pull the credit for someone on a Social Security number that had been issued 8 months earlier. You could pull that credit. And of course, it didn't say it was a 3-year-old or a 2-year-old child. It said that it was somebody who was like 30 years old. But you could pull his credit, and he had 700 credit scores. I then bought a bunch of houses in those different various names. I then borrowed money against those houses, borrowed $11.5 million over the course of about 18 months. Eventually, the FBI finds out. The FBI comes to arrest me. I then went on the run. While I was on the run, I borrowed an additional $3.5 to $4 million. The Secret Service got involved. After 3 years, I was captured. After I was captured, I was brought to Atlanta. And at that point, this is late 2007. This is the beginning of the 2008 financial crisis. Like at this point, you're starting to see cracks in the system. And banks are starting to fail, and things are going bad. And I became kind of the poster child for identity theft and bank fraud. And so they really threw the book at me. I probably should have gotten 10 years or so, which I deserved. I had that coming for sure. But instead, I got 26 years. Now, when I got caught, the government asked me to cooperate against my co-defendants, which had only 1 or 2 had actually gone to prison. And so there were still about 13 people that had never been, that were caught up in my case, but had never gone to prison. They'd all cooperated already, and all of them said, "Oh, I don't know what he was doing. He asked me to do this, but that wasn't illegal." So they all kind of covered for themselves and blamed everything on me. So the government asked me to cooperate against them. So I met with the FBI, I met with the Secret Service, but nothing happened with those cases. So while I was waiting to be sentenced, the government came to me and they said, "Listen, Mr. Cox, maybe something happens with these cases. You're going to get 26 years, but we'd like you to be interviewed by Dateline, NBC News." Dateline had already done a 1-hour special on me, and my case, and they wanted to interview me. So my lawyer talked to the U.S. attorney. U.S. attorney said, if Mr. Cox does this, if he's interviewed, we'll consider that what's called substantial assistance, which means we'll consider that for a sentence reduction. So the government, I'll give you an example. If the government gives you, let's say, 30 years, if you cooperate and that cooperation is considered substantial assistance, they have the right to file a motion with the government and get your sentence reduced. So typically, really exclusively, substantial assistance only results as for when someone cooperates against their co-defendants and their co-defendants get indicted and they go to prison. So if you rat out somebody or snitch on somebody and then they get in trouble and they go to prison, then you can get your sentence reduced. The government considers that substantial assistance and they reduce your sentence. Well, the government told my lawyer, if Mr. Cox is interviewed by Dateline, we'll consider that substantial assistance and we'll reduce his sentence. He's going to get 26 years, but we'll reduce it. And so my lawyer's like, you've got to do it. Like, you don't have a choice. And admittedly, like, I didn't have a choice. Like, it was the government, the FBI and Secret Service were investigating these other people that had been involved in my various scams. But there was no guarantee that was going to lead to arrest. I thought it was, because I knew they were extremely guilty. But I also wanted to do as much as I could to help myself and help my situation, right? I don't want to spend the next 25 years in prison. So I was interviewed by Dateline just before I was sentenced. The interview comes out. It gets a ton of views. I'm going to sentencing, but nobody had been indicted in my case. Like, nobody had been arrested. All these guys that I had cooperated against, none of them had been arrested. So I'm going to sentencing, and I did do the interview. So we're expecting that the government's going to say, look, Your Honor, he should get 26 years, but we're going to ask for a reduction in his sentence because he was interviewed by Dateline, and he's also helped toward the investigation of multiple other parties. So the day, or it's really like the day before the day of my sentencing, my lawyer speaks with the U.S. attorney and says, look, what are you going to recommend for his sentence to be reduced? And she says, my lawyer's name was Millie. And the U.S. attorney's name was Gail McKenzie. So she says, Gail says, Millie, thought about this. And yes, the Dateline thing happened, but nobody's been arrested on his case. And I thought about it, and I'm not going to ask for a reduction in his sentence right now. We're going to wait and see if there's some arrests. Well, Millie says, well, you said you'd consider it substantial assistance. She goes, I did consider it substantial assistance. I do. I've considered it, and it's not. It's not enough to warrant a reduction, which is a shitty thing for them to do. But once again, they thought that there was going to be arrests in my case. So I go to sentencing. I get in front of the judge. The judge gives me 26 years and 4 months, which is what my range was, right? So there's a probation officer. He looks at all the criteria that you meet as far as sentencing, and he determines that this is what they're recommending. And they recommended 26 years and 4 months. The judge gave it to me. Okay, that's a shitty day. So I then get sentenced to prison. I go to prison. I go to a medium security prison. I'm at the medium security prison, and we're going to get into Frank Amodeo in a minute. Just give me a couple minutes. I'm setting it up for people that don't know the story. So I go to a medium security prison, and I wait. I wait to see if these other people are going to be indicted. Like, I'm assuming the FBI is going to indict a bunch of people in Tampa. Secret Service is going to indict some people, and those people are going to plead guilty or go to trial, whatever the case may be. And then, of course, the government's going to come and say, hey, Mr. Cox really helped us in this case. These cases, we're going to reduce his sentence. And I kind of always assumed my sentence would be reduced down to about, 6 or 7 years, something like that. I don't know why that was in my mind. I thought that's probably what I deserved, was something like that, which was way off. here's what happens is after like a year or so of being at the medium, I call my my public defender. I call Millie, and Millie says, I said, Millie, what's going on? What's happening? Like, nobody's come to see me? What's going on? So she goes, I don't know. Let me call. So she calls around. She calls, and the U.S. attorney says that they're still looking into it. At some point, after like a year, after about 2 years, an FBI agent shows up, because what ended up happening was the FBI agents that were on my case got transferred. So they used that as an excuse. Then they also said, listen, by this point, it's 2009. Like, the entire economy's collapsing at this point. So it's late 2008, 2009, the economy's collapsing. So finally, an FBI agent comes out. Her name is Leslie. She comes out, really nice, comes out, interviews me. Gosh, I don't know how many times she came out. I want to say 4 or 5. I could be wrong. Maybe it was 3 times. Be honest, I think it was 4 or 5 times. So she comes out, spends several hours. We go over boxes, different things, try and put together a case. At some point, she puts together a case. She goes to the U.S. attorney in Tampa and says, look, I want to indict and arrest all these guys. And the U.S. attorney in Tampa says, that case is 5 years. Some of these cases are 4 years old, 5 years old, 6 years old. We're not really interested in pursuing those. We've got banks that are failing right now. We're going to go after them. Why would we go after a 6-year-old case? So in that case, I really screwed myself by going on the run. I had already put it off. And then, of course, being prosecuted, that was another year. It took that another year. So, I mean, it was four. I should have stayed in Tampa and cut all those people's throats. But the point is, that's not what happened. So I call Millie, talk to her, and she says, Matt, I'm sorry, they're not going to indict anybody. This is not going to happen. I said, well, oh my gosh, well, what about the Dateline thing? And she was like, I told you, I talked to the U.S. attorney, and she said it's just not enough. So I don't know what to do at this point. Now, by this point, I've been taken from the medium security prison, and I was transferred to the low security prison. So I'm at the low security prison, and I get a letter from a production company that produces the TV show American Greed. They ask for me to be interviewed. I contact my contact my public defender, Millie. Millie says, yep, I got a letter too. She'd already received a phone call from the U.S. attorney. The U.S. attorney said, I want him to be interviewed for that show. If he's interviewed, I will definitely consider it substantial assistance. Great. I'm interviewed by American Greed. The show comes out. After the show comes out, Millie contacts Gail McKenzie and says, Gail, the show came out. Looks like it's doing well. He's done everything he said he would do. Can we please get that reduction now? And the U.S. attorney says, it's just not enough. I'm sorry. And, no arrests were made. These are great things that he did, and I understand that I said I'd consider them substantial assistance, and I did consider them substantial assistance, and they're not. They're not. So they always say consider. I will consider it. Which is comical unless you're the recipient of that. So within 6 months to a year of that, so now by this point, I've been locked up like 5 years. By this point, I'm writing my own story, and I'm writing a book about myself. Well, what ends up happening is,
buried by the U.S. government and ignored by the national media, this is the story they don't want you to know. When Frank Amodeo met with President George W. Bush at the White House to discuss NATO operations in Afghanistan, no one knew that he'd already embezzled nearly $200 million from the federal government, money he intended to use to bankroll his plan to take over the world. From Amadeo's global headquarters in the shadow of Florida's Disney World, with a nearly inexhaustible supply of the Internal Revenue Service's funds, Amadeo acquired multiple businesses, amassing a mega conglomerate. Driven by his delusions of world conquest, he negotiated the purchase of a squadron of American fighter jets and the controlling interest in a former Soviet ICBM factory. He began working to build the largest private militia on the planet, over 1 million Africans strong. Simultaneously, Amadeo hired an international black ops force to orchestrate a coup in the Congo while plotting to take over several small Eastern European countries. The most disturbing part of it all is, had the US government not thwarted his plans, he might have just pulled it off. It's insanity. The bizarre, true story of a bipolar megalomaniac's insane plan for total world domination. Available now on Amazon and Audible.
Or yes, at this point, I get contacted by a guy named Jim Montrum. Jim Montrum owns a real estate school that teaches mortgage brokers how to get licensed. So he teaches a class, you get a certificate that makes you eligible to go and take a state test, and then you can be a mortgage broker. Teaches these classes all over the United States, right? It's a national mortgage broker educational school. Well, Jim contacts me, and Jim says, hey, Matt, listen, this is kind of, this is interesting. I'd like to write an ethics and fraud course. So what happens is, for you to be a mortgage broker, you have to take something like, I'm going to say it's like 9 hours of continuing, it might be 12 hours, whatever. You have to take a certain amount of continuing education classes every year. 3 or 4 of those hours are on ethics and fraud. So he said, I want to write an ethics and fraud course that meets the federal guidelines, which will help mortgage brokers. And I want to have you help me write it. I want to base it completely off of you and your experience, because I had actually owned a mortgage company. I was a licensed mortgage broker. So I said, wow, that'd be amazing. So I said, but I need to get that approved through the U.S. attorney. So this time, Jim actually flies up. Do they think he flies up or drives up? He flies up, I think. He flies up to Atlanta. He meets with the U.S. attorney and my lawyer. She writes an email saying, if Mr. Cox writes this course, I will absolutely consider its substantial assistance. Listen, this is how scummy these people are. Like, I hate to say that people are scummy or U.S. attorneys are scummy or that there's good and bad people, and I'm not saying she's doing a bad thing to a good person, but doing a bad thing to a bad person is still shitty. So she says, if he writes this course, I will consider it substantial assistance. I write the course. It's 9,500 words. It's a great course. Probably one of the greatest courses. I sound like Trump. Probably the greatest course that was ever written. But listen, a lot of people have actually said, guys that have written, they're like, bro, that's like the most compelling course I've ever read in continuing education. Like it's still being used. As a matter of fact, it was actually adopted by by an ethics and fraud course that's being taught. So my point is, I write the course. It's done. It's being used. We get a letter from Jim Montrum. We get testimonials, everything. We go to the U.S. attorney and say, boom, ready to go, ready for that reduction. And Gail McKenzie looks at it and says, first she dodges my lawyer for about 3 months. Finally, my lawyer catches up to her in an elevator, traps her in an elevator and says, what's going on with Matt Cox? And sure enough, she says, it's just not enough. It's not enough to warrant a reduction. She goes, because and so what it boils down to is, here's the real problem. The real problem is this. She's saying, I don't know how to make a motion for a reduction based on the Rule 35 guidelines, when they specifically state in the guidelines that this has to be based off of arrest, indictments and arrest of other individuals. She's like, this doesn't meet that criteria, despite the fact that she'd been telling my lawyer that the whole time. So when Millie's telling me this on the phone, I'm in prison and I'm like, but you said, like, I'd never looked up the guidelines. I don't know what they say. And I said, but you said that she would consider. She goes, I know, Matt, and she did consider it, and it's not. And she said, I'm sorry. When your lawyer starts crying on the phone with you, you have a problem. Things are going bad for you, because they see horrific sentences and things happen all the time. And when your lawyer's telling you you're getting a raw deal, it's a problem, because they're jaded. They're used to people getting 30 years and life sentences and just being like, yeah, I know it's bad, and just being okay with it. She was in tears. So I realized I'm really in a bad spot. And I end up calling several. At that point, I know I'm just done, right? The FBI has given up on indicting anybody. It's been way too old. Now the statute of limitations is starting to expire. These people aren't getting arrested. Secret Service dropped their cases, right? So they actually they're not interested in indicting anybody, because basically my crime spree when I was on the run and the Secret Service got involved was basically me and a girl named Rebecca Houck. And Rebecca's already gone to prison, done 3 years, and got out. So there's nobody really to necessarily indict. There were a few people that could have been indicted, but they just chose not to, right? Whole economy's collapsing. Why are we going to mess with this? So now I'm getting to Frank Amodeo. At this point, I actually called a few lawyers on the street. On the street, right? So I call them lawyers that aren't locked up, because believe it or not, there are lawyers that are locked up. So I call a couple of lawyers, and some of them were like big time lawyers. I actually called T.I.'s lawyer. T.I., the rapper guy that cooperated, right? I actually called his lawyer. And he said, one, I have no money. And he said, you're doomed. Like, if the government doesn't file it voluntarily, you cannot force the government to do it. Now, in the district that I was in, which is the Northern District of Georgia, there's different, all the federal government, U.S. attorneys or U.S. attorney offices are broken up into different districts. Most states have 3 districts, right? The northern, middle, and southern districts. So I was in the Northern District of Georgia, even though the bulk of my stuff was from Florida. They had indicted me first, and everything was consolidated there. So that U.S. attorney really hated my guts. And basically, every lawyer I talked to in that area said, look, in this district, if they don't file it voluntarily, you cannot force them. Now, there are some, you go to California, you can force them to file it, right? You go to New York, you can force the government to file a reduction in your sentence if you've cooperated, and they say, yeah, to hell with him. No, that's not how it works. But down south, it's a little bit more good old boys. We don't have to play by the rules. We have our own set of rules. And both two different lawyers said, yeah, you're done, bro. You're hit. Like, there's nothing you can, I don't know what to tell you. Not that I could have paid these guys to represent me, but I did call them, and I'm being told it ain't happening. So at this point, I don't want to say I noticed Frank Amodeo. I'd already seen Frank Amodeo. But at this point, I'm so desperate that I start thinking, how can I just file this myself? Like, I have to try. A lot of guys get in there. Like, if you have 5 years, a 5-year sentence, a lot of guys with 5-year sentences, they don't even fight their case. Why would you? Why would you fight your case? Like, it takes 6 months to prepare that motion. Then you file it, and the government gets like they'll get like 90 days to respond. And then just as they're about to do their response, they'll ask the court, oh, we're overwhelmed. Can you give us another 60 days? They'll go, sure. They give them another 60 days. They got 90 days, then 60 days. Then they file. Then you have 90 days to respond. You file in 90 days. Then the government has 90 days to respond to it's like, it literally takes a year, maybe a year and a half before the judge actually gets the motion. And then he'll hold it for 6 months to a year before he actually files, before he actually makes a decision. So it could take up to 2 years. Like, so if you have a 5-year sentence, you probably spent a year in the county jail waiting to be sentenced. You got sentenced. You end up going to a prison. You have 1 year to file something, right? You get what's called time barred. You have 1 year from the date of your sentencing. You have 1 year to file a motion where you're basically saying, hey, this isn't right. Well, and then it takes 2 years. And then if the judge rules against you and you appeal it, that takes another 18 months to 2 years. So by that point, you've served your 5-year sentence. On a 5-year sentence, you only served 3.5 years. So it's not. So most guys, but I had 26 years. So it's like, I might as well file. Why wouldn't I file something? I was already time barred, right? So if you can, one, get around what's called the time bar, like you can plead your case well enough to explain that the time bar does not apply to you. And it really kind of did apply to me. So I was in prison thinking, how do I file this motion? I'm not a lawyer. I'm already time barred. It takes a fucking rocket science. It takes a genius to get around the time bar. Like, it's a miracle to get around the time bar. And then even if you can get around the time bar and you file it, it's a miracle that you're going to get the judge to rule in your favor. Like, there's just too many things that just aren't. But yeah, I might as well file it, right? Why not file it? But I'm not a lawyer. So I'm looking around, talking to some different guys in there. And one of the guys in there that was doing law work was a guy named Frank Amodeo. Now, I'd noticed Frank Amodeo a year or so earlier when he first got to the institution. And he was so heavily drugged that he would sit at a table. Like, he'd go in to eat, and he'd just sit at the table and stare at the table. I mean, literally like drool's running down his chin. Like, I mean, he's on so much like Thorazine and all these different drugs because he had what's called, he is what's called a rapid cycling bipolar. And it's something like it's like an Axis 5 rapid cycling bipolar. Which means he doesn't go through several days of manic episodes. He's constantly kind of up and down, up and down, up and down. And he was like comatose for like a year. Then he convinced the doctors at Coleman to take him off the drugs. So they wing him off the drugs, and then he starts fighting his case. Once again, he was also time barred, by the way. Because by the time they take him off the drugs and he's mentally capable enough to fight his own case, he's time barred. So, what a scam that is. They indict him, arrest him, convince him to be sentenced or to take a plea. He takes a plea. He got 22 years, and Frank Amodeo went to prison, and then they kept him so doped up, he had no chance to appeal his decision and file what's called a 2255 in order to try and reverse or correct his sentence. So, but it had been a couple years that he'd been there, and I'd noticed him, but I'd never talked to him because guys were literally mocking him. They were like, "You see that guy? That guy was trying to take over the world." And we were like, "What?" It was like a joke. It was like, "What?" He's like, yeah, listen to what he did. This guy stole like almost $200 million from the federal government and tried to use it to take over the Congo and several different Eastern European countries. Tried to build his own private army. And when this guy literally, when it eventually started to go wrong, the U.S. attorney came in, they indicted him, and they threw him in prison. He got 22 years for trying to take over the world. That's what they were saying. That wasn't really the case, and you'll see what happens. I'll explain it. But the taking over the world part is true. So to give you a little bit of explanation as to what his condition is, before I get into Frank's story, is that Frank Amodeo is a rapid cycling bipolar with features of schizophrenia. So during the course of his extreme highs, which happen they spike very quickly, he believes that God is telling him that he is preordained to be emperor of the world. And he 100% believes this. And so you can imagine guys in prison are harsh. Like they don't believe in taking, a lot of them they don't like guys taking medication. They think that makes you weak. You're weak of mind. You're this. So to have a guy walking around that's in prison, and there are newspaper articles about it and everything, where this guy literally thinks God's telling him he's going to take over the world. He's made it his destiny to be emperor of the world. That's how he says it. He never says president. He never says ruler. It's emperor of the world. So you can imagine how people kind of mock this guy. Even if they didn't say anything to his face, they mocked him behind his back. And so I'm kind of like, yeah, I'm not interested in dealing with some guy who's so medicated he can't hold his mouth closed to keep the drool inside. But by this point, he's not on medication anymore. And listen to what he's done. Frank at this point has started to work on other inmates' legal work. Frank is actually a tax attorney, not a criminal defense attorney, and I'll explain this later. He's a disbarred attorney. We'll get into that. But for right now, let me just explain. So what he had done was, while incarcerated, Frank had put together a medium-sized law firm. He started teaching a course, like I taught the real estate course in prison, as funny as that is. I taught the real estate course. Like they have these things called continuing education courses, but there's no money to fund those, right? So they have inmates teach them. Like they say, oh no, we got lots of programs. Yeah, you have programs that inmates are teaching. So I'm teaching the residential real estate course. Frank Amodeo is teaching the legal research course, which is what it's called. It teaches inmates how to do legal research. And they have computers in prison that have legal cases on them, right? So it's kind of like Pacer, but it's a little bit scaled down version. It's got about 5 or 10% of the cases that are on Pacer, which is the federal system. But you have to know how to use the system and what to research. So he starts teaching a course on how to research cases, how to fight cases, how to structure an argument, how all the districts are broken up, how to determine what case law is in each district. So this is an extremely advanced course, an extremely popular course for inmates that are desperately trying to get out of prison. But during the course of this, Frank's got 30 guys. Every 3 months, you got 30 guys coming in taking this course, maybe 40. He's able to pluck. Like, this guy has a keen legal mind. Boop. I'm going to use him. This guy, boop. Good. This guy, super smart. Boop. This guy, maybe he's not so bright, but he types well. Boop. Boop. He puts together a I always say small, but whenever I've said small before to Frank or to any of my other buddies that were incarcerated, they're like, small? Yeah, that's at least a medium size. Like this guy's got 6 guys typing for him. He has guys that are paralegals. He has other guys. He has like 4 or 5 guys he would call his associates, which he would pass cases on to, and he would kind of manage those. This guy is working literally at one point. I'll bet you he was in the process of filing or managing over 100 cases. He had dry mount boards. And listen, it was so overwhelming that I was in Unit B4. He was in Unit B3. They had taken every unit in the prison, right? There's 12 of them. Every one of them had a large room, probably the size of a bedroom, an average bedroom, that was dedicated to be a library for the unit. So you didn't have to go to the main library. You could go to a small library. They cleaned out the library and made that Frank's office. Frank had his own legal office in the unit. You had to make appointments with the guy. He had Crips, the Crip gang members guarding the door. He had Crip gang members keeping his appointment schedule for him. I can't even tell you how insane this fucking, looking back on this, how insane it was. Even at the time, I was like, this is nuts. So what he had done was he put together this law firm. He's probably working on at least roughly 100 cases. And at this point, within months of my own kind of thing falling apart, my own case and my possible reduction falling apart, I'm hearing about guys getting released. The guys are walking around going, holy shit, like, bro, Jimmy? Jimmy who? Jimmy Two-Face. Oh, yeah. Yeah, bro, he left. Well, he got transferred? No, he left. Frank won his motion. It was an immediate release. What? Immediate? Like, that doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. And you're like, dude got fucking 30 years. Yeah, well, he done 15 years. Frank got him cut loose. Damn. A week later, hey, you know Tommy whatever? Yeah. The guy with the crew cut. Yeah. Bro, Frank got 10 years off his sentence. What? Like, you're hearing this every week, every 2 weeks, at least 2 to 4 times a month on average. You're hearing about Frank getting something. Somebody's case gets, 2 years knocked off, this one 4 years, 10 years, 15 years, 5 years, 6 years. This guy got an immediate release. So after 4 or 5 months of this, in my own case, I'm doomed, right? Like, I can't become a lawyer in the next couple of years to try and file this case, my own case. And by that point, look, I was writing my memoir. I'm writing guys' books. Like, I was like, look, I got my own little routine going on, right? I got a good routine, and if I'm okay with it, do I really want to spend the next 2 years educating myself? I say 2 years because law school's 2 years. So, do I want to spend 2 years educating myself to become a lawyer to fight a case that's a losing battle? Or do I just go to Frank or one of these jailhouse lawyers? Like, Frank was an actual lawyer on the street. So anyway, I have a buddy his name was they called him Turk. His name is Shannon, which I guess Shannon, you don't want to be called Shannon in prison, right? Like, he was a thin, pale guy with blue eyes, which, is not a good look in prison. So I go to Shannon and I said, hey, bro, what's up? Tell me about Frank. And so we start talking about Frank, and I tell Shannon what happened in my case. And he's like, you need to talk to Frank. I'm like, Frank's nuts, bro. Like, I heard he's really nuts. He goes, he is nuts. He's fucking certifiable. I'm telling you, you're never going to meet a more batshit crazy guy than Frank Amodeo. And I'm like, that's not like a strong endorsement. I'm telling you also right now, he's like, that black guy Leroy, the guy that held up the armored car and pulled a gun out and this and that and this, and they got into a firefight, and I'm like, yeah, you got like 30 years. He's like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, right. What about him? He goes, Frank just got 15 years knocked off his sentence. He leaves in a year. He's gonna get to see his son graduate high school because of that lunatic. And I thought, I mean, that's a pretty good endorsement, actually. So I go to Frank with Shannon. I bring my case file. Well, first I bring what I have. I bring some of my stuff there, and Frank looks at it for a little bit, and I stand there, and he kind of flips through some stuff and looks at this and looks at that, and he comes back and he says, "Let me ask you some questions. When did they come to you and ask you to do this on this? So do you have an email?" I said, "I do have an email. Like, my lawyer sending me all this stuff. Like, I'm constantly asking, send me that email, send me this, send me all the correspondence." And she was good about that. So I have a bunch of stuff. So Frank's looking at it all, and he says, "Well, this is a tragedy. Like, they should have reduced your sentence." I'm like, "I know, but I talked to these lawyers on the street, and they said this and they said that." And Frank goes, No. I'm not going to let him do this. I'm not going to let him do this. This is wrong. He becomes indignant. Like, I absolutely refuse to allow this to happen. And I can see in his face, he's about to lose it. And he's like, "I refuse to allow them to do this. This is wrong. This is what's wrong with the legal system." When my troops he goes, "When my troops march on Washington, we will burn the Constitution and the president will kneel at my feet. I will not let this happen." And I'm sitting there, and I look over at Shannon, and he's glancing at me and kind of like, Frank got so nuts, like, we didn't even move. We just sat there like, what just happened? Like, and I can't even do it right. I'd have to start screaming. And he stops, and all of a sudden Frank kind of stops, and he goes, takes a couple breaths, and he goes, "Okay, I'm going to need your full transcript. I'm going to need to get a copy of the case file. I'm going to go ahead and have my secretary order a copy of your docket sheet. I'm also going to need the filing of your." And he starts naming off all the things that he needs. He said, and I'm like, "Okay, I can have my lawyer send that stuff." He's like, "Okay, all right, that's perfect. We're not." And he looks at me, and he goes, "Don't worry, I'm not going to let this happen." I'm going to fix this. I'm going to make them reduce your sentence. And I walked out of there. So I was like, okay. I walked out of there, and I remember thinking that I was doomed. Like, I know the result now, so I get upset about it. But I can tell you that at the time, I thought, this is a waste of time. This guy's not going to help me. He can't help me. He just went on a rant about having his troops march on Washington. This is a guy who doesn't get to pick what he eats dinner tonight. This is a guy who's told when to go to sleep, when to wake up. So, what to wear. So this guy's not going to help me. I was at that point, I was so depressed, so upset about the whole situation. But I started gathering all of the information that Frank asked me to get. Frank Amodeo was raised by his parents. They were devout Roman Catholics. He was born with a rare abnormality and some kind of there was something wrong with his, I want to say his digestive tract or something. So when he got to be, I forget how old, old enough to be operated on, he was operated on by the doctors, and they had told his parents that there was a good chance that he would not survive. And he said that his parents sat in the hospital visitation, waiting room. They prayed to God that he would survive the surgery, which the doctor said there was a very good chance he probably wouldn't. He did survive the surgery, obviously. He improved. It corrected whatever the abnormality was in his digestive tract, or it was something to do with his, I forget exactly what it was. I don't have that memorized. And as a matter of fact, Frank, when he told me, he didn't remember the exact name of the condition. He was just a child. But as he got older, several things happened that in his mind were issues that had occurred where he should have died. One was that surgery, and he believes it was divine intervention that saved him from dying on the operating table. The next one is he, as a child, like 2-3 years old, wandered away from his daycare. And he ended up wandering into the street and walked down the street. And it just so happened that a good Samaritan saw him in the middle of a street and ran out and picked him up and actually knew where his parents were and dropped him off hours later. So he wanders away. Keep in mind, this isn't like now. Like there weren't Amber Alerts and those types of things. Like this is back in the 50s, right? So he was how much older than me? Well, early 60s. In the early 60s, there's no cell phones. There's probably half the country didn't even have a landline. So he wanders away from his daycare. Maybe they called the police. Maybe they didn't. I don't know. What I do know is he said a couple hours later, a man showed up with him as a 2 or 3 year old and dropped him off at his parents' house. Like they knew who he was, picked him up, waited for his family to come home, and then showed up and said, "Hey, by the way, we found your kid walking around in the middle of the street." Dropped him off. The next thing that happened was I think he said he was 5 or 6 years old, and he was walking on the railroad tracks, kind of doing a little balancing act while he's just walking on the tracks, right, as a little kid. And he said he didn't hear anything. There was no warning. He said, I didn't hear a whistle. I didn't hear a train, anything. But he said a voice, and I had asked him when I was writing the book, like, was this the first time you heard this voice? And he said he couldn't remember the exact first time. It was a feeling initially. But he said, literally, this was the first time he really felt like he heard a voice say, "Get off of the tracks." And he said, so I stepped several feet away from the tracks and turned around just as the train whooshed right by him. He said, I never heard it. I didn't feel it. I didn't anything. Just something said, get off the tracks. And he said, I took 2-3 steps away, turned around, and it literally just whooshed right by him. He said, I should have been killed. When he was 9 years old, Frank had an aunt, right? So I want to say it's whatever, his mother or father's sister. He was his favorite aunt. She used to take him with her all over the place. She came to him and said, he's 9 years old, Frank, I'm going to the mall, whatever, a shopping excursion of some kind. Do you want to come with me? And because he wanted to stay and watch some TV program, right? Like he loves Star Trek, by the way. So I don't know what the program is. I don't recall. I probably wrote it in the book. But anyway, so he said, oh no, he really wanted to watch this program. So he stayed and didn't go. His aunt never came home. Her body was found, I want to say a couple days later, in a dumpster behind the store, one of the stores they were going to go to. She'd been strangled to death. Turned out, he later found out when he got older and heard what had happened to her, because he's only 9 at the time. She was engaged to be married, and just before she was to be married, within weeks, her husband's best friend strangled her to death and threw her body into a dumpster. It turns out that I believe that her fiance's best friend strangled her and threw her into the dumpster. I believe what he had said was that his belief was that the fiance's best friend was kind of like he had a fixation on her fiance and felt she was a rival, whether it was a homosexual situation or situation, I don't know, but he felt she was a rival and that she was going to come in between he and his relationship with her fiance, and he strangled her to death and killed her. Now, according to Frank says, had he been with her, he believes he would have been killed too. So, with that said, those are I think 4 different occasions where Frank feels that God intervened on his behalf. And by this point, he said he already felt that God was telling him he had a higher purpose. Now, I think everybody kind of believes that they're special, and that they have a special purpose in life, maybe. But it really began to manifest in Amadeo. And his interests in high school or middle school were we're talking about like astrophysics to Star Trek, which he said he was a Trekkie. And he went to school. By the time I think he was 16, he was on the radio. He was the president of the Young Republicans in Orlando. And so, by the way, most of his story takes place in Orlando, which is perfectly fitting because it's where Disney World is. You've got Disney World, you've got Epcot, you've got all these theme parks, you've got Mickey Mouse, and it's just the insanity of Orlando just makes, to me, seems perfectly fitting for this whole story to play out. So Frank's in Orlando, and while in Orlando, he goes to school. He does a talk radio show about politics. He's 16. He was helping to run the local organization for the obviously I said the Young Republicans, but for the Republican committee in that area for Ronald Reagan's campaign. And this, for a 16-year-old, that's just insanity. And so anyway, so his big thing was, at this point, he starts telling people that God has told him he's going to be emperor of the world. And when I talked to him about that, I was like, okay, like, Frank, that's like, you're telling people this. He goes, oh yeah, no. He said, everybody knew. Everybody knew it at school. People are calling him the emperor, as they did, by the way, in prison. I talked about prison in the last video and how he had built kind of a legal firm inside a prison. And people mocked him when he first got there. But after about 2 years, people had 100% respect for him. He would walk down. We're talking about, these are inmates. These are guys locked up for 20, 30 years. These are guys that are gang members. These are murderers. These are big-time drug dealers, cartel members. And he would walk down the sidewalk with his little legal work and one or two of his guys behind him. And people are walking by and they're like, Emperor. And he'd do this. He did this little thing with his hand. Like, they'd go, Emperor, how you go? Or they say Frank. A lot of times it's Frank or Emperor. They go, Frank, hey, how are you? How are you? How are you? How are you? He had this little thing. It's not really like a Heil Hitler type thing. It was just like a little thing with his hand. Hey, how are you? How are you? The Emperor. And so it was hilarious. But so I can see that same type of thing happening in high school, because he said a lot of this is during segregation in the 60s, right? By this point, it's in the 60s, late 60s, early 70s, and there's kind of segregation desegregation is happening. There's blacks and whites in school. There are problems. He's negotiating disputes among the student body. He's very well, very respected. So he was so well respected at that. I think he was. So it's in like his junior year or something of high school or senior year. They actually had an Emperor Day, where he said I pulled up in a vehicle, got out, and he said that the ROTC squad was lined, and he walked in and gave like a speech before the big football game, and he gave like the speech, and there was a huge. So this is in the arena with all these people screaming and hollering, and he gives a little rah 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 speech, and all the football players swarm onto the field. Like, I mean, it's just insanity. And seeing the pictures of him and hearing the stories and knowing everything, knowing Frank, being incarcerated with him, like, you can totally see this. So anyway, he does that. He graduates high school, graduates college, then he goes to law school. Graduates law school as he's simultaneously going to law school and trying to get a master's degree. And his thesis, this is what's great. The thesis is called Capital Genesis. So he's writing his thesis, and it's called Capital Genesis. And Capital Genesis is Frank's economic plan for world domination. How he's going to start a massive company and start gobbling up other companies in order to slowly take over countries and continents and ultimately the world. So I remember talking to him about this when he started explaining how Capital Genesis worked. And when I was talking to him, I was like, well, Frank, I don't you're saying like this company does this and then this and they consolidate. And it really, honestly, it sounds like it's almost like a form of fascism, like a form of, saying I don't mean that, fascism by definition isn't necessarily a bad thing. Like it is, but it isn't. But so it's basically, it's kind of like one company and all the companies work for that company. So it's like everybody works for and is singular in their belief, and it's just to generate money and grow. So his explanation of how the company worked, I remember telling him at one point, I said, this is when I was writing the story. I said, Frank, I mean, some companies aren't going to be willing to be bought out or taken over. Some countries, when you become so powerful, they will resist. Like, what do you do when your company becomes so big it becomes a monopoly? Well, typically what happens is the government comes in and says, look, your company's too big, it's too powerful, you have a monopoly, and they force you to break apart that company for the good of the country. That's how it works in the United States, not how it works everywhere. And I told him, I said, in some countries, he said, oh, no. He said, some countries will resist. And I said, okay. I said, well, what happens if they resist? He said, people will die. People will die. And I remember thinking, like, what does that mean? He said, obviously, there will have to be a military wing, a private military involved, and some countries will resist. And at that point, there may need to be military action. But I don't expect that it will come to that. Now, that's odd. When you hear the rest of the story, you'll start to realize that isn't necessarily the way he was going. Anyway, he's growing. He's growing. He goes to college. He gets his law degree. So Frank graduated and he entered Emory University School of Law. Eventually, he graduates the law school. However, toward the end of law school, he saw there were flyers that were going around, and there was a billboard, and somebody had made some flyers or something. They're passing it out, and he finds out that the CIA is interviewing people to come work for the CIA. So he goes and he interviews for the CIA. He takes some tests. He said it was like an all-day thing. Like, you had to take a bunch of tests. You had to take a physical test. And he said, so I took them all. And he said, I didn't think much of it. And then a few days or weeks later, he ended up getting, like, I don't go into this in the book. This is something he kind of told me on the side, was that he ended up getting a phone call from a roommate or something that said that a bunch of, and asking him if he was in trouble. And Frank was like, no, I'm not in trouble. What are you talking? Like, I think that his roommate called his girlfriend's house. You keep in mind, there's no cell phone, so you're making calls trying to find somebody. Calls him and says, hey, are you in trouble? And he's like, no, why? And they said, because these government guys had stopped by their dorm room or apartment or whatever it was and said, look, there's a bunch of government agents that are here flashing badges and they're looking for you. So it really, what it was the CIA had sent guys out there. And eventually, so he ends up going and they find him, or he goes to them and says, hey, what's going on? And they say, look, we want you to come back in and take some more tests. He goes back in, he takes some more tests. And he said a few weeks later, they show up and they say, look, we want you to come work for their, I forget, it was like the strategic administration, whatever, wing of the CIA. And it would have been, he said the guy was like, it would basically be like special ops. Like, you would be in the field helping run special operations, or possibly be an agent, like an undercover agent kind of thing, or spy, or whatever you want to call them, in the field. What's interesting about this is that I actually, while writing the book, I actually interviewed a guy named Andrew Bustamante, which is actually huge now. Like, I interviewed him, and then I got Danny with Concrete to actually get him on there. So Bustamante's been on Concrete he's been on a ton. He was on Lex Friedman. Like, he went, like, I convinced Dan didn't even want to have him on. Anyway, the point is that Bustamante, which is a former CIA agent, read the whole book and was like, oh, absolutely. He said that the CIA is huge, used to be huge in recruiting from law schools. So Frank says he was supposed to go to be a CIA, and he totally planned on doing the CIA thing. Like, he'd signed the papers, he's ready to go. He just had to graduate law school. And just as he was graduating law school, Frank's father came down with throat cancer. And so Frank had to tell the CIA he couldn't go because he needed to come home and move back in with his family so that he could work and help support his father, who was going through multiple treatments for throat cancer. And so as a result, he did not become a CIA agent.
Buried by the U.S. government and ignored by the national media, this is the story they don't want you to know. When Frank Amodeo met with President George W. Bush at the White House to discuss NATO operations in Afghanistan, no one knew that he'd already embezzled nearly $200 million from the federal government, money he intended to use to bankroll his plan to take over the world. From Amadeo's global headquarters in the shadow of Florida's Disney World, with a nearly inexhaustible supply of the Internal Revenue Service's funds, Amadeo acquired multiple businesses, amassing a mega conglomerate. Driven by his delusions of world conquest, he negotiated the purchase of a squadron of American fighter jets and the controlling interest in a former Soviet ICBM factory. He began working to build the largest private militia on the planet, over 1 million Africans strong. Simultaneously, Amadeo hired an international black ops force to orchestrate a coup in the Congo, while plotting to take over several small Eastern European countries. The most disturbing part of it all is, had the U.S. government not thwarted his plans, he might have just pulled it off. It's insanity, the bizarre, true story of a bipolar megalomaniac's insane plan for total world domination. Available now on Amazon and Audible.
So Frank lives with his father and works, for a while, and ultimately it takes a while, but ultimately his and this goes on for a few years, with Frank's father. There's actually a lawsuit where they end up suing the tobacco company, and he gets a huge settlement, and all kinds of stuff happens. According to Frank, actually, if you look it up, there's actual articles about Frank's dad and this lawsuit. Let's jump back real quick to being with me being in prison, right? And I'm writing the story, and Frank's still fighting my case. So Frank's fighting my case. I've got 26 years. He's doing my law work. Like this is how, like I said, this is in the earlier video. This is how I met him. Was he started fighting my case? Well, at this point, I'm in prison with Frank, and he's fighting my case, and we had filed a motion. Frank had filed a motion in the court. I'd given him all my stuff. He filed a motion in the court, essentially saying to the government, or saying to the court, Mr. Cox has a 26-year sentence, but he was asked by the government to be interviewed by Dateline. He was asked to be interviewed by American Greed. He was asked to be interviewed or to write an ethics and fraud course. And that every time the government asked him to do something, which he was told if he did this, it would affect his sentence. It would reduce his sentence. Even though the government did not abide by that reduction or by their promises, Mr. Cox was told it would, and therefore Mr. Cox's belief, and based on the government's request, it reset the time bar. So inmates have 1 year to file what's called a 2255, right? Like a habeas motion, a motion saying I want to be set free, or I want to correct my sentence, or my lawyer is ineffective, whatever the case may be. There's an issue with my sentencing and I need it corrected. You have 1 year. Well, it'd been way over a year for me. And so what happens is it's hard to get past that. Typically, the government, all they have to say is, you know what? The defendant is correct. We should have done this. This should have happened. All of these things should have affected him. But you know what, Your Honor? He's time barred. He can't bring any of these things up. And that's it. It's over. Doesn't matter if they get new DNA, if they find out you're innocent. Somebody else says, I did it. I committed the crime. It doesn't matter. He's time barred. There's nothing he can do. So you have to get over that time bar. You have to convince the judge in your case to say, no, you know what? I'm going to let him get past the time bar. So we go back. Frank goes back with a motion saying, look, every time they asked Mr. Cox to do something that was going to affect his sentence, and he did it, it resets the time bar. And he's been asked over and over again. So there's 3 different instances here that affected the time bar. So he has within 1 year of the last instant. And it had just been a year since my last time. So he files that motion. The government comes back and the government says, Your Honor, he's time barred. And Frank then argued again, put in a motion, a retort to the government's motion. And we end up going back and forth. And these things take months and months. But ultimately what happened was the government came forward and said, listen, we would like to stop the proceedings. And we'd like to give Mr. Cox, have the court give Mr. Cox an attorney to discuss the possibility of us reducing his sentence, putting in what's called a Rule 35 motion on his behalf. So I remember when I got that letter, like I read it and I was like, I didn't even understand what it meant. Like I was reading it like, are they saying they're going to reduce my sentence? But what they were really saying was like, we'll consider possibly thinking about it. But they can't talk to me. The government can't write me a letter. So what the government can do is they can tell the judge, and the judge can then give me a lawyer. And so what was really happening was they had just assigned me a lawyer to discuss the possibility of filing something on my behalf. Well, what happens is that lawyer's name was Esther Panich. And she flies down from Atlanta, and she meets with me in it's in the visitation room, but it's the lawyer inmate, the lawyer room, whatever. You meet with in this little room, small little conference room. So I remember she came down and she sat down, and I said, "Hey, so what's going on?" She's like, "I'm your lawyer. The judge assigned me, and the government is willing to reduce your sentence." And I said, "Yeah, that's great, but by how much?" And she said, 1 level. 1 level was 30 months. So I got 26 years, and the government is willing to drop it to not even 23, because it was 26 years and 4 months. So it was really 24. So I would go from 26 to 24 years. I'd have roughly 24 years. And I was like, now I'd already talked to Frank Amodeo about this. And I went, no. I said, Frank said to tell you I wouldn't accept less than 4 levels. And she said, who's Frank? And I go, well, Frank's the guy that did my legal work. She goes, oh, you didn't do it? I said, no. She said, well, it's very well written. I just don't think you have a chance. She goes, so he obviously knows how it's well written. She goes, it's just not going to work. And I said, yeah, I understand. You're saying it's not going to work. But I said, I don't think that's true. She goes, well, trust me, I've been doing this for a long time, and I know it's not going to work. I go, so she said, and I said, well, you're saying it's not going to work, and the government thinks it's not going to work. She goes, exactly. I said, then why are you here? Like, if the government could beat me so easily, and it was a slam dunk on their part, why did they get the judge to give me a lawyer and have you and pay to fly you down here to talk with me? If they could beat me so easily. And she went, well, I don't know. That is strange. And I said, okay, so listen, Frank said this. And I told her what Frank said. Frank said that I would take 4 levels. And I said, so if they're not willing to give me 4 levels, then we need to move for an evidentiary hearing, which means you schedule a hearing where you get to present evidence. And she went, okay, well, what kind of evidence would you present? I said, I want to bring all the FBI agents in, all the Secret Service agents in. I want to bring in my U.S. attorney. I want to bring in, and I want to see all my discovery. Now, I have a room full of discovery that was never processed because I pled guilty. So I said, I want to see all of it. I want it processed, turned into, and I want it converted, and I want it shipped here at the government's expense. That would be thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. And she goes, what do you want to do? Turn this into a circus? And I go, that's exactly what I want to do. So we can bring all these people in front of the court. We can drag this thing out for a couple of days, and we can see all that evidence, or they can give me 4 levels. She goes, let me think. She goes, okay, let me go back to the government. So she goes back well, first what happens is she goes, whose strategy is this? And I go, this is Frank's strategy. And she goes, well, who is Frank? And I go, Frank is a disbarred attorney with mental problems who is actually been deemed incompetent by the state of Florida. He actually has like a caretaker in the state of Florida. And I said, and he's an inmate here, and he got 22 years for trying to take over the world. And she goes, are you serious? And I said, yeah, his name's Frank Amodeo, and he's mentally incompetent. And she goes, this is who's doing your legal work. And I went, yeah, this is who's doing my legal work. And I went, and she said, you've got a mentally incompetent inmate, disbarred attorney doing your legal work. And I went, yeah. She said, that's the craziest thing I've ever heard. I said, well, it does seem crazy. I said, but you're here, aren't you? I said, all of the sane attorneys that I talked to on the street told me I could not force the government to reduce my sentence. And yet you're here. So he may be crazy, but he's getting results. And you're saying 30 months, and you're saying one level, he's saying 4. So let's see if we can get 4. So she goes back to the government, goes back to Atlanta, goes to the U.S. attorney, Gail McKenzie, and says, Gail, he said 4 levels. So we start negotiating back and forth, back and forth. I say, I want a copy of this. I want a copy of that. I want my discovery. I want this. So we're going back and forth, back and forth. And finally, first they come back and they go, okay, 2 levels. We'll give you 2 levels. And I say, no, I want to go back to it. So we go back and forth. And she ends up saying, they won't go more than like 2 levels. And I said, okay, well then I need to got to go back to court. So, well, what she said was, here's what they're willing to do. They're willing to give you 1 level and bring you back to court. Because it was like they were going to give me like 2 levels, and I didn't get to go back to court. They just put it in. 2 levels was like 50 months or 50. No, not even 50 months. What am I talking about? Yeah, 2 levels was like 52 or 53 months, something like that. So I said, no. And they said, or they put in 1 level and they'll bring you back to court and we can argue in front of the judge. I said, okay, let's do that. So I asked Frank about it, and Frank said, yeah, go back in front of the judge. So they put me on a bus. They shipped me all the way back to Atlanta. I get in front of the judge. The FBI agent comes in. She testifies for me. Jim Montrum, the guy I wrote that course with, he testifies for me. My old attorney, Millie, testifies for me. And the judge looks at everything and he says, okay, this was so funny too, because I remember the judge goes, he looked at the government. Well, no, he looked at me. No, he looked at the government and he goes, the government is asking for a 30-month reduction. He goes, that's not nearly enough for what Mr. Cox has done. And I thought, wow, okay, great. We had asked for like a ridiculous reduction. We asked for I forget what it was, like 7 levels off, which is basically like I would have walked out of prison practically. He said, Mr. Cox is asking for a 7-level reduction, which essentially was like 15 or 16 years off. He goes, which is 15 years off. He said, Mr. Cox, he goes, that was never going to happen. And I was like, wow. I was like, ooh. And he said, so what I've decided is I'm going to give you 3 months off. That's 7 years off your sentence. He said, for someone who has a case that has no arrests associated with it, nobody was indicted or arrested based on the information that you gave. He said, he said, for you to get 7 years off for that, he said, for cooperation, which only really was media and writing a course. He said, I think I think that's a deal. It said something along those lines. And he rambled it off really quick. He said, that's my decision. And boom, he hit the gavel and that was it. It was over. I got 7 years off. I remember when I was leaving the courthouse, I remember thinking I was so depressed because I really thought I was going to get, I don't know. I thought I was going to get 10, 12 years. I forget what it was, but I really kind of felt like he might give me the whole huge amount that we were asking. Really, I was delusional. So so anyway, I remember leaving. They had held that there was renovations being done, and they'd actually held that whole thing in a small town close to Atlanta at a courthouse close to there. And so when they led me out, it wasn't in this massive building which is in downtown, the federal building in downtown Atlanta. It was in a smaller one. So you actually get let out by the marshals into the van, where it's not like a huge van. It's just me. And I'm like shackled, and I'm walking out. My legs are shackled, and I'm walking out. And I literally, it was so funny too, because you want to talk about hilarious. Like, they had to stop people on the street. People are like, there's like 20 people standing here and people standing here. And as they walk me out with shotguns. Like, you don't need a shotgun, bro. You could have walked me out without anything. I'm not going anywhere. And they walk me out. And as I'm walking out, I remember looking across the street and seeing Millie, my original lawyer, who just testified. And I remember her looking at me and just kind of like, she's sitting in her car, right? So I'm right there. Like, her car's like, it's just across the street. It's maybe 50 feet away, 40 feet away. And I look at her, and we look right in each other's eyes. And she gave me this look like she's so sorry, like she's sorry it wasn't more. And I looked at her, and I went, like that. And she just, and I got in the thing. I was like, it is what it is. So I was depressed. I remember on my way driving back to, they were holding me in the Atlanta prison, right? They have a holdover there. So I'm on the way back. I remember being depressed, but by the time I actually got back, I thought, like, you've already done like 6 years in prison. At this rate, with a sentence reduction, with good time, with maybe a year off for the drug program, I thought, you could be out of here in 7 or 8 years. And I thought, you just did 6 years. You can do 7. You didn't think you could do 6. You've done 6. That's not so bad. And I thought, no. At that point, I think I'd done 7 years. So I was like, you just did 7 years. You can do 7 or 8 more years. And I was like, yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. So I get back. They put me on a bus a week later, ship me back to Coleman. I go to Frank. And when I went to Frank, he had already heard. He already knew how much time I got off. I go to Frank, and I walk up to him that night, like, because, you get in, they process you. You go to count. They count everybody at 4 o'clock. So you stand in front of me. I'm walking, and I'm in my bus clothes. Like, it's just like you're starting over. I'm in my bus. They walk around, they count. Then you go to dinner. So right after dinner, I go and I find Frank, and I walk up to Frank, and I go, hey, Frank. And he goes, hey, Matt, I heard. And he just looked at me, and I went, yeah. I said, it was 7 years off. And he goes, yep. And I went, it's not that I'm not appreciative. I said, I was hoping it was more. He said, I know. I was hoping it was more too. And he looked at me and he said, it looks like we're going to have to eat this elephant one spoonful at a time. He goes, something will come up. Keep your eyes open and your ears open, and something will happen. He said, this isn't it for you. Something else is going to happen. We'll get some more time off. And I was just like once again, I thought, this guy's crazy. Like, that's not going to happen. We're at the point now where Frank, let's see. Frank just got my sentence reduced. We talked about that part when that was in prison. So now we're going to go ahead and go back to when he was in Orlando. He was working for, so I believe by this point, Frank's father has passed away, and he ends up getting a job at Hyatt Legal Services. So Hyatt Legal Services was owned by the same people that started H&R Block, right? So it was supposed to be where it's like for the everyday average person which is, like H&R Block, which for taxes, so that the average person could go and get their taxes done. With Hyatt, it was the same type of thing, but it was for people to get bankruptcies. So if the average person wants to get a bankruptcy, like you would have, if you tried to do that yourself, like that's difficult to do a bankruptcy yourself. Hyatt was designed to kind of turn it into, a mill, like very quickly be able to get people, to train people to fill out the paperwork, to process it very quickly, just like like a tax service for the average everyday person. He came in there, he started working there, and he was doing fine. He actually ends up meeting he meets a Claire, which is he ends up marrying. She's a lawyer. She had just gotten her law degree, and she was working there too. He ends up meeting her. I want to say they were married very quickly, within a few months. But initially, he said, I was there basically learning the ropes. Hyatt had gotten into trouble, right? Like they had gotten into a situation where they were taking in money. You have to think, these are people are coming to you that have problems. They have money problems. So you can't charge a lot of money, or you're putting them on payment plans. They're not paying. You're not doing the work. And for a lawyer, typically lawyers have to secure money, their fee up front. They can't just, a lot of lawyers, depends on the situation. You can't just say, hey, they didn't pay me, I'm going to stop working. A lot of times it's just the court's not okay with that. Well, what's happened is there's tons of filings being done in the bankruptcy court, and then they're not following up with those filings because a lot of people end up stop cooperating with them. So finally, the federal judge calls in the owners of Hyatt. They call him in, and Frank goes in. Essentially, he said, I went in to help carry some boxes. Like, I'm really learning the ropes, but I don't really know much about the business at this point. It's only been a few months. So he goes in, and we're talking about, there's multiple locations. He goes in, they go in with a bunch of boxes and files, and the two owners of the business go in there, and they get in front of the judge. And as they're sitting there talking and explaining to the judge that they've missed some deadlines and give them some more time and this and that, judge gets upset and says, which one of you guys is a lawyer? And neither of them were lawyers. So a lot like if you were to open, let's say, a medical clinic or even a hospital. I could open up a hospital. You hire doctors. It's a business. You don't have to be licensed as a doctor to own a hospital. So these guys don't even have law degrees, and they're running this massive mill. So the judge gets really upset about this and says, why should, you guys aren't even lawyers. You're in here talking to me about this. You're not lawyers. Like, why should, who's representing these people? What lawyer is representing these people? And they did have some lawyers, but some of those lawyers were coming and going. So they don't really have a lawyer even there. And the judge says, I should throw both of you in jail right now for contempt of court. And immediately one of them says, Frank Amodeo, Frank's a lawyer, Frank's a lawyer. And Frank stands up and he goes, I'm a lawyer, I'm a lawyer. And he says, I'm going to transfer all of these cases under your license, and it's going to be up to you to make sure that the filings get done. So they very quickly beg Frank to do this because otherwise they're in a lot of trouble. You're running a law firm where you don't have enough lawyers to handle the volume of people that are coming in. You're running out of money, and you've got a judge ready to throw you in jail. So they make a deal with Frank right away. Frank takes over, and almost immediately, if you think about it, he becomes the largest. We're talking about hundreds of cases get put under Frank's law license. So he almost immediately becomes one of the largest single lawyers, bankruptcy attorneys in the area or in the state. Well, what happens is he's running this whole thing. And he runs it for a few years. He helps get everything straight. And within a few years, he ends up opening up his own firm. He goes off on his own and opens up his own firm with two partners. Not these two knuckleheads, two other knuckleheads. So he goes with these other guys. They open up a firm, and he turns it into it becomes very quickly. He starts taking on just more and more clients, more than he can handle. You have to think Frank's bipolar, and when he's manic, he thinks he can do anything. So he starts promising things, and he's very convincing. So you believe him because you could tell he believes himself. He's super confident. The problem is it doesn't always work out. So he takes over. So he brings a bunch of clients over from Hyatt. He then gets a bunch of new clients. Hyatt actually ends up going under. He gets a bunch of new clients. His new clients are, once again, bankruptcies are hard to do, and you have to wait a long time to get the money from some of these clients. They can only pay so much up front. You put them on a payment plan. Sometimes they don't pay. So what happens is Frank's taking on more and more people. He's married, and he ends up having, he's juggling too much, and he ends up going down a flight of stairs, and he falls. And he falls, and he kind of like breaks his hand, like part of his hand. He sprains or messes up his pinky, but they bring him to the hospital, but he's so out of it. By the time he gets there, they keep him in the hospital for a couple days, or I'm sorry, like the next day they go to release him, and he won't leave. He won't leave the hospital. Like he's exhausted. He can't get up. He can't move. So Frank ends up having like a depressive episode, and it's debilitating. And he had these types of episodes throughout his life where he would go into like a stupor of depression for days and couldn't get out of bed. And at one point when he was younger, they thought he had like pneumonia or something. They didn't know what the issue was. Well, he's in the hospital. He wouldn't leave. Like he was almost comatose. And so they keep him there for a few days. The problem is this is in a period of time when people didn't think of mental illness, right? Like they're not thinking he's bipolar, like he's super successful. So the doctors aren't thinking, hey, this is a mental illness. Like this guy has some issues. He needs to be medicated. And this is in the 80s, so people aren't thinking that. Early 80s. What happens is while he's there, his two partners, which he basically said, his two partners at this point, keep in mind, this is in the 80s. Cocaine is a big deal, right? Like, turns out that both of his partners have drug problems. Frank's doing the bulk of the work. So when they have to step in over the next week and kind of take over, it absolutely doesn't go well. Like they don't know the cases. They're not carrying their weight. They certainly can't carry the weight of Frank. Frank works 70 hours a week. I mean, you can't. So how do you step in and take over those cases? So he ends up staying at home for a week or two, maybe 3 weeks. And by the time he gets back to the office, it's complete chaos. His partners are pulling money out of the various accounts that they have set up. They're missing filings. The whole thing starts to fall apart. So ultimately the business just collapses. It just goes under. These guys have a huge issue with one another, and Frank basically packs up his things, and these guys pack up their thing. They leave, right? So I can imagine a bankruptcy law firm filing for bankruptcy. So they end up going under. They file for bankruptcy, and nobody really, like, these guys are drug addicts. Like, one of them ends up going into rehab. Frank basically just walks away from the whole thing, and he's not right in his head. He's not realizing, hey, this is not going to take care of itself. So they all kind of walk away. It collapses. They've got their Frank's license is connected to all of these cases, and some of the people involved end up going to the police and saying, "Look, we gave these guys money, and they just took off. And so several charges get filed by the U.S. Attorney's Office. So Frank takes off, walks away from the whole thing. His partners walk away from the whole thing. And the issue is this, that several of their clients go to the local authorities and they say, listen, these guys took our money and they were supposed to file this paperwork. They were supposed to represent us in the bankruptcies, and they didn't. They just left.
What's going on, YouTube? RDAP Dan here, Federal Prison Time Consulting. Hope you guys are all having a great day. If you're seeing and hearing this right now, that means you're watching Matt Cox on Inside True Crime. At the end of Matt's video, there will be a link in the description where you can book a free consultation with yours truly, RDAP Dan, where we can discuss things that could potentially mitigate your circumstances to receive the best possible outcome at sentencing or even after you started your prison sentence. Prior to sentencing, we can focus on things like your personal narrative, your character reference letters, prepping you properly for the pre-sentence interview, which is going to determine a lot of what type of sentence you receive. If you've already been sentenced, we can also focus on the residential drug abuse program, how you can knock off 1 year off of your sentence. Also, we have the First Step Act, where you can earn FSA credits while serving your sentence. For every 30 days that you program through the FSA, you can actually knock an additional 15 days off per month. These are huge benefits, and the only way you're going to find out more is by clicking on the link, booking your free consultation today. All right, guys, see you soon at the end of the video. Peace. I'm out of here. Back to you, Matt.
One woman had deposited something like $30,000 or $60,000 into the law firm, and so as far as she's concerned, the money's gone. Well, that these guys stole my money. When in fact the money went to bills and things of that nature. The problem is Frank's a lawyer. The two other partners are not lawyers, so they really kind of come after Frank. Well, Nancy Grace was the U.S. I'm sorry, not the U.S. attorney. She was the attorney, the state or county attorney. I think it was city attorney, maybe. She was basically the county attorney. So or district attorney. What am I saying? Sorry. I'm not used to state terms. She was the district attorney, and she formed two different grand juries and tried to get two different grand juries to indict Frank Amodeo. And the grand juries looked at the case and said, look, we can't determine who took this money. We can't determine what happened. What we know is something happened. These guys missed a bunch of deadlines, and the company went under and filed for bankruptcy. But we don't know that anybody took money. Like, we don't know what happened. So, Nancy Grace is trying to say that Frank Amodeo stole a bunch of money and took off. And that she couldn't prove that under the state's legal system. So she takes her case and she goes to the U.S. attorney and shows the U.S. attorney what she feels happened. The U.S. attorney takes it to a federal grand jury and gets an indictment against Frank for commingling client funds, which is a fancy way of saying you were using your client's money for something that it wasn't supposed to be used for. Like, this was money that was supposed to go into a bank account and be used for legal fees or to pay bills for the client. According to Frank, he was in the hospital and at home when that money was taken out of the account. And that money was in an account with other funds, but somehow or another, Nancy Grace and the U.S. attorney decided to focus on this one woman who had deposited $30,000 or $60,000. I don't know why. I can't remember which amount it was. So, and that money was gone. I get maybe she was sympathetic. They put her in front of a grand jury. Like, you feel bad for her. She was an older woman. Like, oh, he took my money, and they feel bad for her. So they indict Frank. Frank at this point has put together a little group of investors, and they've decided. He has decided that this bankruptcy thing is never going to work. He's never going to make enough money to do the things he wants to do in life. So he puts together a group of investors, and they decide they're going to start buying up companies. They're going to start buying companies that are having financial problems, and they're going to use the bankruptcy laws to restructure those companies. So he's in the middle of just kind of putting this together when one day he gets a knock at the door. And this would be at this point, it'd be in the probably close to the 90s, late 80s, early 90s. He gets a knock at the door. It's two U.S. Marshals. They came to his house, and they said, yeah, we're here to arrest you on a fugitive warrant. A fugitive, it's kind of ridiculous. Like, if you knew where I was, then why didn't you guys just send me the paperwork? Like, Frank had no idea he'd been indicted. He had no idea that they were looking for him. And so he's not a fugitive because he was never notified that he was indicted and they wanted him to come, that they wanted him to turn himself in. Instead, the U.S. Marshals show up and they arrest him and they bring him downtown. He's immediately released on his own recognizance. He's not a flight risk. But listen, anybody who's been involved in Frank and been around Frank knows he's a maniac. And that this situation at hand is partially his fault. So he decides he's going to plead guilty. So he pleads guilty. And he tells me that he paid the woman back. He paid her back. He paid her all the money back. No, okay, maybe. I don't know. What I know is, what I do know is this, that the probation, that he pled guilty to like one count of like wire fraud or something. It's in the book. One count of wire fraud. And the government, the way it works is you plead guilty. The government assigns you a probation officer. The probation officer comes and interviews you, your family members. They look at all the things you've done. They see what laws, the federal sentencing guideline rules apply to you. So they look at what federal sentencing guidelines applies to you, and they determine how much of a sentence you should get. So Frank pleads guilty. They talk to him. They talk to his family members. They talk to the client. They talk to everybody. And he's pled guilty to 24 months of probation. So he doesn't have to go to jail. He's going to be a felon, but he doesn't have to go to jail. When they get to his wife, Claire, the probation officer tells her he's going to recommend 24 months probation. Claire, who's also a lawyer, says to the probation officer, you cannot give him probation. He'll never learn his lesson. You have to send him to prison. He has to go to prison. He has to know that his actions have consequences. Amadeo was supposed to get 24 months probation, but Claire tells the probation officer, you can't give him probation. He has to go to prison. He has to know that his actions have consequences. So the probation officer ends up telling the judge that he believes that Frank needs to go to prison. So the judge gives Frank a 12-month sentence. I believe it's 12 months of what they called a shock boot camp. So they send him to a camp, but it's a boot camp. And so this guy's like in his 30s at this point. And now that I think about it, this is actually later. By this point, it's in the late 90s. So probably like 97, 98, something like that. He ends up sending him to this boot camp. He goes to the boot camp. I remember he said he showed up with Stephen Hawking's, like the theory of, I don't know, the theory of relativity or theory of time or theory of all things or whatever, some book Stephen Hawking had written, and the Bible. And Amadeo said that he got there and they made him stand outside in like 30 degrees, waiting for hours and hours before they came out. And the warden came out, because this is a small camp. The warden came out of the camp, and after he'd been sitting there for hours, and he goes, He said, the only thing I hate worse than criminals is lawyers, and you're both. And he said, listen, this guy made my life miserable. He said, I mean, they're waking him up at 6 o'clock. He's running around. He's in his at this point, I guess Amadeo's in his late 30s or so. I don't know. I'm not going to do the math. He's got to be in his late 30s by this point. Amadeo's in his late 30s by this point. Keep in mind, he was in it like Claire, his wife, like his wife this whole time. He said, we used to sit around and have dinner, and he would talk about when he was going to take over, when he takes over, when I'm running things, this is how it's going to be. I'm going to do it like this, and I'm going to do this. And she would just grin and smile at like these people that are in his life. I don't want you to think that they didn't like this was a delusion in his mind that he was harboring, but not telling anyone. He's very open about it. So he said we would sit around and we would have dinner and we would joke about it, kind of laugh about it. And I interviewed people. When writing the book, I interviewed people that were business partners of his. And I would say, well, I mean, you were aware of this belief of his. I mean, and he says that you guys would talk about it. And he'd go, oh, yeah, no, we all knew. And I go, so it was kind of like a running joke. Like nobody believed it. He goes, no, we believed it. We believed that he definitely believed that. Like we would laugh about it and joke about it, but we knew he was serious. This is something he really believed. And look, having been locked up with Frank, I can tell you right now, he does believe it. He's very serious. He'll joke about it, but deep down, he's honest about it. He really believes it. So he ends up going to prison, this boot camp, for 10 months, right? So he got 12 months, but you get a couple months off for good time. So he gets let out of prison. And I want to say it was 99, late 1999 is when I think when he gets that, because he was there for like almost a year. At this point, when he gets out, Claire ended up going to somewhere in the stands, right? Like there's Kyrgyzstan and all these different stands countries, right? That had broken away from the Soviet Union or Russia. And so he goes there, or she ends up flying there. They were sending people, lawyers, to these different countries to help set up their legal systems. And so she ends up, as soon as he's literally, as soon as I get home within a few days or week or so, she was getting on a plane and leaving. So she left him there with, now she had 2 children from a previous marriage. So she takes off and he's left with their 2 kids on probation to basically fend for them. So yeah, he gets out and he does this, and he gets out, and now he's out of prison. He's now a felon. He's out of prison. And what he does is he meets up with a guy that he had kind of started a little, according to Frank, he'd started a little business with, right? He had started a little business where this guy had come in and bought a bunch of inventory from one of Frank's previous bankruptcy clients, where Frank had invested money. He'd invested money. The guy bought a bunch of this company that was going under. They bought a bunch of inventory, and this guy went and sold that inventory. Now, according to Frank, the guy's name is Yaniv. Frank got out, called Yaniv. They met at like a Denny's. Frank loves Denny's, or I don't think it was Waffle House. I think it's Denny's. He loves Denny's. So they go to Denny's, and while they're there, Yaniv pulls out I don't know what it was, $30 or $50 or $60,000 in cash, and gives him whatever it was, $40,000 in cash, and says, "This is your part of the stuff that he had sold." And the stuff he had sold, when I say what he sold, we're talking about it was ridiculous. It was something it was a massive amount of they were like gift baskets or something. Like it wasn't like, it sounds nefarious, right? Like he sold a bunch of stuff, but it was like gift baskets or something. He had some little company. He'd sold a bunch of gift baskets, and Frank had put up a bunch of the money. And this was Frank's part of that. That whole thing was going on when Frank left. So when Frank comes back, Yaniv's like, here's your money. And Frank said, I was shocked. He said, I didn't think Yaniv was going to give me anything. Like I disappeared. I hadn't done anything other than give him the money. I hadn't done like my part. Like Frank had a part that he was supposed to be involved in, keeping the books, corporation, like a whole little thing. He hadn't done any of it, but it had worked out for Yaniv and he was happy, and he gave Frank, whatever, 30, 40 grand. I forget what it was. And so Frank had a little bit of seed money to start this, start over again, which is hard getting out of prison. Let me start by saying that in the last video, Frank had just gotten out of prison, and a friend of his, or a former business partner and friend, I guess, had met at a Waffle House or a Denny's or something, and Yaniv had given him a chunk of money that they'd had been in a business relationship, and Yaniv showed up and said, look, Frank had gone to jail, but he got out, and Yaniv gave him this money. So Frank took the money. The other thing that happened is, I don't know if it was at that meeting or within weeks or a month or so, that Yaniv came to Frank and said, Frank, listen, I have an issue. Yaniv had been running a company where he was offering like a universal credit card. And he was taking money from clients for this universal credit card. And he was supposed to be, I believe he was supposed to be reporting it on these people's credit, which he ended up either not doing, or I'm not exactly sure. The specifics of that business model are in the book based on what Frank had told me. Yaniv, by the way, I spoke with him and I interviewed him, and he disputed Frank's exact account. But I'm going to tell you what Frank told me. So Yaniv came to Frank and said, Frank, look, this is what I've been doing. He had a staff of people that worked underneath him that were making phone calls. He had like a phone room, and they were making phone calls, and they were offering a universal credit card for a certain fee. And I believe they were supposed to place that on people's credit. So if you had bad credit, this would help you out. Well, what ended up happening was Yaniv had taken in a bunch of money, and the problem was he wasn't able to report on these people's credit, or for whatever reason, part of what he was offering, part of the service he was offering, he wasn't able to complete. So he came to Frank and said, look, I'm in trouble because I believe the Federal Trade Commission or some government agency had come into the office or was poking around asking questions. And Yaniv felt like he hadn't done anything illegal, but he also had not provided the service that he had been offering and selling. So let's say he was offering the service for, let's say it was $200 or $300. Let's say it was $200. So Frank said, look, you can give the money back. And of course Yaniv didn't want to do that. He's like, well, I don't want to do that. Like I still have, whatever he had made, a few $1 million or whatever it was. And so Frank said, look, here's what we can do is we'll go in, contact all of these people and offer them, explain to them that the company's going under and that you're offering some of the money back, but not in the form of money. You're going to give them a gift that's worth the same amount of money. So Frank goes in one day and talks to all the salespeople and says, all these people that they'd been calling to get money out of, they're now going to call them up and offer them things like, a weekend trip and of course the weekend trip, Frank goes around to all of these timeshare companies where they'll offer you like, hey, we'll fly you in for the weekend and you stay here at this hotel, and all you have to do is take a 2-hour tour of the hotel, and we'll fly you in. You get to stay for the weekend at this hotel or resort or whatever it is, and then you get to leave, and that's all. You just have to take a tour of these timeshares and it only takes a couple hours. So they call up all these clients that have paid in money but are not going to get the service, and they offer them a weekend trip in exchange for the fee that they've paid. Or they can get, I forget, he was offering some kind of like a clock that they were saying was worth $199, whatever the equivalent of the fee was, and they would mail that to them. So you could get the clock or you can get a weekend trip. Those are the two things. And that basically the company was entering bankruptcy. Or if you want, we're going to be entering bankruptcy and you'll get nothing. So they're giving away clocks and weekend trips that costs virtually nothing for the company. And they do this to the point where basically everybody is being made whole. At that point, Frank said that, I forget the name of the company, the organization, the government organization, it comes in and it's like the Federal Trade Commission or whoever it was. They come in just as this is wrapping up, and Frank explains to them what the issue was and that what they're trying to do to resolve it. And they kind of say, okay, well, we've gotten a bunch of complaints, but sounds to me like you guys are handling it. It doesn't sound criminal, although Frank, when he talked to me, said he felt it may very well have been criminal or could have gone criminal. But because they kind of headed it off at the pass before anything had been filed, he was able to quash the whole thing. Now, I say that, tell you that story to let you know how Frank became a venture capitalist. That basic little scheme that he came up with to get this company out of a jam ended up getting his name spread around town, let's say. And so Frank starts doing some legal consulting, some tax consulting, things that he probably shouldn't have been doing to make money, and consulting for bankruptcies. And he said companies started to come to him. People started contacting him and coming to him and talking to him. He was also giving seminars on bankruptcy, that sort of thing. Now, keep in mind, he's no longer an attorney. He's been disbarred, just got out of prison. He's working, doing different types of kind of seminars and things on bankruptcy, but just as giving like a speech, right? Like he's not taking money. He's just going around giving speeches and seminars. And his name is being kind of passed around the various industries in Orlando.
What's going on, YouTube? RDAP Dan here, Federal Prison Time Consulting. Hope you guys are all having a great day. If you're seeing and hearing this right now, that means you're watching Matt Cox on Inside True Crime. At the end of Matt's video, there will be a link in the description where you can book a free consultation with yours truly, RDAP Dan, where we can discuss things that could potentially mitigate your circumstances to receive the best possible outcome at sentencing or even after you've started your prison sentence. Prior to sentencing, we can focus on things like your personal narrative, your character reference letters, prepping you properly for the pre-sentence interview, which is going to determine a lot of what type of sentence you receive. If you've already been sentenced, we can also focus on the residential drug abuse program, how you can knock off 1 year off of your sentence. Also, we have the First Step Act, where you can earn FSA credits while serving your sentence. For every 30 days that you program through the FSA, you can actually knock an additional 15 days off per month. These are huge benefits, and the only way you're going to find out more is by clicking on the link, booking your free consultation today. All right, guys, see you soon at the end of the video. Peace. I'm out of here. Back to you, Matt.
He ends up getting contacted by the CFO or CEO of a company called Presidian. So I'm going to say CEO, although I could be wrong. It could have been CFO. But so the CEO comes to Frank and says, Frank, can I talk to you a little bit? He says, sure, no problem. So he says, what's going on? He's like, look, like his company owned several companies. So Presidian owned several companies. They were called like the Sunshine Companies, and they were essentially PEOs, which are employee leasing companies. Where let's say I'll give you an example. For instance, let's say your company, you have 100 employees and your company makes coffee cups. Now, you're a small business, right? You have 100 or less. If you have less than 100, I think you're considered a small business. So if you have less than 100 employees, maybe you've got 2,000 employees. The point is that this company, you would then pay a company to do your taxes for you. Okay? So Presidian owned several smaller companies that other companies paid them to do their taxes for them. And the way they did that was all of your employees that work for the coffee cup company, all 100 employees, would become employees of Presidian or the Sunshine Companies, which are underneath Presidian. Let's just say Presidian for the sake of argument or simplicity. So all of your 100 coffee cup makers are now Presidian employees. Presidian has hundreds, maybe thousands of companies similar to yours that all have small, 1,000 employees, 2,000 employees. They are all now employees of Presidian. Presidian leases you those employees to make your coffee cups. The good thing about this is now Presidian ends up with 20, 30, 40,000 employees. Well, with 40,000 employees, you can get some really huge cuts on workman's comp, on your 401k program, on health insurance, because you have a lot of power now. If you go to, let's say, State Farm or whatever insurance company, you say, look, I got 40,000 employees that I can put under you, but you have to give us the insurance at a reduced fee. If you have 100 employees, you can't do that. But if you have 20,000 or 30,000, you're going to get a cut. You're going to get a really good, a great premium. And so that's what Presidian did. The problem is Presidian was in the hole. So they were in the hole because what they had done was a lot of their accounts were in arrears. They weren't keeping up on their accounts. And on top of that, what they were doing was, if you're an employee, and a lot of people don't know this, and this may get a little complicated, but it's that you really have to understand what Frank did. If you're an employee and you make $20 an hour, your employer pays you $20. They withhold maybe $4. So you don't get $20. You're paid $20, but they withhold $4 to send to the IRS. Your employer also pays a payroll employee tax. So your employer also sends, let's say, $1. So you think, or let's say more like $2. So you're thinking, oh, well, I only cost my employer $20. No, you cost them $22. They withhold let's say $4, and they have their own $2. So they're supposed to send that $6 to the IRS. Now, at any given time, there are several thousand, if not 10,000 or 20,000 companies in the United States that are behind on their payroll withholding taxes. So it's not uncommon that they're supposed to be making payments to the IRS for the money they're withholding from your check, but they're not paying. They get behind. Let's say they tell the IRS, look, we know we owe you $12,000. We don't have the money right now. We'll give you $3,000. We're trying to catch up on bills. We're having some financial difficulties. Now, most people would think to themselves, wow, that's a crime. Like, oh my gosh, the IRS will come in and they'll shut them down and they'll do this and they'll do that. But the truth is, because it's so prevalent and it happens all the time, and these aren't companies that are trying to do anything wrong. Like this company isn't trying to screw over the IRS. Trust me, you want to pay somebody, you want to pay the IRS. So they're genuinely having a problem. Well, when Frank took over Presidian, or came in as an investor for Presidian, when he came in to restructure that organization, which is what he worked out with the CEO, he came in and said, look, he looked at his books. They had told him they were $5 million behind on their payroll withholding taxes. And he's to the IRS, and he said, okay, that's fine. We can work on that. Well, Frank comes in and agrees, says, look, one, I'm going to get, let's say, I don't know what the exact numbers are. It was like 25% of anything I save you on all this debt. Plus, you're going to give me X amount of stock. Now, Frank is a convicted felon. He's not allowed to own stock in a publicly traded company. But what he does is he ends up starting a corporation and having that money, that stock held in that corporation. Is that legal? I don't know. Frank says it is. Well, so Frank comes into the organization. There's supposed to be $5 million in debt. He goes in, he starts to look at the books. It turns out they're like $11 million in debt. Now, Frank is supposed to be an investor in this company. Well, what Frank ends up doing is diverting funds that are meant for the IRS. He then reallocates some of those funds to put money back into the company. So Presidian thinks they just got an influx of several million dollars from Frank, but really what Frank did was, in the accounts they had reserved for the IRS, Frank took that money and reallocated it to put back into Presidian. So Presidian doesn't really realize what's happening. They just realize that we've been holding money for the IRS. Some of that, and then this guy just gave us some money to catch up on some of our bills. Frank then turns around and goes to all of their creditors. Well, the first thing he did is he goes and reestablishes new credit lines. So let's say a lot of these companies or for Presidian has, they're offering a 401k program through this company and insurance through this one and workman's comp through this one. He goes and he gets new accounts with new companies. He goes to the older companies that these people owe money to. So Presidian owes money to these, and he negotiates down the debt. He says, we're doing one of two things. You're either renegotiating the debt that they owe you and putting them on a payment plan, or we're going to go into bankruptcy and you're going to get nothing. And that's what happened. One of those creditors, those many creditors, was the IRS. So Frank took money that was owed to the IRS and used it as his capital to invest in the company, which is brilliant, by the way. Two, what he did was he went to the IRS and said, look, they owe you $11 million. Here's what we're going to do. We can afford to pay you $3 million over the next year. And in 6 months and we'll start paying immediately. In 6 months from now, we'll be able to pay or make normal payments. But we need 6 months to reorganize the company. So he starts acting on that strategy, which has never been okayed by the IRS. Like the IRS understood it. They were trying to get somebody to sign off on it. But if you've ever filed an extension with the IRS or owed the IRS money, which I have, what you end up doing is typically what you do is you file your taxes. You tell them I owe you $5 million. You tell them, look, I owe you $5,000. And then you say, I'm going to pay that off. Here's $1,000. So I still owe you $4,000. I'm going to pay you every quarter $1,000. So here's $1,000. And in 3 months, I'll make another payment. And you say, so let me know if that's okay. Honestly, a year later, when you're basically making your last payment, the IRS will come through and say, we're okay with that. That's how long it takes. So it's like you implement a strategy, a repayment plan, and the IRS takes years to okay it. So for a large corporation, it would take years. But in the meantime, Frank's trying to reorganize this company. Now, what ends up happening is right away, by renegotiating all of these things and not going into bankruptcy and explaining to the IRS that this is how we're going to repay you, they're still withholding money from the employees. They're also still acquiring additional companies and leasing their employees back to them and withholding their payroll taxes. A lot of that payroll money is not being sent to the IRS. It's just going into Presidian's coffers. Now, in the meantime, Frank ends up opening a company called Mirabilis. Mirabilis is Frank's version of Spectre. Okay, Spectre, as I think I mentioned in the last video, Spectre is the organization that was thought up by Ian Fleming as being this worldwide organization that is hell-bent to take over the world. And the interesting thing about this is obviously Ian Fleming started like the James Bond series. He started that series just after World War II. And so initially, Spectre is a company that's hell-bent to become, to make all of the world a communist government, or to fall under, the entire world's supposed to basically be overtaken by communism. Now, obviously, when that Spectre, in the guise of Ian Fleming, has slowly evolved, but now it basically, Spectre means that it's supposed to take this criminal organization that's going to take over or be able to have influence over the entire world's governments. And there's some kind of a cabal that's in charge of this whole thing. Regardless, Mirabilis is Frank's version of Spectre. So he starts Mirabilis. Mirabilis is using money from Presidian and other companies to acquire additional companies. So I give you an example. They would take money, put it into Mirabilis, and then Mirabilis would go in, and I actually give you one that I give an example in the book, because he's got tons of examples. There was a company called I forget the name of the company, but it was a company that was an asbestos removal company. Now, asbestos is a product, like an aggregate product, that was used in all kinds of construction back in the 50s, 60s, 70s. Probably by the 80s, they realized that it it contributed to cancer. So they stopped, obviously they outlawed, you're not allowed to use asbestos anymore. The problem is people had shingles on their roof, right? Like, so you got like your roof, 3-tab, shingles that had asbestos in them. It was this very tough kind of fibrous material, like fiberglass. And so you would go in and listen, they were using it for everything. Like we're talking about, it's in clothing, it's in all kinds of stuff. So you have, if you find out a product has asbestos, you have to have a special company come in and remove it. They have to have the gear. They have to make sure that the fibers don't get into the air. Like, you have to have it vacuum sealed and all kinds of stuff. So Frank, there's a company that basically there was a company, he gave me an example, which is actually, this is a brilliant example. It's an asbestos removal company that had a contract with the U.S. government to remove asbestos from several, I'm going to say they were like subs or something, but it may have simply been like a Navy boats or something along those lines. Like, there were several boats or subs or something along those lines. I don't know exactly. I have the specifics in the book. Well, this company has a huge contract. The problem is that the government doesn't pay until like 90 days after you're done. And this is going to take this guy 6 months to complete the contract. He can't survive. It's a small business. He can't survive for 6 months. So he went around looking for somebody to invest, like, give me $500,000 and I can get this done. And then the government's going to pay me $2 million, $3 million. I already have a contract. Well, the guy was supposed to have done this. He was looking everywhere for an investor. He could not come up with it. His whole company is about to go under. And then just as Frank enters the picture, and the guy goes to Frank and says, I'm looking for a venture capitalist. I'll give him like half of my company if he'll just put up, let's say, $500,000 or $1 million, whatever it was. And Frank comes in and as he's negotiating with the guy to get controlling interest of the company, the Navy cancels the contract. Frank, being a bankruptcy attorney, immediately files a notice of bankruptcy, and then it's called clawing back. Claws back the contract. So he files for bankruptcy, which is in federal court. He then gets the bankruptcy court to order the Navy to reinstate the contract. Now, how that's possible, I don't know, but apparently there was some kind of an overlap. And so sure enough, a federal court said, no, that contract is still good. You have to give this guy 90 days to start the project, whatever the case may be. And so Frank puts up the $500,000, and the guy immediately starts and ends up getting, he's got the contract. He ends up completing it. Frank has control of the company. And this guy predominantly starts to do military contracts. Frank also, so he just took a company that was about to go under, invested $500,000. The company made $2 million. Within 6 months, it made $2 million. So Frank gets his money back and has controlling interest in the company. He also, another company that he did this with, this was another one, which was, satellite company. So there was a satellite company that made portable satellites for the military. And keep in mind, at this point, we are currently in, I want to say, Afghanistan and Iraq. So you've got the Iraq war going on, there was no longer a war. We were occupying Iraq and Afghanistan. And so this company makes portable satellites for the U.S. Army. They sit them on the back of a truck. I got pictures. Actually, if you on the website, I have pictures of the company, one of the satellite things. They throw them on the back of like an 18-wheeler or something, and they drive them in the middle of nowhere, and then it puts up this huge, dish, and you're allowed to use, whatever, satellites, phones, whatever they're using over there. So this company had a contract with the government, but they needed an influx of cash. Frank comes in, verifies that they've got government contracts, and he ends up giving them the money to build these satellite dishes. So what Mirabilis starts to do is they start to focus on investing in companies that have military applications, right? Companies that do something. They make helmets, or they make bulletproof gear. And by the way, these aren't companies that he did invest in. I'm just saying that type of thing. Maybe they make satellite dishes. Maybe they remove asbestos from military bases. I don't know. But most of these companies have some kind of military application. Now, one of the other things he did was Frank ends up investing in a company called Tactical. Tactical is a company that, it's hard to explain this to somebody that has never been through the prison system because it sounds ridiculous. But I'm going to give you an example of it. And it won't seem so ridiculous when we get to the other videos and you see what happens. Anyway, Tactical, and by the way, there was like 3 different companies. Like one was called like Eagle Claw. One was Tactical International Business, something. And then one was called Tactical Over. Anyway, we're consolidating these 3 companies in Tactical. It's called Tactical. Tactical was headed up by a guy named Kevin Billings. Now, Kevin Billings was the head of George Bush Sr.'s Secret Service detail. So he was head of the Secret Service detail that protected President Bush Sr., not Jr. And he had retired after 20 years in the Secret Service. He was also on their SWAT. They have like a SWAT type of like SWAT team, or I forget what they call it, but penetration team or something. Anyway, Kevin Billings was extremely knowledgeable and had a ton of experience, and he was the guy that headed Tactical. Now, according to Frank, what Tactical did, what one of the wings of Tactical did was they would accept contracts to go into other countries and grab people that the that were wanted by the DEA or ATF or FBI or CIA, whoever, they would go in and they would grab someone and then bring them back to the United States. And I'll give you an example of this. For instance, let's say you're a drug dealer in Colombia and you're vacationing and you've been indicted, and you're in, let's say you're in Venezuela. So you're from Colombia, but you're in Venezuela on vacation, or who knows what you're doing. Like the FBI, and you're wanted by, let's say you're wanted by the DEA. You're wanted by the DEA, but they can't grab you in Venezuela. Like Venezuela is not going to, Venezuela certainly isn't going to grab this Colombian citizen and send him to the United States. So what happens is the DEA puts a bounty, like a $250,000 bounty on their head. So, and it's pretty simple. Now, he said it's not really written down like this, but the way it works is this. If you contact the DEA and you say, listen, let's say you contact the Tampa, Florida field office of the DEA and you say, listen, we've got, Ricardo Ochoa, and we're about to land at Tampa International Airport in our private jet, and this is tactical. We've got him. He's wanted. He's been indicted. We're going to drop him off. Somebody needs to show up and pick him up. Basically, the DEA shows up, signs for him. They don't ask any questions, and they cut you a check for $250,000. So what happens is Tactical finds out, or is even notified by the DEA, hey, listen, this guy Ochoa is going to be in Venezuela he's there right now. He's going to be there for the next week or two. Here's where he's staying. Nothing that they can do about it. These guys go in, they watch his hotel for a couple of days. They watch his routine. They see that he goes and gets coffee every morning. They see him come here, that he leaves here. This is a car that picks him up. They sit in a van for 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. And then one day they see him. They walk up to him. They hit him with a taser, throw a black bag over his head, zip tie him, and throw him in the back of the van. They drive the van immediately to the airport. They throw him on a private jet. And Frank had 2 private jets. So they throw him on a private, I don't know how many Tactical had. They throw him on a private jet. They fly into the United States. They call they fly into Tampa International Airport. They call the DEA field office and say, we've got Ochoa. We're landing in 30 minutes. We need somebody to come pick him up. A couple of DEA agents show up. They meet you on the runway. You can fly into the private airport in Tampa International. You fly in private. You yank them out of the fuselage. Pull the black mask off. Hand them the DEA. They cut you a check for $250. Now it sounds like they cut you a check right then, but I doubt that they have authority. You probably get a check. Whatever. A few months later. The point is that Ochoa can be screaming the entire time, you're kidnapping me, you're kidnapping me, you're kidnapping me. Now that sounds far-fetched, by the way. But if you've been in to federal prison, you would know that this is absolutely true. I have met at least 20 guys that were not only in their own country when they got grabbed and thrown on a plane or picked up by the Coast Guard. These guys would grab, they don't even know who grabbed them. Like, they're like, literally, I don't even know. They know now. They always say, oh, it was the U.S. government. Of course, the U.S. government will tell you, no, we didn't grab them. Because they didn't grab them. Companies like Tactical do, or companies like Blackwater, or isn't it Blackwater? BlackRock?
The investment place?
No. I'm talking about these private military groups, right? These private military groups, and that's what this is. It's a private military group that they do stuff that the military or the U.S. government can't do. So they hire them to do it. So these companies will go in, grab them, because think about it. If they grab them, let's say these guys get caught. Let's say some police officer pulls over the van They find this guy tied up in the back of it. They yank these guys out. They arrest them. They say, "Oh, we're arresting you for kidnapping." What do these guys do? It's not, now if they're CIA agents or FBI agents, they can go to the U.S. government and say, "Hey, you sent us over here to grab this guy." Now, granted, that's a huge international issue right there, right? Like that's a huge debacle. But if some private guy says, "Hey, we grabbed this guy to get a bounty. We're U.S. citizens. We need help," the U.S. government will be like, "Sounds to me like you kidnapped somebody in this other country. Like, that's horrible. You're on your own. We didn't sign anything for you. We didn't send it. The agreement is if you show up and call us, you get a check, no questions asked. We certainly didn't tell you to go grab this guy. We didn't sign anything. We didn't promise you anything." So I know many, many people in prison that are like Colombians or Venezuelans or other countries that don't necessarily, Brazilians, that don't necessarily have a good relationship with the United States. I even met a guy that was a hacker that had been grabbed. He was Russian, and he went to, now I don't know if it was Ukraine or which country it was, but it was some country that wasn't a part of Russia. He's a Russian citizen wanted, and had he stayed in Russia, he'd have been okay. But he went to some place like, I don't know, Belarus or Ukraine or some other country to go on vacation and thought he was okay, and came out of his hotel one day and got grabbed and thrown into a van. And he said he was flown to Germany. And then in Germany, they put him on a plane and they flew him to the United States. And it wasn't until he got to New York that he even realized that what was happening. Like, they literally told him nothing. They're just escorting him. And this went on for days. They didn't tell him anything. He would tell you that, well, the U.S. government grabbed me in Ukraine. But most likely it wasn't the U.S. government. The guys never told him they were U.S. government. They just said there's a warrant out of the United States for you. What warrant? What? That's all we know, bro. That's all we know. They don't say, "Hey, we're FBI, we're Secret Service, we're CIA, we're DEA." They don't, U.S. Marshals, none of that. They grab them, and these guys always think that that's an American agency. Well, it's not. It's companies like Tactical, and that's one of the things that Tactical did. Tactical also accepted contracts in Afghanistan to do things like, guard military barracks, or they would drive convoys or guard convoys of food. Things that, like, okay, so let's say the U.S. government lands a bunch of food at the airport, and they need to drive this 5 trucks full of food, MRIs or something. MREs, meals ready to eat. MREs. MREs, they have to drive them to, let's say, the green zone or to some school, whatever. Well, I mean, this is a bunch of food. Like, this isn't going to be attacked by some militia group or anything. So what do? They give that assignment to Tactical. Tactical has a bunch of guys. They have machine guns. They drive, Toyota pickup trucks, and they escort them. But those guys make good money. Tactical makes good money. It's funny, I have articles where it talks about how they're flying in. Mirabilis is flying in like seeds for the Seeds of Hope program. Mirabilis flew in tons and tons of seeds, and those convoys were all guarded by groups from like Tactical. So with that said, that's like one of those companies that was developed by Frank, or that Frank bought, that had military applications. Now, one of the other things that Mirabilis was doing was they would buy up companies and multiple companies that worked well with one another. And then they would do things like, let me give you the example of printing. So let's say you needed massive printing. He might buy something like a publishing company, and then he may buy several other companies that needed printing to be done. And what they would do is all of these other companies would use the publishing company to do all their printing. So they would take 5 companies that now use one company to do all of their printing. And so you just removed an expense from all of these companies, and you also gave the contracts for that printing to a publishing company or to a company that deals with equipment or printing equipment. And as a result, all of these companies get a discount on their printing, and the company that you bought that was failing is now making money because it's got all of these new contracts. That's the type of thing that he was doing. So he's taking these companies, he's investing money from the IRS that should be going to the IRS. He's reallocating that money to invest in failing companies, then reorganizing those companies and making them profitable. And keep in mind, one of the things he did was he's a bankruptcy expert. So his big thing was always to threaten bankruptcy. Like, you're owed $500,000. You'll accept $300,000 on a payment plan. Like, we're not giving you the $300,000. We're saying we'll give you $300,000 and we'll make payments to you over the next 2 years. So it's not washing away the debt, but it's turning it into a manageable debt at a 40% discount. And it's spreading it out. So that company that was deep in debt is no longer deep in debt. And that, as a result, these companies become profitable. And then, of course, the company that's accepting the money is either turns back on the credit line, says, hey, this company's in good standing again, or Frank just goes to another creditor. Why wouldn't another creditor accept these people? They're not in debt. The debt isn't in collections. They're on a payment plan with another vendor. So they now have another vendor. They just switch to another vendor who then turns on the tap and starts providing them whatever they need. Point is he was a brilliant at renegotiating and getting these companies turned around. And as a result of that, he started making a ton of money. The problem is that Frank's bipolar issues are impossible to hide for any length of time. You could have a conversation with him for 45 minutes to an hour. You might have multiple small, brief interactions with Frank, but there is no way to tell when he will snap. There's no real way to tell when he will suddenly become outraged and go into an angry rant. It's never something where he's threatening you or going to say anything horrible to you or be, get into, let's say, it's not like he's going to be violent towards you, but he will say insane things that make you think, oh my God, what's happening? The problem is he's brilliant, and he's very confident. So when he tells you something, you believe it. Because in his manic moments, right, he believes it. Not only does he believe it, he thinks he's preordained by God to make this happen. So when he says it with such fervor that you absolutely believe this is possible. And you can feel in your heart that he believes it too. So when he would go into these meetings, he would convince people to accept deals that they would have never accepted from anyone else. Because he believed it so emphatically, overwhelmingly. And as a result of that, he was turning companies around. And I remember I interviewed a guy by the name of Woody that had worked with Frank. And I remember talking to Woody, and I remember when I was talking to Woody about Frank, I was like, but you guys, you knew that Frank had this problem. And I remember I'll never forget Woody's response. Woody said, I know it seems odd to follow someone that has a mental illness. and says the types of things that Frank says. He said, but you have to understand, Matt, he was winning. He was getting companies. He was procuring companies that nobody wanted. And he was reorganizing those companies, renegotiating their debt, and turning them around. He was taking loser companies and making them winners. He was winning. And so it was easy to follow someone that had nothing but a record of success, despite how off he may have seemed at times. You know, you just kind of chalked it up to, oh, he's quirky. He has some quirky things that he says and does it, and we laughed about it. And you would say to him like, "Hey, bro, like you would joke around with Frank about, well, when you take over the world, what's going to happen?" And Frank would go, "Oh, well, when I take over, here's what's going to happen." And Frank would joke around about it. Like they would all joke, or in the middle of talking, somebody would complain about something. He'd go, "Well, when I take over the world," he'd say, "I'm fixing that. That's never going to happen again. Don't you worry. We're going to take care of that." And everybody would kind of chuckle and laugh. But he said, but people knew it was real. It was real. And I know I've mentioned this before, and I may mention it again, that it was real. And having been incarcerated with having been incarcerated with Frank, I can tell you right now that I know exactly what he's saying. Like, you're listening to this guy who says insane things, and yet I'm watching him do people's legal work and literally performing miracles. Everybody told me about my own case, you can't win this. And yet Frank won my case. So as insane as it sounds, it's understandable. So once again, one of the things that he did was with Mirabilis and with Presidian was Frank started acquiring failing businesses. Now, I'd like to mention one of his main things that he did, and this is how ultimately he gets in trouble, obviously how I end up meeting him in prison, is that once he buys the company, the first thing he would do is he would buy this company, and if it had 300 employees, one of his renegotiating debts and organizing strategies was he would immediately go to them and say, "Listen, by the way, your 300 employees, we can save a lot of money on your pension plan and your insurance plan and your workman's comp. We can save a lot of money by moving those companies over to Presidian. And we're going to have Presidian lease the companies back, or lease the employees back to you. Presidian will do all of the HR work. They will... and all of the accounting. They will remove all the money from their income or from their the payroll, and they'll send that money to the IRS. And so you don't have to worry about handling that at all. So we can get rid of all of the staff that you have dedicated to do that. Isn't that great? We're going to save you money by simply leasing those companies from Presidian. Now the problem is, the companies would come in, or the companies that Frank acquired would say, "Wow, that's great. We have 2,000 employees. We can save how much, Frank?" And he'd say, "Oh, you can save this much." And they'd go, "Wow, that's great." And then they would lease those employees. They would then lease those employees back from Presidian, and the money that the company pays into Presidian pays the employees, removes the money that's supposed to go to the IRS, but they don't send it to the IRS. Maybe some of the money goes to the IRS, but some of it also is placed into accounts that somehow or another Frank ends up being able to utilize those funds. And that's really what happens over the course of a considerable amount of time, years. Frank negotiates with the IRS, and the negotiations with the IRS goes on for a long time, years. The problem is, every month, the amount of money that is being withdrawn from employee payroll is building up and building up and building up. It's 20 million, then it's 40 million, 60, 90. It grows 100, 110 million, 120 million. And this is money that Frank's able to use to buy other companies through Mirabilis and grow Mirabilis. Mirabilis ends up, Mirabilis has, I forget what it was, 30 or 40,000 employees after a few years. There's articles in the Orlando Sentinel about the growth of the company. He ends up leasing the top 2 floors of the SunTrust building in downtown Orlando. You know, from Frank's office window, you can see the globe of Epcot. So Orlando is surrounded basically by, you know, Disney World and Universal Studios and MGM Studios and Epcot and all these Mickey Mouse World entertainment type places. And from Frank's, I always loved the idea of Frank standing at the window, the top floor window of Mirabilis, looking out over Disney World with the shadow of Epcot's globe, you know, covering, you know, or striking the window, or, you know, whatever. Like, I mean, it's just so hilarious that this is where it's appropriate that this was where his office was located. Anyway, now, if you've been watching the story, you understand how it's slowly progressing, and that I'm currently, while I met Frank in prison, I also wrote a synopsis or a story about Frank while incarcerated. And I know Frank while incarcerated because he had done legal work for me. So several videos ago, I think maybe 3 videos ago, Frank had represented me as my prison lawyer on what's called the 2255, where he filed a reduction for me, or on my behalf, to the U.S., to the government. And the government, of course, they fought the reduction. I had done things. I'd been interviewed by Dateline and American Greed, and I'd also written an ethics and fraud course and a red flags rules course at the request of the government to reduce my sentence. And the government, they wouldn't reduce it. Like, they had asked me to do these things. They said they would consider it what's called substantial assistance. They said, we'll consider it substantial assistance. Substantial assistance, typically, if they consider something substantial assistance and they agree that it is substantial assistance, then they will reduce your sentence for that substantial assistance. Now, the government had said, but here's the problem. The problem is that the government said they would reduce my sentence, and they didn't. And their reasoning behind it at that time was that there were no arrests made based on the assistance of Mr. Cox. And as a result of that, they didn't give me. They said, oh, well, nobody was arrested. Now, they knew going in nobody was going to be arrested. When you say, hey, we'll consider this substantial assistance if you're interviewed by Dateline. And then, like, there was no chance I was going to be interviewed by Dateline and they were going to go out and arrest people. Regardless, that's what they did to kind of trick me and my lawyer. Frank ended up filing a 2255 and eventually got 7 years knocked off my sentence. So we're going to start at that point for the sake of simplicity. I had gotten back to Coleman, and I'd been there maybe a month or two. Now, there'd been a guy on the compound. His name was Ron Wilson. He was an old con man. He was probably, I don't know what he was. He was in his 60s, 61, 62, maybe 63. I don't know exactly how old he was. But Ron Wilson had run a Ponzi scheme in South Carolina. Ron Wilson's Ponzi scheme was based on trading silver, right? So he would trade silver in the is it commodities market?
I think so.
Right? Yeah, you show. So sorry. So he would trade silver in the commodities market, and supposedly you really took possession like of the silver when this happened. So there's possession of the silver. He then trades it based on the fluctuation of its value. What Ron Wilson was really doing was running a Ponzi scheme. Now, he did these seminars around, really, I think around basically throughout the South, Tennessee, North Carolina, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, of course. And he would go in and he'd do a seminar about how he trades and how he has a formula. And there were people that are financial advisors would come, and he'd pitch financial advisors like, hey, get your clients to invest in this, and he'd pay them a certain amount of money. But what it really was a Ponzi scheme. And what a Ponzi scheme is that, let's say you give me $1,000, and I'm going to tell you, hey, you give me $1,000 and I'm going to invest it for you. So you give me $1,000, and let's say a year from now I say, I've made you $300. So 30%. So you now have $1,300 in the account. Well, let's say you turn around and you say, hey, Matt, I want my $1,300 back, but I haven't really invested. I haven't really done anything. I've actually spent your $1,000. But as long as I keep getting additional people to invest, so somebody else gives me $1,000, and another guy gives me $1,000, and another guy gives me $1,000. When the original investors start saying, hey, I want to take my profits out, like I want my $300, you can give him the $300 because you brought in $5,000 from other people. Even if that person says, I want my $300 profit and my original $1,000 investment back, you can give that to them because you've given, or you've collected $5,000 from 5 other people. Now, let's say 3 of those people want their money back. As long as you keep getting new investors to pay back the old investors, you can run a Ponzi scheme. The problem is, at some point, most Ponzi schemes get to be so big and so many people are asking for their profits or their original capital back that it eventually collapses. And that's what happened with Ron Wilson's. Wilson had brought in, I want to say he brought in a little over $100 million. He'd lost $57 million. So sometimes I would get an article and the article would say it's a $57 million Ponzi scheme. Sometimes it'd say Ron Wilson was running a $100 million Ponzi scheme. Bottom line is, I know he owed about $57 million. So a lot of that money he had bought things with or just blown. This went on for 10, 15 years because the money that he was promising people wasn't too outrageous. Like, I don't think he was promising, 100% returns. It was a reasonable return. Well, really, it was still unreasonable. It's like 20, 30%, 40%. Still unreasonable, by the way. But, and most people that were investing with him, the bulk of his investors were made up of people that were using it as a retirement fund, pension funds, and churches. So there are churches that are investing their money with him. There are people that are paying into a pension fund for, let's say, a steel manufacturer or some company that makes some kind of textile, and they've got 50 employees or 200 employees. They're giving Ron Wilson's company the money from the pension fund to invest. And because he'd been around so long, more and more people trusted him. Like, you've been around 15 years. If it was a Ponzi scheme, it would have collapsed by now. So nobody thought it was a Ponzi scheme. Well, eventually what happened was in 2008, 2009, when things started going bad, it caught up with him. People started asking for money back. And he was paying out money. And he really felt like he could have weathered the storm. But some woman, he had taken some money from some woman's father. I think, who was a retiree, who was like 70-something years old. He'd taken like 100,000, 200,000. She wanted her money back, or the money back. She said he was too old to know what he was doing. There was a huge argument, and then she ended up going to like the FBI or something. Well, the FBI looked into it a little bit, made a few phone calls, and realized, hey, this is potentially a Ponzi scheme. And so then they started filing subpoenas, and Wilson realized right away, this is about to fall apart. Like, this is going to fall apart. One of the things that they did was they called the depository where he was supposed to have been keeping his silver. So a lot of the silver is supposed to be dropped off at, let's say, like a holding center. Well, when they called and asked for how much money of Ron Wilson's clients were there, there's almost nothing there. There should have been millions. Should have been like $100 million in silver there that he's trading. Nope, not there. So he's in trouble. He knows it, and Ron Wilson goes into the Secret Service, or goes in. He finds out the Secret Service is one investigating it. Ron Wilson goes into the Secret Service office and with his lawyer and says, "Look, I'm here. Here's what happened. I'm running a Ponzi scheme. It's been 15 years. Here's how much money it is. I've taken in. Here's what I have, and here's what I have left." Wilson literally went and dug up silver, gold, and these large cans of they were ammunition cans. Like I guess the ammunition comes in like a tin, like these old tins that he had that had money in them, like just stacks of cash. Went and dug it up and gave it to the Secret Service and said, "This is what I did." Knew he was doomed. He got 19 and a half years. Rightfully so. He was also, one of the problems was that Wilson was also, he was like a city councilman or a county commissioner. Like he was held like really high up in the community. Like nobody saw this coming. Anyway, and then of course you've got people that basically have, like, they think that Wilson's got $3 million of their money, and it turns out there's no money. You'll be lucky to get $5,000 back when this is over. Like there's nothing. So can you imagine, like, you think like you're retiring, like you're about to retire, or you've retired, and you're living off of Social Security, your house is paid back, and every once in a while you ask Wilson for $50,000 or $20,000, and he's giving it to you, of course, but because you think you've got $3 million in the bank, but the truth is you got nothing. There's no money. So at that moment, you're not getting any more checks from him. Listen, there's something called a clawback clause, or a clawing back money, where typically what people don't realize is that when these government investigators come in and they start looking at all the money, one of the things they'll do is they'll say, "Okay, well, you invested $100,000 into this Ponzi scheme, right? But you took out $400,000 in the last 5 years, right? Okay, so you made $400,000 that you shouldn't have made." "Well, what are you talking about? He said I had the money. He said he had been investing." "Yeah, but he didn't." So the $400,000 that you got out is money that other people gave him. So we're going to need that $400,000 back. Yeah, I wish you guys could see the look on Colby's face when I just said that. People don't realize that. Like in Bernie Madoff's case, there were some investors that had invested maybe $1 million, but over the course of 10 years, they'd taken out, $10 million. The government went to them and said, "You owe $9 million. And now, of course, and literally, like they'll come in, they'll say, "We're going to take your house. We're going to this. We're going to." Now, the problem is that most of the time the government threatens you, and you get scared, and you like, "Oh, I'll give you this, I'll give you that." But the truth is a lot of times people negotiate. They go get an attorney. The attorney, like your primary residence, they can't really take. But let's say you've got 4 rental properties. They'll tell you, sell the rental properties and give us the money, or we'll just take them. Like there's a whole, but they'll start taking your stuff. Now, so what happens is you get victimized twice, really. Once by the scammer, by the Ponzi schemer, and a second time by the U.S. government, or by the government agency that comes in and tells you, "By the way, all that money that not only all the money that you thought you still had in there, That's gone. But now the money you got out over the last 3 years, we want all that back. A lot of times they'll negotiate like the $5 million down to $1 million, like whatever they can give you back, and you'll negotiate it, and usually that works. Anyway, so you have to understand that Wilson had real victims. Anyway, back to being in prison. Wilson shows up in prison, and I remember he showed up. And one of the funny things was that white guys show up to prison, and, you know, a lot of white guys, not a lot, I shouldn't say, some of the white guys that show up to prison, if you're an older white guy that has a certain look, and you know the look I'm talking about, they got the thick glasses, they're kind of, hi, how are you? They look like they've never left the house, they've been in the basement, pasty white, and so a lot of those guys come in, and they were looking at like pictures of children or something, and they ended up getting 5 years. So they'll come in and they'll say, one of the things that they typically say, because they usually have no knowledge of drugs, normally what they'll say when they get there is they'll say, oh, I'm here for fraud. Because they figure nobody really understands fraud unless you're another fraudster. And there's so many varying cases of fraud or types of fraud, they figure they can get away with it. Well, the guys in the unit, when someone would show up and say fraud, and they were like, I don't know, maybe he's here for fraud, and maybe he's here for looking at little kids' pictures, they would go, hey, Cox, go talk to that guy, see what he's here for. And I'd be like, oh, man. And usually you could practically just look across the room and say, oh, yeah, that guy's, he's here for a sex offense. Like he's a weirdo. You can look at him and tell. But I remember I looked across at Wilson, and the way Wilson was standing and the look on his face, the arrogance and confidence that he had, being in his mid-60s, glancing around the room with just disdain for everybody there. I remember I looked at him and I went, oh yeah, no, he's here for fraud. And they go, what makes you think that? And I go, that's a con man right there, bro. That's a straight con man. And they go talk to him. And I went, all right. I walked up and I said, hey man, I heard you're here for fraud. And he goes, yeah. And I said, what kind of fraud? And he said, I remember he kind of looked at me and he goes, looked at me up and down and he goes, I ran a Ponzi scheme. $57 million, because he didn't say the 100 million. I think he might have said I took in 100 million. He goes, but I remember him saying the 57 million. He goes, $57 million. He said, largest Ponzi scheme in South Carolina history. And I thought, he said it with pride. Like he liked that he loved that title. And I remember thinking, this guy's, I know what, he's a con man. And I was like, really? And he goes, yeah. I said, well, what was the conveyance? And he goes, silver. And I said, really? I said, so what were you doing with the silver? Like trading it? He said, yeah, I was trading it. People thought I was trading it on the, as a commodity and whatever. So he went on and on about it. We started talking about it. I was like, wow. Anyway, Wilson did not like a lot of people at that prison, in prison. People did not like him in prison. He was cooperating. And he wasn't actively like telling people that he's cooperating, but people knew he was cooperating. Like it was kind of known. So he and I started hanging out, and and I hate to say this, but I liked Wilson. He was super arrogant. He reminded me of my father, and so I started hanging out with him. And, look, when I say arrogant, like arrogant people like arrogant people, and he was a storyteller. He would tell stories, and we would walk around every once in a while and hang out, and no big deal. And I remember we're walking around, and I had just, I had met him, and then I went to prison. I went off, came back, and he knew I got my sentence cut. Like everybody knew my sentence had been cut. They knew I had gone back to court and got my sentence cut. So he actively would tell me how he was working with the Secret Service in South Carolina to help them indict several people that had been helping him. So he was actively cooperating. His fear was that they wouldn't reduce his sentence, and he kept saying to me like, "Yeah, they're gonna fuck me out of my sentence reduction." And I was always like, "Well, why do you say that?" And so he was like, They just are. They hate me. That Secret Service agent, his name was, I remember his last name was Griffin. He goes, Griffin hates my gut. That Agent Griffin, he hates my guts. And I was like, okay, well, that doesn't really matter. Like, he can hate your guts, but if you give them information that leads to an arrest, they have to reduce your sentence. And if they don't reduce it, I was like, fuck, we'll have Frank file a 2255. Like, we'll get you the reduction. Because if you provide information that leads to an arrest, like, there's almost a guarantee, well, not guarantee, but there's probably a 90% chance they're going to reduce your sentence. And so he just kind of would shrug it off, right? He was always like, ah. And I was like, why do you think, I remember one time I said, why do you think that they're not going to reduce your sentence? And he said, they think I've hidden Ponzi scheme money. Like, I told them I turned over all the money. He actually dug up like $6 or $7 million worth of silver and cash and brought it into South Carolina and gave it to him. And I was like, are you serious? And he goes, yeah, I gave them but they think there's still money out there. And I was like, well, why would you give them, so why would you give them $7 million? Like, why wouldn't you just say, look, I'm coming in, turn myself in because the money's gone. Like, if you've already laundered that much money, why would you then turn it in? Why would you just say, bro, I'm turning myself in because the money's gone? Like, I've literally got maybe $150,000 and I got some money in my checking account and some savings. Like, I don't have anything. That's why I'm turning myself in. But he didn't. He came in and said, look, this whole thing's unraveling. I know you're about to figure it all out and you're going to arrest me. So I'm coming in. And by the way, here's what I have left. Like, that to me was just stupid. But it also made sense that maybe he had given them all the money. So anyway, he was insisting that they didn't believe him. And I was like, okay, well, you did give him all the money, so don't worry about it. It'll work out. Plus, of course, he was going to go back. He was going to go back to court and have to testify at trial. So you're going to go back to court and testify. Like, it's very difficult for them to not give you a reduction if you provided them information. People were indicted. They then go to trial, and these people were going to trial, and then you go and testify. So you testify, and then for the government to then turn around and say, we're not going to reduce your sentence. Like, that's not even possible. Like, there's no court that would uphold that. Like, what's your reason for not giving me a reduction? You have to have a reason, a good, valid reason. Anyway, the point is, he insisted on this. So we're walking around, and one day he brings it up again. They indicted those guys. They're going to trial, and I just know that they're going to have me come up there and testify, and they're not going to give me nothing though. And I said, bro, why do you keep saying that? Like, I said, I mean, what do you? And I said, why do you keep saying that? And he looked at me and he goes, can I trust you? And I said, probably not. And he kind of chuckled. And he said, I did hide some money, and I think they're going to find out about it. And I went, really? What do you mean? I thought you gave him all the money. And he's like, I gave him a lot of the money, but I did give a little bit of money to my brother and his soon-to-be ex-wife. He gave like $150,000, I think he told me. He said, I don't remember what it was, 130, 150, I forget. I don't know what she took or what I gave her. He said, and my brother's got a little bit of money, maybe $20,000, $30,000, like not a lot. I was like, oh, okay. I said, well, look, they're not going to find out about that, so don't worry about it. And he goes, no, you don't understand. Like, his wife, who was divorced, they were getting a divorce. His wife had found out that he was having an affair with one of the financial advisors. He was working with a woman who was a financial advisor, and he was having an affair with her. His wife, during this whole process, when this whole thing fell apart and he gets indicted and he's thrown in jail and everything, she finds out that he's having this affair. I think she found out during the course of this thing. And then but she was furious about it. I mean, she's not talking to him. He's not talking to her. He wants to get a divorce. She wants to get a divorce. And in the process, his fear was he's thinking he's going to get 5 or 10 years knocked off of his sentence, but he knows that if his wife could screw him out of it, she would. So he's like, my fear is she's going to turn in the money and say he gave this to me, and that's going to ruin my chance to get a sentence reduction. And I was like, okay, well, she's not going to do that because they've already asked her if you have any money, and she said no. He never gave me anything. She'd already told him this. I said, so she would be admitting to obstruction of justice. She's not going to do that. And he was like, I don't know. And so we're walking around. And I remember thinking when he told me this, one of my first thoughts was, is that enough to get me a reduction? Like him telling me that. If I were to tell the Secret Service or the government, if I were to tell them, would they give me a reduction for saying, hey, you think that he's got Ponzi scheme money? He really does. And then if they find the money, would they give me a reduction? I remember thinking, they're not going to reduce my sentence for that. Like they didn't want to reduce my sentence the first time. And I got 7 years off the first time. So they already think I got 7 years that I don't deserve. So they're certainly not going to give me a sentence reduction for Ron Wilson. And I thought they're never going to re-indict him for this. Let's say immediately I started thinking if I said something and they went to his wife's going to deny it. I don't have any money. That's it. It's over. If they go to his brother's going to be like, I don't have any money. That's it. Like there's not much they can do to prove this.
What's going on YouTube? RDAP Dan here, Federal Prison Time Consulting. Hope you guys are all having a great day. If you're seeing and hearing this right now, that means you're watching Matt Cox on Inside True Crime. At the end of Matt's video, there will be a link in the description where you can book a free consultation with yours truly, RDAP Dan, where we can discuss things that could potentially mitigate your circumstances to receive the best possible outcome at sentencing or even after you started your prison sentence. Prior to sentencing, we can focus on things like your personal narrative, your character reference letters, prepping you properly for the pre-sentence interview, which is going to determine a lot of what type of sentence you receive. If you've already been sentenced, we can also focus on the residential drug abuse program, how you can knock off 1 year off of your sentence. Also, we have the First Step Act where you can earn FSA credits while serving your sentence. For every 30 days that you program through the FSA, you can actually knock an additional 15 days off per month. These are huge benefits, and the only way you're going to find out more is by clicking on the link, booking your free consultation today. All right, guys, see you soon at the end of the video. Peace. I'm out of here. Back to you, Matt.
They would then have to show his wife and his brother. Wilson told us about this. And even then, I think that they most likely would still say, I don't know what you're talking about, because they'd be admitting to some type of a crime. Like you'd have to find the money. How are we going to find the money? Like they don't even know. I mean, $30,000. Like I just remember thinking, one, they're not going to indict these people. Two, they're not going to indict Wilson because he's already got 19 and a half years. He's going to die in prison. He's like 64, 63. I forget how old he was, but he just started his sentence. Like he's not getting out. They're not going to give him more. What are they going to, how much more time are they going to give him? He's never going to make it. Anyway, so I remember when he said that, it kind of went through my mind, and I thought, no reason to say something. Like there's no reason for me to say anything. And so I went to bed that night, thought about it a little bit, and thought, it's nothing. A week went by. 2 weeks went by. 3 weeks went by. 4 weeks went by. So about a month later, afterward, I had been waiting for my lawyer to send me my transcripts because I'd written a memoir. But I hadn't published the memoir. I had a manuscript. And I wanted to add, because you got to think my memoir ends with me getting 26 years and going to prison. Like that's it. So I thought, hey, I want to add a chapter about me getting 7 years knocked off my sentence. So I wanted to include some of the transcripts, some of the stuff that was said, and I wanted to be able to use the transcript. And my lawyer said she'd send them to me. Well, at this point it'd been 2-3 months, right? a month, but it also only been a month since I talked to Wilson. So I call my lawyer at the time and I said, hey, listen, did you ever get the transcription? She goes, oh, Matt, I'm so sorry. I was going to get those. I'll get them. And I'm sorry. And I'll take care of it. And, okay, cool. And I remember I was about to hang up the phone and she goes, so what's going on? I go, what do you mean? She said, anything happening in there? And I remember thinking, that's weird. It's weird that she would say that. Like, she never wanted to talk to me before. She's not even my lawyer anymore. Like, what do you want to talk to me now for? When the case was happening, you didn't want to talk to me. So I went, no, nothing's happening. She goes, are you sure? She goes, nothing going on. I went, no. I said, you know what? Something did happen the other day. Listen to this. And I tell her about Wilson. And she goes, hold on a second. And she looks him up on the computer and she comes back. She goes, oh, wow, this is a bad guy. And I just remember thinking, because, I knew what he'd done, but I didn't think of him as a bad guy. He was gruff, he was abrasive. My mom would have described him as abrasive. She always described my dad as having an abrasive personality. So he was abrasive, but I didn't think he was like a bad person. Of course, he didn't steal any money from me. So no big deal. I sat there. I was like, okay. And she goes, oh, wow. She goes, you know what? Let me make some phone calls. And I was kind of like, all right. I mean, yeah, but I don't think they're going to do anything for me. And she goes, well, let me make some calls. I said, all right. I don't think anything else about it. A week later, one of the correctional officers comes up to me and he says, hey, Cox. And I go, yeah, what's up? He goes, you got to go to SIS. SIS is like their internal security for the prison. I went, okay. He said, next move. So they have controlled moves where they open the doors and let you go to someplace else and then they lock them again. They give you like 10 minutes to get somewhere. So I was like, okay. And he said, all right. And so 10 minutes later, 20 minutes later, the doors open. I go to SIS. I knock on the door. They open it. They go, come in here. And I said, okay, what's up? And they go, sit down. The lieutenant asked me to sit down. This guy was such a prick. He goes, sit down. I walk in. I'm like, yeah, what's up? And I'm thinking, oh, fuck, I'm in trouble. What did I do? And he goes, hold on a second. He picks up the phone and starts calling. And I remember just thinking he's making a phone call. And he's like, right? Yeah, I got him right here. Okay, here, hold on. Boom. He goes, you got to talk to this guy. I go, hello? And the guy says, it's a Secret Service agent. He goes, this is Secret Service agent Griffin. Is this Scott Griffin? I forget his name, first name. This is Secret Service agent Griffin. And I was like, whoa. I was like, hey, what's going on? He said, I understand you know where Ron Wilson has hidden money, Ponzi scheme money. And I went, I do. I said, it's not a lot of money. He goes, well, how much? He goes, well, where is it? And I went, whoa, wait a second, bro. I said, the government's already tried to fuck me out of one reduction. So I said, I'm going to need something in writing. So he goes, okay. He said, listen, he goes, take my email address down. So I write down his email address. And he says, put me on your core links and I'll get back with you. I'll get you something in writing. I go, okay. So anyway, this takes another week or two for him to get something in writing. And basically what he gets in writing is it says that the U.S. attorney agrees that if I provide them information that leads to the either the indictment or to an indictment or the recovery of a substantial amount of money, they will consider it substantial assistance. Now, they're not going to promise you anything. They said they'll consider it substantial assistance and reduce my sentence. It was the best I was going to get. So I end up emailing him back and I go, okay, that's cool. And I remember I printed that thing off like 5 times, stuck it in like 4 different places so I would never lose it. So this is a letter from the Secret Service, which has copied me on a letter from the U.S. Attorney's Office. Like, that's as good as you're going to get. Anyway, what ends up happening is they say, look, we want to know what's going on. I said, okay, here's what I know. And I told them what I know, what he told me. This is what he told me. I said, but it's not millions of dollars. It's like 150, it's under $200,000. Like, it's like 180,000 at most, maybe 150. And I said, most likely these people are going to just deny they have it. So I don't know what to tell you. And they were like, well, we have some questions. And then they start asking me questions about Wilson. Like, can you find out this? Can you find out this? So now I'm walking around the compound with this guy, probing him with questions. Now, it's not hard because he's a talker. He likes to talk, tell stories. And I would just ask him about this or ask him about that and then sit back and wait. Sometimes you sit back and wait and you walk around the track for 45 minutes or an hour and he never broaches the subject. He never gets to what I wanted to know. Sometimes I'd say, hey, whatever happened with you told me about this person so-and-so? Like, what happened? Did they get arrested? He'd go, nah, I told you they didn't get arrested. Look, all that guy ever did was, and then he'd tell me everything he did. And then I'd go back and say, this is what he said he did. Like, that doesn't sound like, you guys are asking this, and this is what he's telling me. And then they would come back and say, do you feel like he's lying to you? And I'd say, no, I don't think he's lying to me. Like, he's already here. He's locked up. He knows that this government doesn't want to give me anything. So there's no benefit for me to cooperate. He doesn't believe so. I didn't even believe there was a benefit to cooperate. Like, I don't think they're going to indict this guy. He's going to die in prison. And I don't think that his wife has given up any money or his brother. Plus, they don't have any money. Like, you understand? It was the letter was written in a way that easily allowed the government to say, well, yeah, we collected $200,000, but we don't consider that substantial. We don't consider that a substantial amount of money. And we're not going to indict anyone. So those two things right there, like either one, I don't get a reduction. Anyway. So I walk around with him. This goes on for, I swear, 3 to 6 months. Back and forth, back and forth. Well, they eventually call in Wilson's wife. She goes in and they ask her, do you have any money? We have reason to believe that he gave you money. She says, no. He never gave me any money. I don't know what you're talking about. I would give you the money. Okay, she leaves. The next day, the wife shows up. Now, keep in mind, they call the brother and ask the brother to come in. He's supposed to show up at, let's say, 4 o'clock with his lawyer. Like at, let's say, 10 o'clock in the morning, the wife shows up, walks in with a big ammunition can. Remember the ammunition tins that he had buried. Walks in with one, puts it on the table. It's got 150. No, wait. It has like 300,000 in cash, plus a bunch of silver and gold bullions. Is that wrong? Was it the combination? No. Yeah, it was like 300. It was $350,000 in cash and bullion. So I don't know if the cash was maybe 200,000 in cash plus a bunch of gold bullion. So she brings in about 350,000. Later that day, his brother comes in. He walks in with 150,000 in cash, and boom, throws it on the table. Wanted to let you know this is what he gave. He gave me this money, and the guilt's been eating me alive. And so before they even ask him, he just knows it's coming. So he just brings it with his lawyer. Well, they end up. I remember. So I remember. Well, all this happened, right? And I'm emailing the Secret Service agent. I'm like, "Hey, what happened?" And they're like, "We can't tell you what happened." But they did come in, and I promise you, it's basically, he says, it's going to be devastating to Wilson. And I was like, oh, wow. They must have shown up with the 150, 200,000 in cash. I didn't know it was $500,000. So what happens is I'm walking around. So one day I'm out walking, and I see Wilson. Hey, Cox. And I remember thinking, oh, shit. This old man's I hope my name didn't come up. So he had talked to his lawyer. I knew he was trying to call his lawyer. He'd gotten an email from his lawyer saying, call me tomorrow or something. And he'd called him several times, but he wasn't picking up. So one day he's like, Cox. And I look over, I'm like, oh, fuck. What? I hope this old man's not going to come up to me. You motherfucker. Something like, I don't know what's going to happen. And so he walks up. I go, yeah, what's up? And he said, you're not going to believe this. He said, my wife is soon to be ex-wife. He goes, my wife walked in, she turned in $350,000 and my brother came and gave him the 150. And I go, 150? Thought you said he had 20 or 30,000. And he goes, I know. I didn't think I could trust you. So I didn't tell you how much it was. And I was like, oh, okay. Your wife had how much? I go, man, that's $500,000, bro. And he was like, I know. He said, they're gonna indict me. They're gonna indict me. I said, they're not gonna indict you. It's probably just they gave him the money back. Probably nothing will happen. He said, I don't know. Listen, probably a few weeks go by, and he calls his lawyer, and his lawyer says, boom, they indicted you. They indicted him, and they indicted the wife and the brother. And so maybe a week later, he's on the pack out list to be moved. And I remember he came to me and he said, they indicted me. I went, no. Now, keep in mind, I'd already heard this from the Secret Service. Secret Service had already told me, hey, we indicted him and his wife and his brother. So he comes to me one day. And it's funny, too, because it wasn't like the same day. Like, it was a few days later he comes to me. So I know I'm walking around for 2 days like, when's this motherfucker going to come talk to me about this? I'd see him. I'd say, hey, man, how's it going? He'd be like, oh, it's fine. How's it going? Like, comes to me one day. He goes, Cox. And I go, yeah, what's up? He goes, you're not going to believe this. I said, what? He said, they indicted me. I went, oh my, are you serious? Man, I really didn't think they were going to indict you. And he's like, yeah. And they indicted my wife and my brother. And I was like, fuck. He was like, yeah, I'm done. I was like, fuck. And so we're walking around and he goes, what do you think I should do? And I go, you should go to trial. Because I thought if he went to trial, they'd call me to testify at his trial. And then they'd have to give me a reduction. So I'm like, how horrible is that, right? Like, I'm like, because think about it, if you go to trial, there's no way they're not going to give you a reduction. So I'm like, yeah, you need to go to trial, bro. You need to go to trial. Fuck these guys. Don't you take any shit. You make them spend some money on you. I mean, what do you care? And he's like, yeah, I don't know. I think maybe I should just go in and just plead guilty and just take whatever they get, throw myself on the mercy on the court. And I'm like, man, fuck those motherfuckers. They gave you 19 and a half years. He's like, I don't know. Wait. So yeah, whatever. A couple days later, a week later, I forget, maybe a few days later, he ends up on what's called the pack out list, which is your it's like pack out your stuff, and show up at R&D, which basically means it's a transfer list. Like you're moving. They're bringing you back to court. So he packs his stuff up. They grab him and they move him to South Carolina. And I remember before he was leaving, he was like, I don't know how long I'll be there, but I'll see you when I get back. And I remember thinking, you're never coming back here. Like, he can't. Like, because I knew when he got back to court, he would get his discovery, which is all of the documents in your case. Like, this is what we have against you. And I knew he was going to see that I was the person that gave them the information to indict him. So when he's leaving, he's like, well, hey, I'll be back in a few months, 3-6 months. I'll be back. I'll see you when I get back. And I was like, yeah, of course. But I'm thinking, yeah, I'm never seeing you again, bro. Like, you're not coming back from South Carolina, not here, because I'm here. They're going to put what's called a management variable on you. It's like a separation agreement. Like, these two guys cannot be at the same prison. So he gets moved. He's obviously been re-indicted. He gets sentenced. Once he's sentenced, and I'm waiting. I'm waiting. This funny thing is, by this point, there's actually a newspaper article that says that Wilson had confessed to hiding Ponzi scheme money to a fellow inmate. Now, they didn't mention my name, but that article starts going around. The other thing around the compound, so people are like, God, can you believe that? I'm like, that's fucked up. Who would do that? That's just wrong. Anyway, the other thing Wilson did was he got the discovery and realized it was me, of course, and sent a letter back to his old cellie, who's a guy that we called, I think they called him Randy Savage. because he had he had white hair. He looked like Randy Savage. Anyway, which is an old school wrestler. So I forget. I think that's the name they called him. So I remember people started coming up to me. Some guy came up to me and said, "Yo, bro," and I was like, "What's up?" They said, "What's up with Wilson?" I was like, "What do you mean? He got indicted?" They're like, "Yeah, but he wrote a letter back to his old celly. He said that you fucking cooperated against him." I was like, "Are you serious?" I was like, "Boy, that's fucked up." And they're like, "Is it true?" And I'm like, "Of course it's not true." And they would just look at me, but that I'm sitting there like, "No, it's not true." Like, go fuck yourself. Like, we're not having this conversation. Because these guys are all gossipers. They just want to get some information, then take off and go tell everybody. Like, "Hey, bro, you can trust me." Stop with that shit. So, this happened like maybe 2 people have said something to me. But keep in mind, too, there's only a small group of guys. Like, you click up, so you have a small clique. Anyway, I remember being at commissary one day, and now a guy comes up to me and tells me, "Hey, Cox." And I said, "Yeah, what's up?" And he goes, his name was Marty. Marty comes up, he goes, "Cox," he goes, "Listen, first of all, I'd like to let you know, I don't give a shit. I don't care what you did. I'm just curious." And he goes, "Wilson, I know Wilson was cooperating against his co-defendants. Wilson would have cut your throat. I don't care. Fuck him." He said, "But he wrote a letter back to his old celly that says that you cooperated against him. I'm just curious if you did it." And I went, "No, what are you talking about? That's crazy." So I was like, "No." I was like, "Where is his old celly?" Anyway. So, and he's like, "Oh, he's over there," or whatever. So I end up going to his old celly. And I walk up to him and I go, "Hey, what's going on?" Rick, or whatever his name they called him. And he's like, "Yeah, what's up?" He goes, "Oh, hey, Matt, what's going on?" Like, it was real. "Oh, hey, Matt, what's going on?" I said, "Oh, how's it going?" He goes, "Oh, it's going good. It's going good." Now, keep in mind, this guy's wife had moved like across the country and bought a house like next to the prison so she could keep visiting him. And he's like in his 60s. And he's getting out in he's still got like 4 or 5 years, something like that. So I walk up to him. I said, "Oh, how's it going? How's it going?" He's, "Oh, it's going good. It's going good." I said, "Oh, okay." I said, "Listen, bro." I said, "If one more person comes up and tells me that you've been showing this letter that Wilson mailed to you," I said, "I'm going to go in to the lieutenant's office and I'm going to explain that you're showing this fucking letter, trying to get me fucked up. I guess you're trying to get me stabbed or beat up or something. I don't know." And the look on his face was like, holy shit. And I said, "Here's what I do know, is that they're not going to transfer me from this prison because I have a management variable on me. I can't be transferred." Now, that's not true. But I know he already thinks the worst of me. And I told him, I said, "I'm actively working with the FBI on a case." I said, I worked on the case on Wilson. So they're not transferring me from this facility. I said, "So when I go and I tell them that you've got this letter and you're showing people," I said, "they're going to fucking transfer you to FDIC Baghdad." I said, "And I know you're never going to see your fucking wife again." I said, "One more fucking person." And he looked at me. I said, "Are we good?" He's like, "We're good. Nobody else is going to see that letter. We're good. We're good." I said, "Okay." And I turned around and walked off. So, with that said, Wilson was indicted. He was resentenced. And when he was resentenced, he was sentenced to 6 more months of prison. So his 19-and-a-half-year sentence went to 20. 6 months. His wife and brother ended up getting community service. I think his wife, because she had lied to the FBI. They were both charged with obstruction of justice. I think his wife got like a year. I think his brother got like 50 hours of community service or 100 hours of community service, and that was it. Like nothing. Like they're not even felons. And I remember thinking, fuck. Like they're not even going to, like I'm not getting a reduction because nobody got any more prison time, really, except for Wilson. And I was like, damn. And I was right, because what happened was 3 months went by, nothing. 4 months went by, nothing. My lawyer is calling the U.S. attorney. They're not answering her calls. So I go to Frank and I explain this whole thing to Frank. I said, Frank, bro, this is what happened. And keep in mind, Frank knew the whole time I was cooperating. And Frank was like, document this, print the email out, print this out, document this, write down a log, tell them what you said, tell them this, tell them that, do this, do that. And I was like, okay. So I'm doing everything Frank says to document everything. Frank's like, do you have all the documents? And I go, yeah, I got everything. He said, okay, we're going to file a 2255. He said, I'll get you, he goes, we'll get you the time off. I was like, okay. Frank files a 2255. It goes up to the court. Says, hey, I did this. I've been working with the government. The government promised me this. They promised me that. And the government comes back and says, that's absolutely untrue. We don't even know what Mr. Cox is talking about. We will look into it. But Your Honor, at this point, Mr. Cox is time barred. And as I mentioned in the other video, you only have 1 year from being sentenced. From your original sentence, you have 1 year to file a 2255, or you're what's called time barred, which means you can't file anything else. Your sentence is permanent. Now, there are ways to get around it. And Frank's way of getting around it was saying that the government asked me to do something that helped reduce my sentence. And as a result of that, it reset the time bar. So now that typically doesn't work. But it had also been a year since I had been resentenced. So he also used that. Hey, this guy was resentenced, so the time bar was reset. Second thing was he was approached by the government and asked to cooperate and told he would be getting a reduction. Anyway, the government came back and said, we don't know anything about this. And that doesn't matter anyway. He's time barred. So they're now denying that they've had any kind of agreement with me. So what we do is we, of course, file the letter. We file a rebuttal to their motion or to their reply. We file a rebuttal and we explain the whole thing. And then we end up sending that. I want to say and I could be wrong. I think we either included it in the motion or we sent it to the judge. The judge turned around and the judge came back and said, I'm denying your motion, but there's something called you have to get a certificate of eligibility, meaning you're certified to appeal the judge's decision. Judges hate that. Like if a judge says this is the way it is, and then you appeal it, your judge is pissed. Like you should have just accepted my decision. So you have to get you have to get this certificate of appealability by another judge, by like a magistrate judge has to say, yeah, he can appeal this. Well, and by the way, there's like a $500 fee, which I don't have. So my judge says, I'm denying it because he said, I don't have the right to make this decision. Like I don't have jurisdiction. He goes, but I'm going to waive the $500 fee and I'm waiving the requirement of getting a certificate of eligibility. And I'm basically fast tracking this to the appellate court and asking them to make the decision. Now, here's the thing. There's subtleties in the law and the way judges do things. That was all but saying to the prosecution, I believe this man, this inmate or defendant deserves to get a reduction, but I don't have the authority to do it. Now you have to go to I have to go to my judge anyway to be denied to go to the appellate court. And I felt he did have jurisdiction. But if he agrees, you're right, I don't have jurisdiction, because that was part of the government's argument. You don't have jurisdiction. It's very clear in the district, the federal district that I'm in, it's very clear that a judge doesn't have the right to reduce your sentence, that only the government can file a motion. The judge can't really force them to do it. Now, it's questionable but the government said it's clear, and the judge obviously didn't want to make that decision and have to go through that whole thing. So what he did was he said, I'm going to let the appellate court make the decision. But by waiving the $500, waiving the certificate of eligibility, he was saying, if I could make this decision, I would. Like, one, I think I would like to, but I can't. And two, I think he deserves something. He's already saying, I think he deserves something, because he's saying, let the appellate court say it. I can't say it, but let the appellate court say it. And he's fast tracking me to get that answer. So that's all but saying to the government, I believe this guy's right. So the government comes in immediately and says, and files a sentence reduction. They file what's called a Rule 35. Immediately they file a Rule 35. And I remember we got it on like a Wednesday or something. So we get it on a Wednesday. They filed it on a Monday. We get it on Wednesday. So what they said to the judge is, we're filing a 1-level reduction. And that 1-level reduction would have reduced my sentence by something like, I don't know the exact amount, but I think it was like 15 months. So it would have been like a little over a year. Maybe it was 14 months. Like, it was barely a year off my sentence. And I brought it to Frank and I was like, fuck, they filed it. Because our whole argument was, we're making you file it, but we can't make them give us a certain reduction. We can argue, but not if it's already ruled on. If the judge already rules on it, then it's too late for me to argue I need more. So, what happens is I go and I bring it to Frank and I go, fuck, they already filed it. And Frank goes, all right, hold on a second. Get John, get Jimmy and Tom. And like, he immediately starts barking orders like a little general. And so these guys show up and he sits there on a piece of paper and scribbles out a motion. It scribbles out like a 1-page motion asking the court to not rule on the sentence reduction. That I'm asking for my right. My right is to provide evidence of what the reduction should be, but after the fact, I can't do anything. So he asked for the court to immediately cease all activity, I forget what they call it, and asked the court to order an evidentiary hearing so that I can provide evidence in front of the court so that they can make an informed decision on how much of a reduction I should get. So we send that motion in. They get it by Friday. So the judge hasn't ruled. I remember being terrified the judge had already ruled. I felt like the judge was going to get it and sign off on it. Like, my judge typically, he's efficient, unfortunately. He doesn't wait. Things don't sit on his desk for 2 years. Like, this guy gets a motion, they read it, and they make a decision within days. Well, what happens is they get it on Friday. So they put the motion in on Monday. They get our response on Friday. And the judge immediately says, I'm ceasing all activity, and I'm asking for I'm appointing an attorney. So he gave me an attorney and ceases all activity, including my appeal. By the way, at this point, I've appealed. I'm filing an appeal. So the government gives me a lawyer. The lawyer, which was in Atlanta, I was I was in Coleman, which is a mile north of Tampa. She gets on a plane. She flies down to Coleman. She comes and meets me. Her name was Leanne something. Anyway, so I meet with Leanne. And I remember I go into Leanne and I said, I talked to her, and it was almost a replay of the exact conversation I had with Esther Panich, which was my other lawyer. She came, she sat down in the attorney-client visitation room. We sit down. She says, listen, I read your motion. She said, it was very well written. She goes, I don't think legally it's appealable, and I don't think that you're going to win it. So I think you should take the 1 point the government is offering. And I said, well, I don't want the 1 point. I want to provide evidence that I deserve 4 points off. No, I said 5 point. I deserve levels. I go, I deserve 5 levels off. And she said, they're never going to give you 5 levels off. I said, well, I want 5. And she said, I said, I'll take, like, I remember said, I go, Frank said to tell you that I will take 4 levels, but we need to argue for 5. And she goes, who's Frank? And I go, Frank's the guy that wrote all my motions for me. She goes, you didn't do this? I said, no, I didn't write any of this. I said, Frank wrote all these motions. And she goes, okay, who's Frank? And I go, well, Frank's a disbarred attorney who's mentally incompetent. Like, the state of Florida has legally deemed him mentally incompetent. And he's locked up here. I said he's a rapid cycling bipolar with features of schizophrenia that is here because he embezzled like $200 million from the federal government. And she sat there and she goes, he embezzled that much money? I went, yeah. I said, I said, but he had a reason. She goes, what's that? I said, well, he's planning on taking over the world. He was using the money to take over the world. And she goes, are you serious? I said, I'm absolutely serious. She goes, that's crazy. I said, he's absolutely insane. I said, but he got me this far. And she went, you don't have a chance. If you go forward, you don't have a chance of winning. And I went, really? And she goes, yeah. I said, then why are you here? And she goes, what do you mean? I said, well, why are you here? I said, if the government could so easily crush me, why haven't they crushed me? You're here because the government is negotiating with me. They've already filed the reduction. We're now just arguing over how much of a reduction. So I've already won. It's to the degree that I've won that is now up for discussion. They wouldn't have given me the 1 level if they could have won so easily. And she was like, okay, and you're taking the advice of a guy who is, she said, crazy. And I went, yeah, absolutely. I said, but all the lawyers on the street that I spoke with told me I couldn't get this far. I go, this is the 2nd reduction that this guy's won. Let me tell you the odds, and I know I said it in the other video, but it's worth saying again. For every 3,500 2255s that are filed by inmates, 1 receives a reduction. 1 receives, not like a sentence, but they call movement or, that something happens. 3,500 of these are filed that are denied. They get nothing at all. And that 1 doesn't necessarily get his sentence reduced. That 3,500, they may get some kind of a reduction in their sentence. They may maybe they get let out of prison, or maybe they simply get their case heard and their sentence is simply reinstated. They get nothing. But they would say that that's movement. Like, I got something. I got movement in the court. There was something happened. May not have been the result you wanted. That's 3,500. So my chances of getting a sentence reduction on my first one was 3,500. My chances of getting a reduction on my second one is 3,500. This guy's now gotten me 2 reductions. Now we're just arguing over how much. So I tell her, look, Frank said I will not accept less than 4 levels, but let's ask for 5. She just shakes her head. She's like, that's insane. She's like, but okay. She goes back to Atlanta, files a motion saying, she just goes and she meets with the U.S. attorney. U.S. attorney says, absolutely not. She says, we'll give him 2 levels off. That's it. That's the most he's going to get is 2 levels off. And I said, she calls me. She tells me to call her. She said, look, the most you're going to do is 2 levels off. She goes, Matt, that's 23. It was like, I forget what that was. It was like 28. It's like 28 months off. Like, that's 28 months off. Like, you should be happy. Like, I'm like, happy? No, absolutely not. Listen, I'm so scared at this point. My heart's racing. Like, I'm terrified. I'm ready to take anything at this point. I'm terrified. And this has now been like a year and change that we've been going back and forth. We argue, we go back, forth, and I keep asking for the letter, so keep in mind the Secret Service filed what's called they requested the U.S. attorney reduce my sentence. And I kept asking for a copy of the request for that letter. I even filed a Freedom of Information Act requesting that letter. The government kept saying that, like, first they basically were saying we don't have it. There was no request. But I know there was a request because I know the Secret Service told me they made the request. So I know they're lying. And listen, so anybody that thinks, oh, the government wouldn't lie, you're fucking insane. These people lie all the time, especially to inmates, and also they lie to the court. They lie to the court all the time, which is ridiculous because you should have to go to prison. If a defense attorney lies to the court, they can get disbarred and go to the prison. If you work for the government and you lie to the courts, they don't do nothing to you. Nothing. Those people regularly lie. And so they lied and said, we don't know what you're talking about. So I filed for the Freedom of Information Act. So we're going back and forth. Finally, when they realized that they were going to give me, the Freedom of Information Act people were going to give me the reduction, the government comes forward and says, fine, here's what it is. Here's what they filed. And they give it to us. Shows 500,000. Listen, the Secret Service agent, Agent Griffin, I was almost embarrassed at the glowing recommendation that he gave me for a sentence reduction. Like, I provided a massive amount of information. I helped clean up this and clear up this and move the whole case forward, and that they had nothing on this guy prior to talking to me. I provided over 100 emails back and forth. I mean, he goes on and on and on. They would have never recovered this money. It just goes on like and they're absolutely, it's like 3-4 pages. So when we get that, finally the government comes back and they said 3 levels, or we'll take him to court. We can go to court and let him present his evidence. So I call up, I'm talking to Leanne, my lawyer, and she goes, okay, look, here's what they said. They said 3 levels. That's the most they'll give you is 3 levels off. That's it. And she said, so I'm going to go ahead and put in the motion to have the evidentiary hearing. And I went, no, I'll take it. She says, what do you mean you'll take it? She says, Frank said not to accept less than 4 levels. And I went, yeah, no. I said, no, you don't understand. I said, Frank told me to tell you that we wouldn't accept less than 4 levels. I said, we were always going to be okay with accepting 3 levels. I only wanted 3. I said, 3's great. We'll take 3. And she was like, I said, no, Frank just felt like if he needed you to fight for 4 and he knew we'd end up at 3. That's why we originally asked for 5 to give him something. So they feel like they've got to win at 3. But the truth is we always wanted 3. She's like, okay, all right, well, I'll call him right now. She called him, and I said, oh, and by the way, I don't want to go back to court. Like, I don't want to go back to court. We just have to agree on the language of the Rule 35 motion. Like, I don't want to have to go to court, bro. They put you in a fucking van. I mean, they move you in a bus. They have to drive you all the way up to Atlanta. You're in shackles the whole time. You're trying to eat a sandwich with shackles on. You're sitting next to some guy who's killed 16 people, and he's being moved to a pen. You know, it's horribly depressing and it's uncomfortable. It's an 8-hour drive in that bus. They have to stop here and stop here and stop here, and it's ridiculous. You know, so I was desperate not to be moved again. Then you could be up there for 2 months. You could be stuck in a hole up there in Atlanta, in the Atlanta prison. You could be stuck in what they call the holdover for months, waiting to go to court, get sentenced, and then go back. Like, it's hell, bro. They got little mice. Everybody says, oh, they got rats. They're actually little mice. They're kind of cute, but you don't want them living in your cell with you. Like, they're running around. It's fucking horrible. There's roaches. It's disgusting. And just boring as hell, because you leave your cell like they let you out, like, I think it's 3 days a week for an hour. So you get out and it's like, I can take a shower or I can use the phone, because you only have an hour and you're standing in line for everything. So you're talking about letting out 150 guys and there's like 6 showers. How do you take a shower? Like even if half the guys are waiting to take a shower, that's 75 guys waiting to take a shower. So, I mean, this is a horrible situation. Anyway, I didn't want to do that. So she argued with them and they were like, yeah, we don't care if he goes back. We don't want to see this guy. So we go back and forth. It still took another 3 months going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth till we finally agreed on the language of the Rule 35. So finally we send it to the judge. The judge signs off on it. And that ended up being what did I say? 3? No, I'm sorry.
3 levels?
No,
3 months.
it was 3 levels off, but it was 5 years. So remember I was saying the first level was like 14, then it was like 14. The next level was whatever, it was like 30 months off or something. The next level was like 50 something. It was like 5 years off my sentence. I forget exactly how it, but it ended up being like 5 years off my sentence. And I know I got some of the level, the math wrong on the months there, but it's, you know what I'm saying. It ended up being 5 years off my sentence. So Frank had already reduced my sentence by 7 years, and then he got me another 5 years off my sentence. The government fought the whole way. Now, the reason that the government didn't want to allow me to go to the appellate court is because had I won that motion, it would have been precedence, which means that other people, when they went to the computer, and they said, man, the government was supposed to reduce my sentence and they didn't do it. And they went on the legal computer and looked it up. And they looked up, sentence reductions. And basically, can you make the government give you a sentence reduction? My case would have come up. And it would have said that an inmate had been promised a reduction. The government denied it. And he then filed a Rule 2255 and forced the government to reduce his sentence. Like the court agreed that the government had the right to compel the government to file a reduction. So far, in the district, which I'm in, I think it's I'm in the 11th district. So far, in like the 11th district, you cannot make them do it. So they don't want that to become precedent. Anyway, I end up getting my reduction, 5 years off my sentence. Of course, I go to Frank. He's thrilled. He's doing his little chuckle. He's got a little chuckle he does. I told you. And then I remember he said, how much time do you have left? I was like, bro, I'll be in a halfway house in like a year. And he went, not enough time to get any more time. We don't have time to get anything else off. And I was just like, are you serious? Like, he's yeah, there's just not enough time. And I was like, yeah, I'm good, Frank. Like this guy. Anyway, so yeah, that's how Frank Amadeo got 12 years knocked off my sentence. And you can say, oh, well, you cooperated and that's how you got the time off. No. I may have given him, I may have given him the what to argue, like the conveyance or the vehicle to use. But, without him, I'd still be in prison right now. My sentence, my release date with good time was 2030. Without good time, my release date would have been 2035. Bro, like I'm supposed to be in prison right now. And had I not been lucky enough to be in the same prison as Frank Amadeo, I would be in prison right now. Like there's not, I can't even sit here and say, oh, I'd have figured something. No, you wouldn't have figured anything out. He was my last resort in that prison. He should have been my first choice. And he was my last resort. Now listen, after the first reduction, he was the go-to person. Like for me, he was, absolutely. Let's go see what Frank says. But Frank, in the last segment, I think we talked about how Frank had just reduced my sentence by 12 years. We're going to jump back. We're to basically Frank, kind of his law firm that he was running in the prison, which is perfectly legal, by the way. Like the Supreme Court has said that it is legal not to run a business from prison. There are a few things you can do as an inmate from prison to make money. And that is, as far as a business kind of is concerned. And one of those things is you're allowed to write stories. Inmates can write stories. They can write their fellow inmates stories. They can write stories, and they can sell the rights to those stories. They can't be an employee of like a newspaper, but they can sell things on a piecemeal basis. I'll give you an exact example. I have a friend named Seth Ferrante. He used to write for Vice magazine, and he was incarcerated, and Vice paid him a small budget to interview other inmates, and they put it in their magazine. They'd pay him, $200 a week for a little article about an inmate that he was in prison with. Now he's not being paid hourly. He's not being paid like a W-2 employee. This piecemeal. These are little assignments. So you're allowed to do that. You're all allowed to write a book, sell a book, get an advance for the book, get royalties. You're allowed to do things like that, but you can't like run like a CPA firm where people are sending you in their taxes and you're doing it and you've got a whole slew of guys doing taxes for you. You can't do that. But one of the things the Supreme Court has said is that because inmates have such limited access to the law and such limited understanding of the law, that inmates are allowed to help other inmates with their legal work. So when Frank was doing my legal work, it's perfectly legal for him to do that. Now, I can't pay him. I'm not allowed to pay him, but people do pay guys. I don't know of anybody that really paid Frank for his services. Now, I know that there are people that went out and hired an outside private investigator to do things that Frank was working on, and Frank would suggest that they use this private investigator, and maybe their family would pay that private investigator to go do private investigation work. I know he's done some stuff like that, but I don't know if Frank specifically receiving funds directly from anyone. Certainly never asked me for any money. In fact, and I think I mentioned this before, Frank actually paid for the postage for my stuff because I really didn't have any money at that time. I was writing guys' stories, and of course I was writing Frank's story. So because I was writing Frank's story, I spent more and more time with him. And one of the things about Frank and about the prison in general is that it was made up of 3 different large buildings, which were units, housing units, and each housing unit had 4 housing units within that building. So let's say there's 4 or 3 buildings, 3 housing buildings, and there were units within it. Frank was actually in my building, but he wasn't in my housing unit. I was in B4. He was in, I think, B3. And you're not really allowed to go from building to building, right? So I'm not really allowed to go into Frank's unit. But people do it all the time. They'll go in. You're not supposed to, but they go in and say, hey, they sneak in and the guard doesn't see you because the guard's in the office and he can't see the front door from the office. Or usually they'll close the door and they're practically falling asleep or playing on the computer. So, or sometimes you just ask the guard, hey man, can I go see Frank? They'll go, yeah, go ahead. So Frank would kind of hide out in his housing unit. The prison had actually given him an office because he was doing so many guys' legal work, which is comical because you really have to know the prison system to know how over the top insane it is that the warden would give Frank an office of his own to do legal work in that he had. That is so over the top. It's not inappropriate, but it's just unheard of. But still, people really can't come in the unit to see Frank. It's hard to get in and out, and they could get in trouble. So what Frank did was he would go out in front of his unit, and he was on the 2nd story, and he would come down the stairs and go outside. And there was an area that we called, I may have mentioned this before, we called Stonehenge. Stonehenge was a big circle, and it was a large, and I mean large, like it was probably 50 feet, 40 or 50 feet, from one edge to the other in kind of like a circle. And then there were 4 benches, or 4 tables with benches, concrete tables with benches, in a little kind of square in the middle. And then along the whole side of it were concrete benches. Well, really the concrete benches around the side of it made it look like Stonehenge. And it's funny because there was one in front of my unit too, and we called that Canterbury Circle because a lot of people don't realize that there's Stonehenge, and there's in another part of, I want to say England, there's actually another part that looks just like Stonehenge, but they call it Canterbury Circle. So it's actually very much looks like it was built by the same people, whoever did that. Whatever. I don't know. I'm not a historian. The point is, Frank would go out there and sit. He had certain nights where he would have like Spanish Tuesdays, and he would go sit down and he would meet with Spanish people in the prison, Mexicans, people from Spain, whatever, South Americans, and they would come and they would meet with him, and he had an interpreter that would interpret their whatever legal issues they were having, and then whatever he could do for them or couldn't do. And they said, listen, many times he would look at somebody's stuff and he would say, look, there's just nothing we can do. Like you've got 12 more years to do or 10 more years to do, and you're going to do them. So the problem is, Frank, a lot of times he would take on cases that he just shouldn't have taken. Like it was such a crapshoot. That's like, Frank, this is never going to happen. Like you're never, yes, but if we can do this and do this, and if oh, for God's sakes, like you could spend your time better working on someone's case who's got a chance. But, he wants to help everybody. Which I think partially is part of his mental issue, is that, he wants to be that savior, and in my case, of course, he was. So, I mean, who am I to say? So you got Spanish Tuesdays, and then he would come out like maybe he had 3 or 4 days a week. He came out, and it was almost like a schedule, right? Like he would tell everybody, I'm going to be out on Wednesday. I'll be out from 7:00 until lockdown, which is, I think, like 9, so come out there and meet me. And guys he would literally be sitting at the table, looking at people's stuff, going over their paperwork or taking notes. And he had someone there that would be, he would have someone there that would take notes for him. I mean, it really was like, if he wasn't wearing greens, because in Coleman, most federal prisons, they wear beige or tan, but in Coleman, you actually wear green, which is weird because it's like, why would you wear green? Why would you wear green when the whole purpose is that you don't want to if you could get out of the fence, you immediately go into the tree line. Now I'm wearing camouflage green. Like I'm gone. You're never going to find me. I don't know why they did that. It's stupid. Anyway, he's there. If he wasn't wearing green, you would think the guy was a lawyer. I mean, you would think you were at a law firm, right? And so guys were literally be standing there. There would be 5 guys deep, 6 guys deep, standing there with their, holding all their legal work, like waiting to talk to Frank. And I make fun of it because I was one of those guys. So it's not like I'm picking on them, because I know exactly how it feels. Like you got your transcripts and you got your stuff and you're standing there with like your file, like, Frank, can I talk to you real quick? So, this guy is your only hope. And so he'd sit down and Donovan and I and Pete, my buddy Pete, we would sit at the table directly behind him. Keep in mind, Frank had a bunch of drug dealers that are doing legal work for him. He teaches the legal research class. So he teaches guys how to do research on the legal computers. And he would have a group of guys that worked for him, right? Or, with him, whatever. He's not paying them or anything, but they would do research for people's cases because they wanted to, look, if you got 20 years and you're down 20 years, being mentored by someone who's got a law degree and is successful in prison and can teach you the law. Like you mentor under Frank for 2 years, you're basically a lawyer. And imagine the amount of criminal cases that are going through your hands, and really you're getting the equivalent of 5 or 10 years worth of experience by being under this guy. And so these guys are gladly donating their time. He would give them an assignment. They would go do the research. They would print out stuff. They'd bring it to him. He'd highlight it. He'd say, look up this case, read this case, tell me what this says. Like these are paralegals for him. Or associates. We used to call them Frank and his associates. So back to Stonehenge. Me, Pete, Donovan, and a couple other guys, we would sit in the table behind Frank, and I would just kind of listen to him. And Frank, it's funny too, because like my hearing's not great. I have what's called auditory and visual dyslexia, which means that if I can overhear a conversation 5 feet away from me, and I'm talking to you, I basically can't hear you either. Both that conversation and your conversation become blended, and I can't. It's like 5 people are trying to talk to me at the same time, and I can't understand any of them. Frank could simultaneously be discussing your case with you and hear our conversation and would make a comment. Every once in a while, he'd turn and say, well, Johnson versus the United States, or he'd turn around and go, Johnson versus the United States, he said, actually settled that argument. And that would have been, I believe that's 2012 Supreme Court. The case number is 55702. And he'd rattle it off and you'd go, this guy was just talking to this guy about his drug case. And now he's quoting Johnson versus the United States because he overheard us talking about a gun charge of some kind for somebody's case. Like, he could simultaneously hold 2 and 3 conversations at once. And and by the way, the drug dealer didn't have to stop talking. He could continue talking, and Frank could answer your question that he wasn't even a part of the conversation, and still pick up where you were, where you guys had left off. Anyway, my point is this. So I say that to let you know. So these are the conversations that we would have. And I would walk away going, this is insane. Like, had I not gone to prison, I would have never been able to be around these guys that were just brilliant. I mean, fundamentally flawed, but brilliant also. And and here's the thing. So Donovan, when Frank would take on your case, one of the things he would tell you is, and I may have gone over this, he would say, listen, here's the way this works. Your case is a plane, all right? So the process of fighting your case is a vehicle, which is an airplane. I'm the pilot. You are the passenger. You sit back. Now, you've told me where you want to go. I'm going to devise how we're going to get there. I'm going to execute on that. And I'm going to determine how we go about doing all of these things. I'm going to fly the plane. You're just a passenger. Do not try and tell me how to fly the plane. You don't know how to fly the plane. You're just a passenger. And guys, of course, they don't say anything like, yeah, of course, Frank, of course. And you have to understand that. So periodically, though, things happen, and guys would come to Frank and they would say, Frank, did you hear about Richardson versus the United States? Like, I think that pertains to my claim that the government framed me. And he would say, well, no, Richardson was this type of a case, and it was this district, and in that district that was overturned. But you're in the 11th district, you're not in the 5th district, and that doesn't apply to you. Now, maybe in a few years from now, so it may end up going to the Supreme Court. Maybe it becomes pulled into this case and is relevant to our district, but it's not. Right now, it's no, but Jimmy said, and he'd be like, okay, Jimmy, your roommate, who's a crack dealer, who's never had a job, he's a jailhouse lawyer, he's been locked up 2 years, who doesn't know what he's talking about, told you it does apply. Okay, Jimmy doesn't know. Okay, I'm explaining. And he would be nice, he'd be polite about it, but at some point, it's like, listen, we've talked about this for 10 minutes now. You don't seem to want to hear me. We're done talking about it. This is the avenue we are going with your case. This is how we will win. If you have a problem, I'll just give you your stuff back. And the guy would, he tried to be polite, but the guy was like, well, you don't understand, man. You're my lawyer. You're supposed to do what I say. And guys just forget the fact that he already told you not to do this. Not to go about trying to tell him how to go about doing it. So initially, it became known as Frank throwing someone out of the plane, right? Like we would overhear these conversations, and Donovan would say, he'd be like, Frank's about to throw this dude out of the plane. And it was kind of a joke, right? But at some point, and Donovan's so hilarious. At some point, Donovan kept adding, like Donovan would add to the scenario. He'd go, oh, no. Oh, he just opened the door, bro. He just opened the door. Oh, this dude's going out. He's going out. He's going out the door. He's going to throw him out. He's going to throw him out. And so, we'd be listening. Well, eventually, over the months of joking around, he ended up coming up with the scenario where he said, "This, bro, Matt, you missed it." And I go, "What?" He was, so and so, and I go, "Yeah." He came to Frank. Frank didn't just throw him out of the plane. He threw him out of the plane, and he threw him right into the turbine, bro. Yeah, threw him right into the turbine, right into the airplane engine, turbined him. He turbined him. That's what he did. He turbined. So it became known as being turbine, like, yo, Frank's got to turbine this dude. And that's what, like, that became a thing where we would laugh. I'd say, man, I'm going to go talk to Frank. He go, don't get Frank's in a bad mood today, bro. Don't get yourself turbined. And we would joke around about it. So it became a thing. So I say that to tell you that one time we heard, and I've mentioned this before. I have to. I don't know if I told this during this thing, but Colby said I didn't tell it, but I think I did. I'm going to tell it anyway. So one time Colby's arguing with this drug dealer about his case. And the guy's like, no, this, and he's trying to explain to him that this isn't the way it works, and you're wrong, and this and that, and this isn't going to happen. I'm sorry, this isn't working for you. And so he's going back and forth with his drug dealer. He gets manic, right? So he gets really manic, and all of a sudden Frank goes, if you continue with this, I will anthrax your entire village. And the guy looks at me and goes, village? He goes, village? He goes, Frank, I'm from West Palm. And he goes, West Palm then. And I mean, we were just busted out laughing. So, the guy, I don't know, I forget what happened. The guy backed down or whatever happened. The guy walked away. They didn't really I only saw one confrontation with Frank. I had heard about a few where, he would yell at somebody and somebody would, I remember there was one where this guy physically attacked him, and I was sitting right there when the guy like slapped him in his face, which is going to happen every once in a while. You forget that you're dealing with violent guys. And listen, I thought this guy was going to get killed. He slapped Frank in the face, and Frank stumbled back. And listen, this Jamaican guy jumped up and went towards him. The guy took off running. I mean, it was like there were 3 or 4 people that stood up immediately to move towards this guy. Like they would have beat that dude down for Frank. Anyway, and Frank immediately, it was so funny too, it's typical Frank. He immediately was like, no, it's okay. And Frank stepped over the line. I think he ended up saying something about the Bloods, and this guy was like a Blood or a Crypt or something. Frank made some comment about, that's what's wrong with you guys. That's why you guys, and said something insane that, was probably not that far over the line, but in prison, it was over the line, right? Like, you don't insult this guy's gang. With that said, I remember one time we're sitting there and I'm writing the story, right? Like I'm writing this story, and I remember talking to Pete about it, and we're sitting behind Frank. Donovan's there. We're sitting there talking. We're joking around. And I said, what's so funny about Frank talking about taking over the world? And Frank heard that, right? Like Frank's like sitting there talking to somebody and looking over their transcripts. He was probably like, whoop. And he goes, and I said, what's so funny about that? Is that, you say that and you joke around like, oh, yeah, this guy who's locked up in prison for 20 some odd years, he thinks he's going to get out and take over. He's going to get himself released early, and he's going to take over. He's going to build this massive company, and he's going to end up buying up all these companies with military applications, just like he was doing before. And he's going to build an army, and he's going to take over countries, and he's going to end up taking over the entire world. Like, how ridiculous is that? Like that, like this guy's delusional. And so we're talking about the insanity of that statement. And I remember going, thinking it's not that insane. Adolf Hitler attempted a coup in Germany, right? So he was the leader of a political organization. He attempted a coup. They tried to kind of march on Berlin and take over. And they end up getting shot at, arrested. He ends up getting thrown in prison. He gets out of prison a few years later, goes back to the Nazi party, right? The National Socialist, blah, blah, ended up being called Nazis. The Nazi party. And he ends up getting himself elected as chancellor and takes over all of Germany. This is a guy who's thrown in prison, gets out, takes over Germany, and he starts invading all of these countries. Like, this is a guy who took over all of Europe, okay, and part of Africa before he was finally stopped. So is Frank's delusion unreasonable? I'll give you another example. Another example is Benito Mussolini. I can never remember Benito, but Mussolini. Anyway, Benito Mussolini. Okay, same thing. Political coup, takes over Italy, ends up taking over Italy, joins forces with Hitler, and he's a part of the Axis, allies, and they end up. He's part of this whole thing. They take over all of Europe, right? So, same thing. Hugo Chavez, same thing. And by the way, Mussolini had been in prison. Okay, Chavez had been in prison. Somebody else, Fidel Castro had been to prison, got out, took over Cuba. There are so many. Joseph Stalin, prison, been in prison, ends up taking over, and helps create the Soviet Union. Listen, there are so many examples of political figures that are criminals, arrested, thrown in prison, get out of prison, take over the country or multiple countries or half the world. So it's not that unreasonable. It's insane, but it's not that unreasonable. So Pete and I we're having this. I remember we were having this whole discussion. Me, Pete, and I think Donovan was there. We're joking around and laughing about it. And Pete's going, "No, you can't." And he goes, "You can't. You're not going to write that in the book. You can't compare him to Hitler." And he was like, "The guy knocked 12 years off your sentence. You can't do that." And I was like, "Yeah, I'm telling you, I think that's a great comparison." So I remember Pete jumps in and says, Nelson Mandela. You can compare him to Nelson Mandela. And I was like, I'm not going to compare, because of course, Nelson Mandela, by the way, this is South Africa. He was held in prison for, I think, like 20 years, got out and became president of South Africa. And so he's like, listen, he's like, Nelson Mandela. I'm like, he's no Mandela. I'm not comparing him to Mandela. And I remember Frank ends up chiming in. So Frank's sitting at the table behind us, and he's hearing this whole thing. And in the middle of a sentence, Frank leans over to us and leans back, and he goes, "The Apostle Peter. He was imprisoned, and he got out, and he started the Catholic Church." And I remember saying, "Bro, you're no Apostle Peter, Frank. You're not the apostle." And I remember he kind of chuckled. He goes, he goes, "I'll remember that when I'm emperor of the world." And just like, and turned around and kept doing what he was doing. But I mean, it was just typical. We're snickering and giggling and laughing the whole time. Like, it's just a hilarious conversation. So, I remember that, I don't know how much longer it was, days or weeks after that I remember Pete came up to me and was like, and I have the guy's name right here. It's Charles Brown. He goes, "Hey," he goes, you remember Charles Brown? And he goes, Charles Brown? And I was like, I mean, maybe I remember him. I think so. And Pete kind of described it. I was like, yeah, okay. And he goes, yeah. He said, he said, "You remember him?" And I was like, yeah. He said, "So he got 30 years, right?" And I went, okay. And he goes, "Frank just got 20 years knocked off his sentence." 20 years knocked off his sentence. And I was just like, whoa. Not long after that, Pete comes up to me, and Pete tells me, or I don't even know if it was Pete or if it was Donovan or who it was, but there was a guy named, it was Dr. Jose, I want to say Casino. I'm sure I'm butchering the name. He was like, Dr. Jose Casino. He got 14 years, and Pete, or whoever had told me, I was like, right. He said, he goes, Frank just walked him up to R&D today, right? He got immediate release. So this guy got 14 years. A couple of years later, Frank gets him an immediate release. I mean, so, it's insane, but it really was like, okay, what do you do? Like, it's insanity. Admittedly, it's insanity, but he was also doing amazing things. At this point, like, I'm close to getting out. I'm probably a year or so away from It depends. It depends on how much time. If I got it, there's different factors, right? Like I was either a couple years away, or I could have been a year away. It depends on how much halfway house you get, that sort of thing. So I was, whatever it was, 2-3 years away from getting out of prison at that point. And I remember I had gotten a lot of information, right? Like I got the transcripts in on Frank. I'm reading through transcripts. I'm reading through. I had ordered the Freedom of Information Act. The problem with the Freedom of Information Act was a lot of times, even though I had Frank's permission, like he's signing, I have the signed documents from Frank releasing information to me from the FBI, from these different law enforcement, federal law enforcement, and private law enforcement, and state law enforcement agencies. A lot of them wouldn't give me any information, which was really odd because I've done a lot of Freedom of Information Act requests, and they just wouldn't give it. As a matter of fact, the CIA, I remember they sent me something, and it said that they would not confirm or deny if they had any information about Frank Amodeo. The FBI gave me limited information. Now, keep in mind, the FBI and the IRS did this massive investigation into Amadeo, and I barely got anything back from them. They acted like they didn't know who he was. There's no way they didn't have gobs of information. A lot of the information I was getting from the docket, where Frank had the information, and Frank had recorded information in the docket, the court docket, and I was getting that information released to me. Some of those were a variety of different things, either from transcripts to motions to some of them were affidavits by his co-defendants, affidavits from his wife, that sort of thing. But I remember, there were lots of things that I was like, I can't confirm. This is what Frank said, but I can't confirm this. I do have photographs of this. This makes sense. I read an article that says this, but of course it's even better if you can get it directly from the FBI, right? Or the CIA. Like that's like, oh, this is what they have. So and I remember one of the things Pete had said was, when you get out, you should blow this thing up into an entire book. Because I was getting a lot of information. I had a lot, I was writing, what I initially was writing on Frank was just a synopsis, right? It was just like a large article, maybe 10,000 words. I think it ended up being like 14 or 15,000 words, 12,000, something like that. And I was going to run it to write like an 8 to 10,000 word thing. But it ended up being like 12 or 14, I forget. So, and a book is 50,000 words, 80,000, 70,000, maybe 100,000 words. And I remember Pete was like, yeah, you got to get out. You know what you need to do? When you get out, you can interview these guys. He goes, you know who you need to interview? Kevin Billings. Kevin Billings had been the head of the CIA, or head of the Secret Service detail that protected George Bush, right? George Sr. And we have photographs of Kevin Billings with him. They're on Air Force One, all these different things. And I remember he said, and I got pictures on my website of Kevin Billings with George Bush, with Frank, with everybody. And I was like, why? I said, honestly, Pete, do you really think that Billings is going to talk to me? He goes, why not? I said, Billings was running he was running Tactical, which was Frank's private security company. Like Billings, and I'll get into this later when Frank when they try and take over the Congo, right? They try and pull off a coup, a political coup. Frank says it was a political coup. The Congolese are saying it was a military coup. I think they did have weapons. Frank says they had no weapons. Congolese says that they did have weapons. But anyway, like Billings, and I remember thinking Billings is not going to want to talk to me. Here's why. Billings was head of Tactical, and Tactical was owned by a guy who Billings knew was mentally unstable. And he's running a private military for this guy who is bipolar, who's got severe bipolar disorder to an extent that he's actually suffering from schizophrenia at times. And I was like, Billings isn't going to want to admit that he was a part of this. And he was also a part of some very questionable operations. You know, we're talking about kidnapping people from other countries. We're talking about going to another country and trying to pull off a coup. This is questionable. Anyway, and I just remember talking to Pete. Pete's like, well, what about this guy? I was like, well, that guy's the same thing. Like most of these guys, I was afraid were going to be very concerned about talking to me. And most of them were slightly concerned. I'll get into that later, what ends up happening with that. And I do talk to several guys. At this point, I want to jump back to Capital Genesis, which was Frank's business model. During one of our interviews, our discussions, I remember asking Frank about Capital Genesis, and he was telling me like the ultimate plan of how Capital Genesis would work, which was his concept of how to buy up all of these companies and have them work kind of, you know, with one another, be interconnected. And he's buying up multiple companies. And I've already explained what he's doing with the tax, with the payroll tax withholdings. Obviously, that's how he's siphoning off money to build a nest egg for, you know, to fund kind of his goal of world domination. In the most basic sense, Capital Genesis is a company that would work with other companies in order for all of the companies to become profitable, and kind of keep that profit within that organization, almost like a rewards program, let's say, where you join a bunch of different companies that, you know, all give you slight discounts to try and only buy your gas from Shell and only buy your cars from Ford and they all work together to give each other discounts to kind of keep everybody in that keep the rewards. And kind of make you a part of this organization that helps condense its profits so that all those companies can move towards a common goal. And that's a very simple way. So a lot of these companies are also working toward a common goal, which is building relations. And I'll give you an example. Frank had a group of people that worked in Mirabilis, and what they were doing was they would build a relationship with, let's say, the Brazilian government to take, I think it was corn oil, in order to make some kind of a biofuel, right? To come up with this company to take this product that they had a lot of that was virtually worthless for them, but they could turn it into a fuel. And they were investing in in a company like that. They worked with the Chinese government to come up with water distillery plants for these regions in China that are so far from water sources that they need to be able to have clean drinking water. So he kind of builds a relationship there. Another one that he had told me about, was probably the most disturbing one, was he was working with Russia to become partners in an assembly plant that used to assemble intercontinental ballistic missiles for the former Soviet Union. So he's trying to buy. Now they made airplanes. They were now assembling commercial jetliners, that sort of thing. And Mirabilis was trying to buy into that manufacturing plant or assembly plant. I'm going to manufacturing and assembly. I forget what he said, but basically they were trying to buy controlling interest in that factory. So if he could do that, then what happens ultimately is he has the ability to manufacture his own airplanes. Speaking of airplanes, this is also something that I think I've touched on, is that one of the things that Frank was doing, of course, he owns his own, private kind of a military group, Tactical, but Frank also at one point was trying, and this was actually the same thing. This was in like 2000, I want to say 2005. It was like roughly the mid 2005. And it's funny too, because I interviewed a couple of guys about this, because here's what I had to prove this. I had Frank telling me this is what he did, and here's what he did. He was negotiating with a company that helps facilitate the purchase of fighter jets. Like, I give you the actual fighter jet that he was doing or that he was trying to buy were F-15s. So, and here's the thing, like F-15s, F-16s, F-14s, these are planes that America sells to its allies. Like lots of our allies, like there have been thousands, I don't mean hundreds, I mean thousands of our allies buy F-15s, F-16s, F-14s. They'll buy them used from us. Sometimes they buy them, sometimes they'll go to McDonnell Douglas, and they'll arrange to buy, 50 of them or 100 of them, right? Saudi Arabia has them, Israel has them, and those are brand new. But you can also, when you have the Air Force is getting rid of some of these jets, they typically just chop them up, right? But you can also buy them. And what happens is they'll take 20 of them or 10 of them that they're saying, look, they've got this many hours on them. It's not worth us to keep them running. We'll sell them for private use. And these things fly at they fly at air shows. You'll see guys flying, F-15s, F-14s, F-16s, and they fly them around, because they wreck every once in a while. You'll see like a wreck at an air show. Here's what they do is, they fly them. They don't give them to them with the missiles. They don't even give them with any of the equipment. They go in, they gut them, they take out, they declaw them, I think is the technical term. What Frank had said was they declaw them. They take off all of the armaments. They even remove all of the software and hardware that are associated with them. So they rip out all the harnesses, everything. And then you can buy one of these things. So Frank told me he was in negotiations to buy a squadron of F-15s, not from the United States government. He was actually acquiring them through another company. Now, keep in mind, a lot of times they'll sell them, let's say, to Israel. Israel uses them for 10 years, and then they go to get rid of them. Like, they don't just chop them up. I mean, they kind of gut them and sell them. U.S. has gutted them and sold them. So this company goes out and they find them and they buy them. Now, what would you want a bunch of F-15s for? And I was like, well, Frank, I don't understand. You're trying to buy F-15s. And he was like, yeah. And I said, where would you even keep F-15s? And I said, and why would you want them? He said, well, you would want them for military use, but, and I said, well, I don't understand. They've been gutted. Like they're just jets that are, single and sometimes single and two-seater. You have a pilot and a co-pilot, jets. Like what? It's not like you can even fly people around in them unless you're going to just take them on a tour. And he said, no. He said, you buy the jets. He said the goal was to buy a squadron of them, keep them in Cyprus. Cyprus is known for doing insane stuff, right? Like Cyprus is basically practically run by the mob. They'll do pretty much anything. Money laundering, whatever you need done, they'll do. So he said, you go to Cyprus, and he was actually talking about relocating his entire company, the Mirabilis, to Cyprus, because you get tax benefits, very liberal banking laws, very liberal tax laws, and what Cyprus was willing to do is they'll let you keep these jets there. Then you have Russians, former Soviet military come in, and they'll put all the hardware back in the F-15s. You can now buy Soviet, Stinger missiles, Sparrow missiles, whatever missiles you need that are the equivalent to our missiles. You put all the guts back in them, and now you've got working F-15s, and you've got a squadron. You have a squadron of F-15s, you could take over Africa. So his whole goal was to do that. And I was like, okay. And I had photographs of Frank getting into a bunch of, I want to say they were like F-18s, right? Like pictures of him next to F-18, pictures of him in the cockpit of an F-18, climbing up the ladder of an F-15, talking to pilots, a bunch of people around. He's got a staff of people, a security detail from tactical that's standing around. I want to say Kevin Billings is in one of the pictures. So Kevin Billings was the head of tactical, which was his private military group. So he's there, So I asked him, I said, well, was that was that one of the F-15s that I saw you in the photographs I have of you with the fighter jets? And I remember he said, no, those weren't. He said, those were F-18s. He said, that was the company. That company flew an F-18 in, landed it at a private airport in Orlando. Frank goes there, meets with them. They brought him a bunch of brochures on the practice and their ability to acquire F-16s for him. And they had a whole conference as they were going out trying to acquire these. Well, here's what's interesting about that. So me hearing that from Frank, it's not that I don't believe Frank. It's that I want proof. Like I just want a second opinion. I want something. I've got photographs. I've got Frank telling me this. It wasn't until I got out of prison and I actually contacted this guy Woody, who's in here. So I contact this guy Woody. It's funny. Woody's name is he goes by, it's Woody Johnson. Anyway, so I contact Woody, and I actually met with Woody, and I interviewed him at a Dunkin' Donuts. I interviewed him, and I remember when I was interviewing Woody, he said to me, I said, we're having this normal conversation. I said, hey, I have a question, Woody. I said, what about these F-15s? I said, Frank told me he's trying to buy a bunch of F-15s. I was expecting Woody to say, F-15s? That's crazy. But that's not what he said. When I said, hey, Frank told me about trying to buy F-15s, Woody said, I had nothing to do with that. And I went, I'm sorry? What do you mean? And he goes, listen, he said, that was something Frank was doing on his own. I wanted nothing to do with it. I wanted no part of it. When he talked about it, I thought he was just in one of his manic modes. He would drop it, but he didn't. He ended up having these guys like that. They're flying in, bringing in brochures. Like he validated the entire story with Frank trying to buy these planes. I then, at another point, I talked to Yaniv, which was the former business partner of Amadeo, and Yaniv told me the same thing. Yeah, he was trying to buy the planes. I'm not sure where I asked him about Cyprus. He's like, yeah, I'm not positive about the Cyprus thing, but I feel like I heard that before. Like he validates the whole thing too. He's definitely trying to buy these planes. I was like, well, how's he going to pay for the planes? And I remember Yaniv said, well, he had money. Like he was always coming up with money. And that's the interesting thing about this, is that Frank's version of his story is that they were diverting the funds, and I've mentioned this earlier, Frank was diverting payroll taxes, and he was diverting them and using them for other purposes. Now, so when these guys are telling me, well, he was always, he had a lot of money. They never really knew the source. Oh, he owned a lot of businesses. He did. But these are businesses that are being kind of reshaped. And yeah, they're profitable, but they're not necessarily $20, $30, $40 million, $50 million to buy a bunch of planes profitable. They're not $60 million or $30 million for this and that profitable. These are companies that are pulling themselves out of bankruptcy or the threat of bankruptcy. Maybe there's been a few years, but that doesn't mean they're all making, $50 million a year at this point. What they are doing is Frank's withholding the payroll taxes, and he is putting them into funds, and he's diverting those funds. Now, Frank, when I got the documents and I read these documents, I remember Frank telling me that didn't happen. That yes, there was money being sent here and there, but he wasn't in charge of that money. Now, that's not what the government says. It's not what the government said at his sentencing. It wasn't what the government said at different court hearings. It wasn't what the government says in paperwork. Now, there are clear indications where Frank directed people to send money, and I don't mean like 100,000. I mean like millions of dollars here, millions of dollars here. Well, so one of the things he's trying to do is buy airplanes. Another thing he's trying to do is he's building these relationships with these companies. He's trying to invest in and working on investing on buying these properties at this time. Now, at some point, Frank ends up converting a lot of this stuff or a lot of this money to various different endeavors. There were multiple people working with Frank. There are CPAs, there are lawyers, there are CEOs of his company that have been CEOs and presidents of other companies, experienced directors that are being brought in and are working with him. One of those people is a woman named Edie Curry. There's a guy named Randy. There's Lori. There's several different people. Richard Berman. These are all people that are working with him. And one of the transcripts that I had read discusses it's when they got Edie Curry on the stand. So Edie Curry's version of Frank was, and his business plan was to take a lot of the IRS money and use it, kind of be an investor into some of these companies. So some of these companies, he's pumping IRS money back into the company. Edie Curry said specifically that she asked numerous times. She asked Mr. Bierman, she asked Mr. Holtz, these are CPAs and lawyers. She asked them, is this practice legal? And they said it was. They said it's absolutely legal, that what they were doing was all legal. And one of the things Frank was doing was Frank notified the IRS. Like, he wasn't lying to the IRS. He told the IRS, for this company owes you $30 million. This one owes you $15 million. This company owes you $45 million. Altogether, all of these multiple companies owe, at this point, who knows? I think it's by this point, it's probably $150 million that they're behind on payroll taxes. And what Frank's doing with that is he's trying to buy airplanes. He's backing political candidates. He's donating to political parties. He's doing all of these insane things. He's pumping money into real estate endeavors. One of the things he did was he ends up buying out Donald Trump out of Trump Towers, which was in Tampa. I've got an article on that where Trump talks about Mirabilis. He talks about Mirabilis buying him out of the company, of the development project Trump Towers in Tampa. So I may or may not mention that again. The point is that it's so funny. Like, you can punch in Mirabilis, Trump Towers, Tampa, Florida, and this article comes out. It comes up, and it's Trump talking about it. So, Frank's doing a bunch of stuff with a bunch of different money. One of them, of course, is buying up these planes and having them move to different places, potentially. One of the funniest things about that whole thing is when Frank would get into a manic mood. Keep in mind, his wife Claire knows that Frank's got problems. She knows what he's doing. She knows he's brilliant, but she also knows, more so than anybody, she knows that his ultimate goal, he thinks he's going to be like emperor of the world, right? And when things start going really good, Frank gets really manic and he starts talking crazy. So periodically she would call up some of these guys at the company, and she would say, listen, he just left. He's headed that way. He's going to be at the office soon, and he's absolutely manic. He's talking crazy today. He's talking about world domination. I don't know what's happening. She's calling Holtz, which is like one of the CEOs of the company. She's telling him this is what he said. This is insane. Oh, actually, he was a lawyer. I don't know what to do. And he's telling her, calm down. She's like, no, he's talking about invading countries. He's talking about invading the Congo. And Holtz is like, listen, Claire, Kevin Billings is perfectly aware of Frank's mental situation. Like, we've got it under control. We have it all under control. He's not invading anything. We're fine. We've got it under control. And, so everybody's aware of this, of what's happening. Frank's mental condition was not stable, is what I'm trying to say. Secondly, he had professionals that were Even his own wife and friends that were trying to say, this doesn't sound legal, what's happening with this money that you guys are withholding. And this wasn't like 3 months or 6 months. This was years that they're negotiating. And he's making payments to the IRS. So even though the IRS is like, look, you owe us $150 million or $180 million, whatever it was at any given time, he's able to say, well, we're making payments and negotiating down what we owe you. But then they were making payments. They made all their scheduled payments. So one of the interesting things about that is that, everybody's arguing about it. Is this legitimate? Is this legitimate? And it seems like that at some point the government would come in immediately and try and take these companies over. But here's the thing, hundreds of thousands of companies at any given time in the United States, there are hundreds of thousands of companies that are behind on their payroll withholding taxes. That seems crazy, right? Like, people don't realize this is something that happens in the behind the scenes. But let's say you're like, I don't know, waterbed warehouse, or like I said, you make these, you make coffee cups, and you've got 200 employees, and you get behind, or you need, your money is not separated correctly, and it's commingling funds, and look, it's absolutely illegal, but it happens all the time. And some of that money, and you go to make your payment to the IRS, and you don't have the money. If you notify the IRS, hey, I owe you this money, but we had a cash shortage, and we don't have the money right now. We'll double up next quarter. That happens. You're behind on your payroll taxes, but you notified them. And as a result, as long as you notify them and you catch up, it's okay. They understand that. You fill out a form, you send it to them. They go, oh, they're behind. People get behind. People get behind. People catch up. So getting behind doesn't mean the IRS comes in and says, we're closing the company. We're seizing this. They don't want to do that. You've got a couple hundred employees. They don't want to, you got 100 or 200 employees. They don't want to shut your company down or try and seize all your bank accounts. How are you going to pay your employees? So they don't want to do that, especially if you're being upfront and you notify them. And keep in mind, they're months, if not years behind on even catching up to anything. So these types of things happen all the time. So it wasn't unreasonable what was going on with them. What was unreasonable is the people that Frank surrounded himself with, allowing this to go on unchecked. They were trying to keep him mentally stable, right? Like his mood swings stable, his delusions stable. But I'm going to give you an example of something that happened one time. And Edie Curry talks about this, and I've heard Yaniv has talked about it, Woody talked about it. Multiple people have talked about it. It's in multiple transcripts, but Edie Curry, I remember, she was trying to explain to the prosecutor at one point in one of these transcripts that she didn't really think, she knew that he joked around about things, but she didn't really think he had an issue. She didn't think it was an issue that he was mentally unstable. But she does mention, she goes, there was one thing that was a little bit off. And they said, really, like, what was that? He did come into a boardroom meeting one time. He walks into the boardroom meeting wearing a Darth Vader helmet, sits down, and conducts the entire board meeting in the Darth Vader helmet. Nobody says anything. Why would they say anything? If you are a CEO of a company and you're making $350,000 a year, plus stock benefits, and a company that you think may be worth billions, you don't say anything. If you're a secretary that should be making $40,000 a year, but you're making $150,000 a year, do you stand up and say, listen, this guy is he's off his rocker. He's crazy. We need to get somebody in here. That's not what happened. What happened was they ended up hiring a psychiatrist to come in. They gave him an office right next to Frank's, and they paid him to basically be on call or in the office 40 hours a week. Full time. You have your full-time psychiatrist trying to keep this guy stable. That's it. That was the extent that they did. They went and they got a psychiatrist. Nobody thought, hey, I need to get out of this situation. I can't work for this guy. They didn't do that. So there's actually a character called Milton Crest. And it's a James Bond book. It was never made into a movie, but Milton Crest is one of the villains in one of the James Bond books. It's called the Heidelbrand Conspiracy, or the Heidelbrand something. I forget the name of the book, but he's like that character. He's like Mr. Big, right? Like he's one of these James Bond villains that is like, he's like a CEO, but he's also kind of a James Bond villain. Like it's super hilarious. And everybody around him is positioning themselves to make money and do his bidding because he's making everybody so much money. And that's really what it was like to be in in Frank Amadeo's sphere. He's trying to buy planes, buying factories. He's got his own private military, and that's what ultimately ends up happening. Is he ends up trying to take over multiple countries by doing this, and he's put himself in a pretty good position at this point. There's a guy named Simon Mann, which I haven't talked about. Simon Mann is a guy that owned a private military that actually used to be hired out to take over like African countries. So one African country would hire him out to help invade, kind of like in Russia. You've got the guy that Putin just had killed. He was in charge of, had his own private military, right? Kind of like Blackwater. These are guys that you send in and they'll help fight your war. They're mercenaries, and that's really what Frank had. He had a mercenary force ready to go, but he's also still trying to kind of schmooze his way in and take over these countries. And that's what really kind of happens in Africa. And at this point, Frank's got a good chunk of money set aside. I mean, I think he's probably close to $180 million of money that he has kind of set aside for money that was supposed to have been sent to the IRS for payroll withholding taxes. So he's got $180 million. And according to Frank, now I've heard other people say different things, but according to Frank, his company was approached, which is basically Tactical, the military company that Frank had founded. Tactical was approached by Dr. Oscar Kasala's campaign director. I think it was campaign director. So they approached Tactical, and part of why they were approached was that the director wanted Tactical to provide private security for Dr. Kasala. Now, Dr. Kasala was a Congolese-born citizen, right? So he was born in the Congo, which is the Democratic Republic of the Congo. It's what I'm talking about. It's a country in Africa, if you don't know. The DRC, or Congo, or whatever, the DRC, Democratic Republic of the Congo, they were about a year away from holding their elections. And the current president, who was, I forget his name, I'll mention it, I'll look it up in a second. He was president. He had been president for several terms. He had taken over the presidency from his father, which I'm pretty sure he murdered. Like that's Congolese politics. We're really African politics. Like this guy had like killed his father and taken over, something along those lines. And then the Congo had become a democracy, and he kept winning the elections. So this was the first time that the Congo was about to happen. This was in 2006. The Congo was about to have a real democratic election. NATO had come in and was kind of helping conduct these elections. And Dr. Kasala, who had been born in the Congo, but had moved to the United States and was a Harvard-educated doctor. So this is this is a Western educated person who has the right to run for president in the Congo. So like, this is the guy that the US wants to become president of the Congo. Maybe. Anyway, and sometimes they just want a dictator, a guy that's just brutal, that will back up anything the US wants. What happens is campaign director comes to tactical. They come to Frank. This is Frank's kind of version. I've heard that actually Frank had also kind of possibly could have reached out to Dr. Kashala, but since I wasn't able to talk to Dr. Kashala, I don't know. Regardless, they came in, they sat down, they had a meeting, and Frank said, listen, we'll not only provide security, we'll back your campaign, and we will run your campaign for you. All I'm asking you to do is base the new economy in the Congo off of capital Genesis. Now, Frank had a plan where he was going to go in and he was going to, so there's the Bank of, I want to say it's the Bank of Africa. There's like the Bank of Africa, which is in many of the countries in Africa, which is actually owned by, I believe, the Belgians. And it's actually owned by like a family in Belgium. And honestly, it's completely unstable. So what Frank was going to do, his plan, and how far he got with his plan, I don't know. He had some meetings. I'm not sure. But his plan was to come in and try and take over the Bank of Africa. The way he wanted to do that was, there was multiple layers to it. But well, let me explain first. What is Frank's interest in the Congo? Like, why would you want to go into what is essentially a poor country in Africa? Okay, here's the problem. The thing about the Congo is that it's actually a poor country, but not because they don't have natural resources. It's actually got the highest concentration of natural resources in the world, actually, of cobalt, uranium, titanium, magnesium, gold, silver. You get the picture. And they've got, it's like $4 trillion worth of these minerals that are located in the Congo. The problem is that the political situation, because of multiple tribes fighting the Congolese government and these constant upheavals or rebellions that they have, no country wants to come in and dump a ton of money into the area to build the infrastructure to go in and get to these minerals. It's just too unstable. Well, what Frank figured out was this, and here's the problem in Africa in general. You only have really two classes. You have the ultra rich and the ultra poor. And that's a problem. So what Frank figured out was, listen, here's what we can do. We could go into the Congo, and here's why they don't have a middle class. They don't have a middle class because it's difficult to have ownership of land, right? Like to build houses and own a house and keep that house and get a mortgage, because there's a large Muslim population in the Middle East and in Africa in general. And so the Bank of Africa, even if they wanted to lend mortgages, they can't securitize land and pay interest under Shiite law. So what Frank figured out a way where he could go in, build the houses, and have you live in the houses and make payments on the houses with no interest, but by charging additional money for the labor, wood, the land across the board, you could basically, in a real way, mortgage those houses without interest, but with the payments built in. Now, if the people did not do, because of Shiite law, if people didn't make the payments, you can't kick them out. You can't foreclose and take their property. But what you can do is you can recoup the property upon their death. So what's the worst that happens? You simply have to wait. You have an appreciating item, piece of security that you have to wait for someone to be deceased. But the idea of that being an issue really wasn't a concern because of the amount of money you could charge. The other thing is by going in and getting this $4 trillion and the amount of money that these people would be paid and the middle class that it would create because they could now have home ownership, the wealth it would create within that country, Frank and his analysts had determined would create a very large middle class society within a decade or so. But it would require a ton of capital investment. So the first thing to do to get that investment from the Middle East, by the way, which is where he was going to get that money. He's going to get that money from the Middle East. The way he thought about doing that was the first thing he has to do is go in, get Kashala elected. Secondly, he has to build a large private military that is loyal to Kashala. Right now, there are generals inside of the Congo, and each general has its own army that's loyal to the general. So it's unlike the United States, where if the president tells a general, I'm going to need you to move your forces here or there, they say, yes, sir. It's there. They serve the president at his behest. Well, that's not exactly how it works in the Congo. It's a discussion. Really, we need you to do this. And if the guy doesn't want to do it, he just doesn't do it. So it's a problem because you also have a police force that doesn't necessarily do what the president says. It's all done on political threats and political negotiations, and it's extremely corrupt. So if you get Kashala, who's an outsider, elected, and you bring in your own private military, then you could probably clean that country up enough to get investors to come in and invest to get this $4 trillion worth of natural resources, that a ton of which would go back into the country. Now, they're going to lose some of it, obviously, but it would at least stabilize it and create a middle class. You could have roads, you could have electricity, you could have clean water, you could have sewers, septic, you could have all the things that they don't have right now in abundance. So Frank had this whole plan. First thing is get Dr. Kashala elected. So he gets Kevin Billings. He gets Kevin Billings and Joe Robinson. Joe Robinson, by the way, has run several mayoral campaigns in Orlando. He also was, I believe, he was the head of the SWAT department for the Orlando Police Department, and so he's got a lot of experience in running campaigns and in military. And that's, you really have to run a campaign in Africa. You got to have some military experience and you have to have political experience. It ain't the US. So they go in with Kashala, and the first thing that they do is they start putting up billboards everywhere. They enter him into the presidency, they put in billboards, and the first poll that comes out of, I want to say, 50 or 100 people running initially, he ends up being, I think, 33rd, 32nd, 34th, something like that. I forget what Frank. It was in the low 30s. So they start really pumping the IRS's funds into this campaign. And TV ads, radio ads, billboards, people passing out flyers. Like they're putting money into this that African campaigns don't typically see. And very, very quickly, Kashala starts dropping. He goes from 30, 33 to 25 to 20 to 15 to 10. I mean, the polls are, he's really gaining. It's interesting because when Billings and Robinson go in there, they set up several different camps. So they've got like I want to say it was they have like the DRC, it was like the DRC Hyatt or Hilton. And they take like the first couple floors of that building and they're running their campaign out of that. And they've got a couple dozen security forces living there protecting Dr. Kashala. Because you have to understand the rallies are getting bigger and bigger. Out of the 50 to 100 candidates, they're falling out left and right. Like they're dropping out left and right. They realize they don't have a prayer. And it's consolidated down to roughly 10 at this point after 4 to 6 months. And Kashala, by the time they have this one rally, I remember it was like 40,000 potential voters in like a soccer stadium. It's massive. I mean, just this massive rally. And Kashala at that point in the polls was third. So he was third. The current president was number one, and the guy in second position was actually a general, and that kind of lets you know how things are run. In the DRC, they'll blow each other up. They'll kill each other. They'll put car bombs. Political rivals get murdered all the time. So think about this. Let's take one of our former generals, General Schwarzkopf. General Schwarzkopf, while acting as a general, could have never run for president. But the guy in the second position in the Congo at that time, in second place, he was a general. He had his own military. He had his own standing army, and he's running for presidency. And that's his current job as general. So you can imagine how tense the situation is. Anyway, I always remember Billings was at this rally, and there's 30, 40,000 Congolese, and they're screaming and they're chanting for Kashala. I mean, they're just it's just like Kashala, Kashala, Kashala. And he's given this speech, and it's just insane. While that's happening, you've got their whole operation being run from the Hilton. They have a secondary location that Billings has set up with about 30 some odd guys in like a compound that is 4 or 5 miles outside of the city limits, which is, loose to say the least. And he's got this group of guys there. So the president, which is in first place, his name was Joseph Kabila. Now, the general I was talking about was Jean-Pierre Bemba. I'm just going to go with General Bemba. General Bemba is upset because he can see the writing on the wall, and he sees that Kashala has jumped from like number 33 all the way down to number 3. He's Harvard educated. He's extremely sharp, and he's making him look very bad. The general's fear is that this guy's going to win. So Bemba was concerned. Now, this is the way it played out. Bemba's concern was that he says that Billings and Robinson were putting together a military coup, and that they were secretly planning on stealing the country's wealth. Okay? And the reason for this is that Billings had gotten his hands on plans for Amadeo. he'd gotten his hands on these mineral rights plans that had been done. So there's been extensive mineral rights surveys done. And Billings, according to Frank, through the correct channels, had actually gotten his hands on these plans, but apparently you're not supposed to have them, and that foreigners shouldn't have them. They're for internal use. Regardless, Billings and Robinson get their hands on them, and they're flying them back to the United States. Bimba had someone inside the hotel that learned that they had these plans, these surveys. So Billings and Robinson get on the plane, and I believe they got on the plane with the plans. And they're on the plane, plane's doors closing up, the plane starts to taxi, they're about to leave, they're very excited, and all of a sudden, the plane stops. They wheel the ramp back up, they see military vehicles stopping outside. Billings thinks, this ain't good. Robinson's like, something's not right. And next thing you know, they open the door, some military officers come on with a clipboard, and they call out both of their names. You know, you got Robinson, Billings. They walk up and they go, outside. Someone wants to talk to you. So they both get up, they go downstairs, they go on the tarmac. They tell them, we need your passport. They take their passports. They search them. And I believe this is the point. You keep in mind, you're talking about a dozen guys with AK-47 that are soldiers. And they search Billings, and I believe they search him at that point, and they find either they found it on him or they found it in his suitcases. Regardless, they come up with his Secret Service credentials. So to them, Secret Service, that's CIA. Like they don't know the difference. So they're saying, hey, you're CIA. He's saying, I'm not CIA. Like you've got these plans, you've got our these secret mineral rights, and you're CIA. And he's saying, absolutely not. We got these legitimately. Regardless, they take the passports, they bring them downtown, they hold them for a few hours, and they say, we're releasing you, but we're not giving you your passports. So they can't leave. They go back to the compound. Everybody is aware of what's going on. They've called back to Frank's team. Frank's team is currently making phone calls. They're trying to get them temporary passports so they can get on a plane and leave. They're very concerned. These are Bimba's soldiers. Bimba's soldiers just took your shit. So they're upset. I mean, they're concerned. They're trying to we got to get out of the country. They've got the surveys. They've got everything. They don't know what kind of charges they're going to trump up, but they left them. And so they're there with about 30 other guys, right? 30 of these, they're at the compound, which is, like I said, 4 or 5 miles outside of the city. They have these guys that are mercenaries. These are South African mercenaries and Nigerian mercenaries that are making up their contingent of security forces. And keep in mind, they've got another couple dozen security guys at the hotel with Kashala. So they're there, no big deal. They're there. They're trying to get emergency passports issued to them so they can get out of the country. And they go to bed, and at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning after midnight, one of their private military guys, which are mercenaries, come to them and say, listen, there are soldiers jumping the fences. General Bimba's soldiers jump over the fences. They rush into the compound with armored personnel carriers and troop transports. They come in, they rush in, AK-47s drawn. They immediately take over and arrest all of Tactical's guys. Now, it's funny, Frank has always said that, these guys weren't armed. Billings says they were armed. Billings says these are nothing, they weren't soldiers so much as they were armed security guards. And they didn't put up a fight when you've got the soldiers rushing in. You've got 100 soldiers rushing in. You've got 30 guys. Half of them are asleep. They're not going to, they're not exactly going to put up a fight. So they all lay down. They yank Billings and Robinson out of bed, and they load. There's actually a kind of a skirmish that happens kind of in the courtyard. They start beating up one of the South Africans, I believe. And Billings steps in. They almost shoot Billings. It's a tense situation. Like I write about the whole thing in the book. They end up putting them all on in the transport truck, and they move them to an army base where Bimba is located. They lock them up in cells, and hours later they start dragging them out one at a time. According to Billings and Robinson, they were very, very harsh on the Africans. Now, these are Nigerians that are armed and are in their country that they're being told are working with the CIA to, pull off a coup in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. So these soldiers these guys are upset. And you have to understand, they're based on their limited understanding. Like, they don't know any better. They're being told by their general, this is a CIA plot to take over our country. These are armed people working for the CIA. They freak out. They're beating on these guys. They never really, now Billings and Robinson said they never really were that harsh on them. They were aggressive. They slammed, slapped the desk. They screamed. They got in their face. They did all that, but they never really beat them. They said, but they definitely beat the other guys. And they're screaming the whole time, you work for the CIA, you work for this secret organization, it's a secret service. Like, can you imagine how that sounds to a guy in the Democratic Republic of the Congo who's probably can't even read or can barely read? Like, and he's being told that this is a CIA plot, and they've got credentials that say secret service. Like, it don't look good. It doesn't look good. So anyway, they're interrogating him for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, throwing him back in the cell, interrogating him. I remember that they said they had like a bucket and they had a hole. So they could, their toilet was in this little room where they got 30 guys piled in these rooms, and they're all shitting in a hole in the corner. Guys are, after a couple days, they're barely feeding them. They're giving them like old sardines, scraps. They're puking. These guys are getting dysentery. They're shitting on themselves. They have diarrhea. The conditions are horrendous. Frank's team back in Orlando, he sets up what he called the Situation Room. He sets up the Situation Room. They're calling the Catholic Church. They're calling the UN. They're calling NATO. They're calling everybody. They're calling everybody to try and get these guys released. And they're also, while doing that, he's also having to explain that he simply was running a political campaign. That's all he was doing. Now, of course, you've got the Congolese saying, hey, and you have to think too, their media is issuing articles talking about how this was a military coup. So it also looks good for the general. I just thwarted a military coup. I just saved the republic. So it's just a bad situation all around. And I think that's a great place for us to leave it, with Billings and Robinson in the being held in a cell with, there's a total of 32 of these guys all being held by Bimba, and they've been there for 4 or 5 days at this point, and I think that's a great place. Frank is currently trying to figure out how to get them out, which in Frank's mind, he's trying to negotiate. He's trying to get the State Department to help. But after a week or so, it's not looking good. And Frank actually reaches out to like a private black ops company that is known for going in and rescuing hostages. There are these companies, you have this hostage type insurance, and a lot of times these guys have tens of millions of dollars in hostage insurance, and these insurance companies, they don't want to pay $10 million for some CEO that gets kidnapped somewhere, in Africa. What they'd rather do is pay $500,000 and have a bunch of guys go in and try and rescue them. And if they get killed, they get killed. Then they don't have to pay the insurance. So he reaches out to these guys, and I mean, these guys have helicopters. They've got typically these places are run by former special forces in South Africa. Where we last left off was 32 of Frank's special forces, including the two guys that are running the operation in the Congo, have been captured, and they are being held at a military base by General Bimba and his troops of, tens of thousands of men, of soldiers. So they're being held and they're being interrogated, and there's 32 of them. Two of those guys are Billings and Robinson. So Robinson is, I think, he's one of the guys that's in charge of the campaign as well. Well, he was also on the SWAT team in Orlando. And then Billings was head of George H. Bush's security detail. He's a retired Secret Service, and he's in charge of tactical. So now that we've caught back up, Amadeo, of course, is still in Orlando because, I mean, he's not going to, he didn't go to the Congo. He sends people to the Congo. So I'm not, you're not sending me. I'm not going. You guys go take care of this. So they end up getting grabbed. So they're in the military prison there, or jail, and they're being interrogated. And of course, I've seen there's a documentary on all this. It's called 9 Days in the Congo. It's on the channel. So the interview with Billings during that documentary, Billings talks about how they continually would drag them out and they would be interrogated. And the big problem with Billings was that he still had his Secret Service credentials. And if you're somebody who was raised in the Congo, and you're a military interrogator, to them, they felt like he was CIA. They felt like this was a CIA-backed coup. Like I said in the earlier video, I believe that, Frank has always maintained that nobody was armed, when in fact the newspapers and even Billings and Robinson said that these guys had weapons on them. But it wasn't a military coup. They were backing a political candidate. They got grabbed, and they got grabbed because their candidate had gone from ranking of like 30 down to number 3 in the polls, and they still had months away. They were still months before the election, and most likely he was going to win the election. At this point, all of that is being put to the side. At this point, he's hired a black ops group to come in and rescue them. And he's negotiating with them, and they have Black Hawk helicopters, they've got machine guns or whatever, they've got, military armaments. And I interviewed a guy by the name of Andrew Bustamante for the book, It's Insanity. And he was telling me that there are several of these types of groups in Africa that basically practice or operate in Africa. And most of them are so they're Nigerians, guys from Chad, Nigeria, but most of them are from South Africa Special Forces. For the right price, they'll come in and they'll rescue someone or try and find a hostage or rescue the hostages. And that's what Frank was in the middle of doing. In the meantime, he'd contacted everybody, the Catholic Church, everybody. And so while this is going on, they're all trying to get in to see these guys. And while that's happening, Billings and Robinson are being pulled out of their cell a couple times a day, brought into a room and interrogated. And, Billings admitted that he said, they were screaming and hollering and yelling at them and spitting at them and being extremely intimidating, but they weren't really beating them. However, the other guys that were being held, the other mercenaries or the other members of tactical who were African, were not being treated that well. Billings goes into how they would slap these guys around, they would punch them, they would threaten them, they would choke them, they would grab them by the hair, they would really were being brutal to the point where they weren't really trying to leave bruises and bruise them up, but it was bad. Well, one of the things that they did to try and cheer themselves up, I remember Frank had told me that they started singing and started teaching the other group members theme songs to old, like 1950s, 60s, and 70s TV shows, like and I have them written down. It was like the theme song to the Beverly Hillbillies, the Brady Brunch, Rawhide, Gilligan's Island. Periodically, they're pulling them out of their cell, and they would drive them into a clearing, and they would have a kind of a makeshift execution. They would all line them up, put guns to their heads, and act. And they would they'd have the media come and act like they were about to execute all these foreigners, and all these guys for trying to, take over the government. And they do it a few times, according to Frank and Billings. They had done this a few times, but they never pull the triggers. They never end up, executing anybody. It's just a scare tactic. But granted, Billings said it terrified him. They said, he kept thinking he was never going to see his daughter again, never going to see his wife again. You really ought to watch the 9 Days in a Congo, and like I said, it's on the channel. So what ends up happening is eventually Frank ends up getting a hold of someone from the State Department. Frank is saying, look, I can hire this black ops team. They can come in, they can do this. And they're telling him that they have people on the ground. They've got, which we're assuming, talking to Bustamante, I'm assuming that those guys were, that the CIA was basically outside monitoring the situation, but that doesn't mean anything. Like, Frank's actually got guys that can go in. And he's telling the State Department, look, we can go in. And they're telling him, we're negotiating right now. We're trying to get these guys released. And ultimately, Frank ends up saying at one point, he starts screaming that if they're not released in something like the next 48 hours, or if they pull them out to go do one more mock execution, he's going to have the Black Hawks level the entire city. I don't think that's possible. But if you knew Frank and how animated he gets and how outrageous he's like, I will have my troops or something. I forget. I remember he told me exactly what he said. It was hilarious. But it's basically like, I will have my troops level the entire city. And, which is ridiculous. But I don't know. I don't know if the Blackhawks have missiles. I don't think they can level a whole city. I'm not sure how much of a city, there really is in the Congo. The point is, they were going to go in and try and grab these guys. And so just about the time this whole thing is unraveling, they end up packing all these guys into, troop transports. They drive them to the airport. They load them onto planes, and they get them out of the area. Frank, of course, is thinking they're going to have to go in because he thinks they may be driving them to the staging area where they would execute them, but they don't. They actually go in the opposite direction towards the airport. And the State Department is telling him at the same time, we've worked something out, we've got it, we're getting them released. And they do. They end up getting released, which is great. Let's jump back to me being in prison writing the book. As I'm interviewing Frank and I'm writing the book, I only say this because I always thought this was hilarious. So I don't know if anybody knows who Tom Arnold is. Tom Arnold was married to Roseanne Barr. He was a comedian. He was in the movie True Lies with Arnold Schwarzenegger. He's kind of like his co-defendant. No, co-defendant. What am I saying, bro? He's like the co-actor or whatever, secondary actor. He's like his, what do you call that?
His co-star?
Co-star. Thank you. His co-star. Tom Arnold was Arnold Schwarzenegger's co-star. Tom Arnold is notorious for being bipolar. He's always saying things he shouldn't say. He's always getting in trouble. Well, he was a comedian at this time. And I had a friend of mine named Danny Donovan, and Danny Donovan and his wife actually ran I want to say it was a comedy club in Atlanta, Georgia. So they knew Tom Arnold. I had written a synopsis of Frank's story, and I explained just the kind of bizarre character that he is in the story and how he would go off on these tangents and just his behavior in general. And I had sent it to Danny. So Danny at one point said that Tom Arnold, they would text and, every, whatever, 2-3 times a week. And he said, you know what? He said, I think I might know somebody that would be interested in this story. Danny had come to see me and said he had read the story. He goes, man, that's a great story. He stayed for 2-3 hours or 4 hours, and that's one of the many things we talked about. He said, man, I'm thinking about giving it this. I know a guy who's a comedian who's, Tom Arnold. I'm thinking about sending it to him. So I was like, yeah, absolutely do that. Well, weeks later, I get an email from Danny, and it says, call me immediately. So I call Danny. You go wait in the phone, wait in the line for the phones for 20 minutes. And I get on the phone, I call Danny, and Danny says, hey, what's up? And I go, hey, what's going on? You told me to call you. Listen, he said, Tom Arnold loves it. He loves the synopsis. He read it. He said he wants to meet you. He said he would love to play Frank Amodeo. And Tom Arnold is too tall to play Frank Amodeo. But if you remove that, if you say, hey, I can deal with the fact that Frank's probably 5'4", 5'5", Tom Arnold's probably 5'10", whatever. Let's say that's not a big deal. Although I love the fact that he's short and he's got a little Napoleon kind of thing going on. Remove that, you have to make sacrifices. So if you're willing to sacrifice that, Tom Arnold would be amazing as Frank Amodeo. He would do a great, great job. So I was thrilled. And, at this point, I'm probably getting out of prison pretty soon. At this point, I've got maybe a year or so. And so he's like, listen, he wants to talk to you. He wants to meet you when you get out, blah, blah, blah. Now, I'll fast forward and let you know that in the meantime, Tom Arnold had gotten a deal to do a series of documentaries, episodes, looking for what they called the PP tapes. I don't know if you've ever heard this. Supposedly, this was being pushed by the liberal media that there were tapes out there of Donald Trump urinating on women, right? So this is something that it's one of those things that somebody says and then the media takes off with, and next thing you know, people think it's true. And it as far as Tom Arnold's concerned, he thought it was true, but he's extremely liberal and he wants to believe that. And he actually got a deal to do a whole series of documentaries trying to find them. He ends up getting into an altercation with the director and gets into a fist fight with the guy and punches him out, and they drop the whole thing. And he basically gets blackballed. I remember I read an article talking about how he was refinancing his house for getting a third mortgage on his $5 million house in LA. And he was broke and desperate and probably going to claim bankruptcy. He was going under and his career wasn't going well. And then after that, he started sending out crazy tweets. And by the time I got out of prison, I don't know what was going on with that guy. I don't think we never even pursued it. And he had stopped talking to Danny too. He just kind of became like a hermit and couldn't get anything off the ground. And I don't know, maybe he's doing great now. I should probably make that call. But so I remember telling Pete that, and Pete and we were walking around the compound just laughing our asses off about how hilarious it would be if I got out of prison. Tom Arnold picked up the synopsis, turned it into some kind of a screenplay or a series, and ended up being Frank Amodeo. And he would be perfect because all he really had to do was play himself, which is all Tom Arnold, I think, really does anyway. So back to the Congo. So what happens is they end up flying these guys out. They take Billings and Robinson and they fly them to Germany where they're checked out on some military base. And then they're flown back to the States in Frank's jet, right? There's footage of them landing. I want to say they land somewhere in Orlando and some private airport in Orlando, and Frank's there. and he meets with them and hugs them when they get off the plane, and they drive Billings straight back to see his wife and his kids, and they're thrilled, and everybody's thrilled. So that works out. And that's kind of the end of that ordeal. Kashala, who was the political candidate that Frank was backing, does not win. He is actually still a political figure in the Congo to this day. You can find him on YouTube, and he speaks out about the government, and I think he holds some kind of an office, which is very common in those types of, well, just in general. Sometimes you'll take your political adversaries and you'll put them in a position. So you're kind of like paying them to stay over there and be quiet. And so I think he holds some political position in the Congo now. And what happens, what that basically sparks, though, because you have to understand at this point, Frank's now national media kind of persona. The story gets picked up by Orlando, by some of these other, some of the national papers and stuff, and they start writing stories. And you can look on the internet to this day, there's stories about Frank and the Congo and the whole thing. Even though he was kind of trying to stay, under the radar, at this point, it's too late. So at this point, Frank actually kind of comes out from behind out of the shadows, from behind the curtain, kind of like if you've ever seen The Wizard of Oz, like the great wizard, he steps out from behind the curtain. So he kind of comes out and he starts doing interviews. He does interviews with several newspapers, talks about his companies, talks about what the goal is, discusses his ultimate plan, although he trims it down considerably because he knows how crazy it sounds. That he's, ultimately I intend to take over the world. And, he knows it sounds insane. So he kind of trims that down. Although there's articles where he's talking about that too, but that's later. Well, because people start to know who he is and they start to know, kind of what he's capable of, he starts to be approached by more and more political figures. He's donating more and more. He ends up backing the NATO. He ends up getting involved in NATO. He ends up meeting with one of the guys in the Congo embassy, right? So he meets with one of these guys who's like a former general. He meets with one of those guys in Washington. Now I have the dates and times and everything in the book, and he meets with him, and they have this discussion, and they're still under the impression he was trying to take over the Congo through military means. They have a long discussion, and I want to say it was like the Army Navy Club or something where they had it. But the point is, they have this long discussion, and he basically says that he's willing to back the president, the guy that ended up staying president. He was a current president and stayed president of the Congo, and he says he'll back him. He wants to. They're going to start discussions about getting a hold of the mineral rights and getting mining teams in there to start mining these massive rights. I think it was a cobalt. That's what they have the largest. It's the largest natural reserve or source of cobalt in the world is in the Congo. That's like the main one. They've got other ones. They've got titanium and all these other types of metals that are in there. But I think it was cobalt that they have the largest one. I think that's what they use in the cell phones or something. So he has this discussion. He's in discussions with them to come into the Congo, and they're willing to have these discussions and talk to him. The other thing that happens is he somehow or another gets involved with NATO, and he ends up being invited to the White House. And I have photographs of him with George W. Bush during a conference. It wasn't even a conference. It's like a meeting of NATO officials in the White House. And they meet in like it's like the Roosevelt room or something. Like I've got photographs of him. He's sitting like 2 people away from Bush, and he's having a discussion with Bush. And I remember he says at one point, he says that Bush mentions to him as the meeting's breaking up, Bush mentions to him that he says something about the Congo, and Frank says, well, it was a misunderstanding. We were backing a political candidate. And Bush says to him, he goes, I like your style. Which I always thought was hilarious. Could you imagine George Bush? I like your style. Like, I like the fact that you're trying to take over these countries. So at the same time, he ends up meeting with someone from the CIA, and they're discussing the Congo, and they discuss things that are happening in other countries. At some point during this whole process, Frank is approached by, well, let me back up. Okay. In 91, 92, 93, in the early 90s, when basically after the fall of the Soviet Union, a ton of Eastern European countries broke off from Russia. Well, some of them were set up by, their governments were set up and they were pro-Western, and some weren't. Initially, Russia was going to be pro-Western, right? Capitalism, although it's probably one of the extremely capitalist now, but it's also run by basically the mob. But Putin comes in and he kind of quashes that, and these oligarchs take over. Well, periodically, the oligarchs get frustrated with Putin, and they say something. They say something Putin doesn't like. And what happens is Putin will come in, he'll fabricate some kind of a case against them, something the United States would never do. Wait till we get to that one. Anyway, so he comes in, his guys fabricate a case, and they say, hey, you know what? These guys aren't paying taxes. Like, what kind of a case do you fabricate against a guy who's a CEO of $1 billion company? Like, it's hard to say that he's bringing in drugs or something, right? You have to come up with something like tax fraud. So they go in and they audit the books, and they say they accuse him of tax fraud, and then they charge him with tax fraud, and then they arrest him, or they try and throw him in jail. And of course, really it's just because the guy has an issue with Putin, or he said something Putin didn't like, or maybe he's trying to work too closely with the allies. And they're building a pipeline. And Putin comes in and says the guy, I believe he says he hits him for tax evasion. The guy flees the country, and Putin seizes some of his pipelines, his natural gas pipelines, and his companies. But they end up putting together this kind of consortium of guys that aren't necessarily in Russia. These are oligarchs that are in other countries. One of the things that they want to do is they want to build a pipeline that it doesn't run through Russia. It actually would run through several of these countries that had broken off. One of them is Tajikistan. So Frank is actually it's not a bar, whatever. He's in like a hotel at a meeting or something. And I forget exactly how this happens, but he ends up getting approached by someone who works for this consortium. And he approaches him and he talks to him a little bit. And it's actually a little convoluted how it ends up happening, because this guy kind of hands Frank off to somebody else. That guy comes in, they meet in like a hotel. And in the hotel, they talk to Frank. And the reason they're zeroing in on Frank is because he's been in the national media. He just had a bunch of guys arrested, and he's trying to take over countries, and he owns a private security firm. So they're thinking, hey, this guy has the means and the ability to possibly take over a country. Now, a bunch of oligarchs don't have that. As much money as they have, it would be difficult, and it would lead back to them. So what they do is they go to Frank and they say, look, they send one of their guys to Frank, and they say, look, this is what we want. They actually already have paid off and have contacts within the Tajikistan military that has agreed to not put up a fight if there was a military coup that was pro-Western. So they're saying, look, you go in, if you were to send a force in, you could go in, all you have to do is take it's basically like taking the White House. You send in a couple hundred guys to go onto the White House, fight it out with the president of Tajikistan's security forces, take over the White House, get a hold of the president, announce that you've seized control, and we'll back you. We arrest the president, and you put in, and there's another guy that was pro-Western, another candidate for the presidency, which was never going to be able to, take control by himself. You put him in power, and we'll give you whatever you want. Like we'll run the country, that will run the economy the way you want. We'll back you 100%. The military will back you, but we need your guys to go in and seize control. But we won't put up a fight. Now they're going to make it look like they're kind of putting up a fight, a little bit of a fight, maybe. But in the end, you've got a couple dozen guys protecting the president, and you've got 200 of Frank's guys going in there. They're going to take the White House fairly quickly. They're going to get a hold of the president. They're going to end up declaring that they've seized control of the country, and the military is has already agreed not to stop them. So this is supposedly the agreement they come up with. What's interesting about that is that Frank has ended up coming up with a similar type of situation with a group in the Congo. And I remember he had told me that he went to one of the countries. So here's the fear of doing something like that in Africa, that your neighbors see this unrest, and they see you taking control of an African country or a country in general, and that gives them the opportunity to invade your country. Like, they know it's unstable. They know that you're not necessarily really in control, that it's in upheaval, and they say, oh my gosh, let's go in. And then they go in, they've got their shit together, they take over. So in this instance, I remember Frank had met with a guy, and he met him at Disney World. And what's so funny about that is I thought this guy is office rocker when he's telling me this. But when I talked to Andrew Bustamante, and I said, this is what he told me. I said, how crazy is this? And I explained this to Andrew. Andrew says it's actually perfect. Because I was thinking, why would you meet in a public place? And Andrew said, you meet in a public place if you don't trust the person. Because that way you know you're safe. You know that they're being screened coming in. They don't have a weapon. You don't have a weapon. You have the ability to kind of control the environment, and they won't do anything in that type of environment because Disney has tons of security. And in my mind, I remember hearing It's a Small World playing in the background as they're talking about world domination. No, as they're talking about taking over the Congo. And he ends up talking to one of the neighbor countries, and he has a discussion with a general or a former general who gives Frank the green light to seize control of the Congo should it come to that. So there's a lot of big things happening at this point. There's a lot of big players in this whole new world that Frank has dipped into as a result of a failed coup, political coup in the Congo. I mean, it was a failure, and yet people are coming out of the woodwork to talk to him and work with him, even though it was a failure, which is strange. But once again, Bustamante was like, yeah, but now you know somebody that this is a guy who's along the same thought process as your organization and has the means to do it. So he said, I can see that happening, and I can see meeting in a public place like that. Well, that ends up happening, and when that happens, at the same time, while this is going on, Frank starts putting a lot of money into NATO and starts getting contacts in NATO. He ends up hiring, what was the name? This was a woman who was, I want to say, he was Bill Clinton's, she was an advisor to Bill Clinton, and she and her company, she'd gone out and she'd started a consulting firm or a lobbyist firm. And Frank hired her as a lobbyist. So Frank ends up putting up several $1 million, whatever, $5-10 million of the government's money to back a NATO summit in Latvia, Riga. Now, there's probably 20 or 30 large contributors that put up money to back these types of things. And Frank ends up, I want to say it's Acme, under the name of Acme or whatever. The point is it's basically Mirabilis. So I'm kind of consolidating all these different companies under Mirabilis. So Mirabilis ends up putting up this money. And it's funny too, because when you can look at if you go and look at the Latvia Riga summit, NATO summit, you can actually see the logo for it's actually like you've got like 30 logos. His logo is up there. Anyway, Frank ends up going to Latvia and has multiple discussions with NATO members. And it comes up numerous times about what Frank's plans are for NATO. While he's in NATO, I'm going to get to that in the next tape, but while he's there, though, now keep in mind, Frank feels like all of these things that are happening are very covert. Nobody knows about it. Nobody knows what's happening. But while they're there, Frank and his organization, he ends up somebody ends up entering an elevator when Frank's in the elevator, and they bring him up past his floor to another floor, and they basically tell Frank, we need to have a discussion. And the guy's CIA. They bring him into a room. Frank has a discussion with a CIA member, which to this day, he's like, I have no idea who it was, but it was clearly CIA. And they basically said, we know about your plans for Tajikistan. Now, Frank, of course, is like, I have no idea how they know this, but they know about the plans, and they tell them that the political environment isn't right for a takeover of Tajikistan. And Frank doesn't understand because currently it's run by a friend of Vladimir Putin's, and they've got the whole thing locked down. They're running it like a dictatorship. And Frank says, I would think that the White House would want me. I would think Washington would want me to do this. And they said, absolutely not. We've got other things that are in motion at this time. And keep in mind, Frank's got an entire plan. Frank's already got guys that are he's already got, private security in Afghanistan that are protecting food convoys. And I think I mentioned that before. And, they do things like they protect an embassy, or they protect like the green zone, or whatever they're protecting. They're just, they don't want to pay for American soldiers, and then they just hire these other companies, And so he already has troops there. He's actually moved them close to the Tajikistan border. So the plan is you're going to drive straight through the Tajikistan border, which is going to be open. They're going to make sure it's open for you. So you're going to drive in a couple hundred troops. It's only the capital's only a few hundred miles. So you drive for about 4 or 5 hours. Boom. You hit the capital in the middle of the night. You seize control. The military backs you. You put this other guy in power. Now you're one of the boys. You're one of the guys that took over the country. You're running the country. But the CIA doesn't want this to happen. And they tell him that. He doesn't say anything one way or the other. But they know he's mounting troops. What do you do? So I'm going to get into the whole thing with NATO, and basically you have to think at this point with Frank, he's been stockpiling some money. I don't know if I got into the planes, but I'll tell you about the planes. I remember when I think I did talk about the planes, right? I talked about, several people that I interviewed admitted that he was negotiating to buy these planes. So look, the guy's he's talking about buying planes. He's talking about taking over this Eastern European country. He's mounting troops on the border. I think we left off. Frank was in Latvia, Riga, Latvia, actually, I think so. So the city of Riga in Latvia. He had flown in there with a group of his guys, and he had been someone from the CIA spoke with him. They did not want him to basically to invade Tajikistan. So It never happens. Whether it never happens because of what happened with his meeting with the CIA, I don't know. You'll have to figure that out. Frank doesn't. Well, Frank thinks he knows, but you never know. Based on everything that I looked at and everybody I spoke with, it could be many things. I think that may have been a factor. So during the day, they have at the NATO summit, they have meetings with the way the summit works is obviously they have some meetings where you have President Bush comes in and gives a talk, and there's multiple heads of state that come in and give talks on what's going on in their region, things they're concerned about, things they want to work on, where these countries are going. So Bush does come in, he gives a speech. Frank's there. Frank is meeting with multiple. They have different activities, and one of the things Frank had explained to me was that there's tons of people from major industries that come there. Right? They want to meet with the heads of state to talk about lumber rights or mineral rights or building a pipeline or whatever the case may be. Hey, maybe you're China and you're trying to convince some South American country to let you build a port. So you kind of go there and you court them and try and meet everybody and schmooze. One of the things they do is they have what's called, after these large meetings, they have breakout groups. And anybody who's been to a seminar or a convention understands what I'm talking about. You have these large auditoriums where almost everybody attends, and then you have breakout groups because not everybody's interested in the same thing. One of the things which I found fascinating, and I think this helps, I think this kind of will help people understand how Frank's mind works. He was at a breakout meeting or break-off meeting. I think they call it breakout or what do they call it? Breakout group. It was a breakout group where they were talking about the problems that NATO has with some countries that aren't paying their dues. So there's a lot of countries that, for instance, they expect NATO, they want to be a member of NATO, but they're not meeting the parameters that are set to be a member of NATO. So I'll give you an example. Take Ukraine. Ukraine, for example, one of the things that you have to do is you have to donate a portion of your gross national product, right? Or you have to contribute a certain amount of money to NATO. You have to contribute a certain amount of money to maintaining NATO troops, even though they're your troops. And also your military hardware has to be to NATO standards. So you can't be using Soviet era weaponry and tanks, AK-47s. You have to use I think it's a 5.62 rounds. You can't use the 7.62 rounds, right? You have to use the NATO rounds. You have to use you have to use their stuff, because what they want, obviously, is that if you all go to war, that you'll be using the same armament, so it's easy to supply one another. It's easy to maintain those types of that type of equipment. So that's one of their parameters. The other thing is that a lot of these countries, like they're behind on their dues. Right? They're not providing the amount of money that they need to provide, but they're still expecting, like if they were invaded, they would immediately want NATO to come to their aid. Okay, but you're behind, $500 million in your dues. You have to pay annual dues, or I don't know if they're monthly. I don't know what they are, but anyway. So they're having this discussion, and they have this discussion. Every country donates a certain amount of troops to maintain, the NATO whatever presence or military. But many countries are behind. So they go to this group and they start talking about that and how to resolve these problems and what kind of, how do you get people to pay and what kind of things could be done to offset that payment? Can they provide more troops? Can they allow their country to be used as a military base? What types of things? And Frank came in and said, listen, in the 16th and 18th century, privately owned armed ships and privately owned military groups were given what's called letters of marque, which means that the King of England would say, look, you're running 8 ships. You've got 8 vessels here that have cannons on them. We're going to give you a letter of marque, and we're going to allow you to essentially be pirates, licensed pirates. You can go and you can attack ships to our enemies. So the French, the Italians, the Spanish, they were all let's say they were all at war at different times with England. England, one of the things they would do is they would privatize their military by giving letters of marque to these ships, and those ships would end up attacking their enemies, and they had to give 30% of the booty, whatever, I think that's what they call it too. 30% of whatever they got had to go, and it may have been 20% or 50%, I don't know, but they had to give 30% of it over to England to maintain their letters of marque. And what Frank suggested is, listen, there's lots of private militaries out here. And if Spain is behind $500 million on their dues or $1 billion on their dues, but they have boats, oil rigs that are going through bodies of water that are maintained by NATO or that are supported by NATO, why don't you have these private military groups go in and seize their oil tankers? And then they can sell the oil tankers, and then NATO will get 30% or 50% or whatever the deal is. So that's the kind of thing that he talked about. And there were different things that he was saying could be seized. And keep in mind too, you're talking about seizing members' stuff, right? So you go in and you seize this oil and you seize this and you do this and so he had a very unique, and he had a whole plan, and it was laid out brilliantly, and he explains the whole thing. But keep in mind, every time Frank opens his mouth, these guys are like, wow, it's insane. It sounds insane, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. It is a solution to a problem that NATO itself has not created. These are NATO members that aren't paying their dues but expect protection. Let's grab some oil tankers. You guys are saying, oh, we don't have the money. Well, we'll grab some of your oil. We'll grab a few oil tankers that have $200 million worth of oil. That'll go a long way towards your back dues. After the first or second day, and the summit, these conferences last several days. The summit lasted several days, 4 or 5 days. So after the second or third day, here's where it goes wrong for Frank. He's attending an after party, let's say. I think, they're basically having, coffee and tea and they're at some hotel someplace or someone's private residence. I'm not quite sure, but there's a significant amount of people that are involved in NATO there. Maybe they're associates, maybe they're members of NATO, they're staff, but they're there. And everybody's sitting around talking and laughing and joking around. And someone says to Frank, Mr. Amadeo, I see what happened in the Congo. We were wondering, what are your plans for the Congo? And Frank says that his interest in the Congo, and by the way, I just saw it right here. It was one of the luxury hotels in Riga. The Grand Palace Hotel. So they're there. They're having, they're talking, and one of them says, "What is your plan for the Congo? What was your plan?" And he explains what his plan was. And they said, "Well, they asked if it was off, and he said, "No." He said, "I'm currently negotiations with the president. We're going to be placing a security force there." And he'd actually, the agreement he was making with them was he was going to go into, so there's a certain tribe in the Congo that is kind of disenfranchised, right? They're not really let into the government. They're kind of on their own. They're extremely upset with the way things are, but there's a ton of them. They're also a problem. And the name of that tribe is the Mimbaju Mimbaju May. I sound like Donald Trump trying to say one of these names. Mimbaju May tribe. And what Frank says is he's going to go. His first thing he's going to do is once he gets into the Congo, he's going to go in and he's going to get 500,000 of these guys that are unemployable. Well, they're just unemployed. You know, if you're the Congo government, the Republic of the Congo won't hire them because they're such troublemakers and they're not happy with the status quo. So they end up being kind of, you know, they're unemployed. So he's going to go in, employ them, train them as soldiers, and make them private military. And his plan was, he said, I'm going to build a 500,000 man strong army out of this tribe. Now, once that's done, he said, I'll then invade the neighboring countries. And he starts naming off the countries and what his plan is for each country until he ultimately has a 5 million man military. He said, I will be in charge of the largest private military in the world once I've taken all of Africa. And he said, once I've got all of Africa, it will be such a large group of soldiers or private military, that it'll be large enough to police the entire planet, he said, and then we won't need NATO. Now, he's in the middle of a manic moment and he starts spouting off these things and laughing and joking, but he just said he's planning on building the largest private military in history and eliminating NATO. That's, at that level, that is a horrendous thing to say, especially from a man who was a plot to take over the Congo, which it was just foiled. So he says this, he doesn't really realize what he said or the impact. Spends the rest of the night there talking. An hour or two later, he leaves, spends a couple more days at the conference, gets into his plane. He's flying over the Atlantic. Halfway over the Atlantic, he gets a phone call from his lobbyist. Remember, I had said in one of the earlier videos, he had hired a lobbyist that had been a lobbyist or had been, I think, connected to Bill Clinton. She'd been like a staff member with Bill Clinton, and she had left and started a lobbying firm, and he'd hired her. So he gets a phone call from her, and she says, "Did you just tell members of NATO that you're planning on building a massive private military and eliminating NATO?" And he says, "Well, I may have said something along those lines." Like, it starts to dawn on him. And she says, "I'm getting multiple calls from different people in the government asking what this is about." She's like, "Frank," and he said, "Well, I was just saying that, eventually, that might be something that happened." He starts trying to backpedal. And she says, "Frank, you were just in the Congo. Your people were just in the Congo. And there was what everybody believes is a military coup was just foiled. And now you're talking about building a massive army and taking over NATO. Like, this isn't something that these people are taking lightly." Anyway, she says she's going to do damage control. They land the plane a few hours later. He gets off. And within a few days, target letters start appearing. Let me explain what target letters are. When the FBI is investigating companies, the first thing they do when they're investigating massive companies for fraud, the first thing that they do is they send out target letters to everybody that may or may not be a member of, they send out target letters to anyone that they believe may be involved in fraud, or is at the very least under investigation for fraud, right? So all of the, all the board members and different various people that are a part of Frank's company get these letters saying, "It's from the FBI. Here's a target letter. They're investigating me." And what typically happens is a lot of those people they do this, they say they do it to notify people, to let them know, not to destroy anything, that we will be contacting them, but really what they're doing is really kind of a fishing, it's a fishing excursion where they're trying to see if any of those people will contact them to say, hey, listen, I know what's going on, and then cooperate. Well, all these guys start getting the letters. A few people contact the FBI. They may or may not have tried to help fill them in. But overall, the bulk of the people that were involved in Frank's company genuinely didn't think they were doing anything wrong. Now, once the FBI goes in, they start subpoenaing records. They start getting just gobs of records. They start reading through everything, and they end up getting a few people that are willing to talk. And these people explain about that Frank is currently, several of his companies are behind on their payroll taxes, but that they're making the payments. They're in negotiations with the IRS. They're actually this is what's interesting about this. Part of the negotiation process was that Frank was saying he was going to bring the company public, and to pay part of the back debt that he owed the IRS, let's say, so the back payments. So let's say he owes the IRS whatever. I think it ended up being like $200 million, but at this point it's probably 160, 180. I think he got hit for 180 million. So let's say 180 million. And what he ends up saying to them is, if you'll take stock in the company when we go public, you'll be made whole. Now, the problem with that is they were having a hard time getting anybody to sign off on that deal because technically the government isn't allowed to own stock in a private company or accept stock in lieu of a payment. Here's what's funny about that. A few years later, when the economy collapses, the government ended up taking stock in all of the banks that it had bailed out. So the same proposal that Frank was proposing, they were having a trouble getting anybody that would agree to do it. 2 years later, they all jump on board. They have no problem at all. Sure, we'll do that. So, so in Frank's defense, he's got a viable out for what he's behind on. Anyway, the government uses that to say, what you're doing is this is money that you have that you're using for other things. Listen, and Frank will tell you that he didn't use that money for anything other than, his current businesses, that money was put aside, that they were just behind. But the truth is, a lot of that money was going to places it shouldn't have been going to. And Frank has never said this to me, but after looking at the documents and listening to what the U.S. attorney said and reading the indictment and everything else, it's pretty clear to me, assuming the government's not lying, that money was reallocated for other ventures. Now, Frank seems to think that that's acceptable. The government doesn't, and it's not up to me to make that determination. Although if I had to, I would say that's fraud. But what they do is they use this to craft an indictment and indict Frank. They indict Frank. Frank goes out and hires an attorney, gives that attorney $1 million. He says, listen, here's $1 million. You're a criminal defense attorney. Here's $1 million to represent me. So if we have to go to trial, if we have to do whatever, here's $1 million. Guy says, I got it. I got you. Well, the indictments come down and they come in and Frank he's arrested. He's arrested and he's arrested, and initially what happens is they end up saying to the judge, Your Honor, our problem is that we believe, and keep in mind that Frank's private psychiatrist or psychologist, which one can give you medicine? Whatever, the one that can give you medicine, he comes in and he explains to the judge that, look, Frank is under the delusion that he believes that he is preordained to be emperor of the world. And I say it like that because that's how Frank says it. So he believes that he's ultimately going to, be the world leader of what Frank calls the Terran Empire. And Terran means like Earth, I think. So I don't know. What's so funny about it is that that's actually taken from Star Trek. There's actually like Khan, and I think Khan in the Star Trek, it wants to rule over the Terran Empire or something like that. So I'm sure somebody will tell me in the comment section, bro. It was hilarious. Like it's from a Star Trek episode. So he's going to rule over the Terran Empire as, which is the Earth, as the emperor. He explains this to the judge and says it's been a reoccurring fantasy and delusion of Frank since he was in his teens, and that he would like to have him evaluated because their argument to the charges are this. Yes, this is what Frank did, but he was in contact with the IRS. He had numerous meetings with the IRS. The IRS had never told him not to do these things. The IRS was aware of how much money the company was behind. They were working with him. They were currently in negotiations. And even if some of those funds were diverted or things were, or everything wasn't exactly on the up and up, even if that's the case, Frank was unaware of it as a result of his mental illness. So I believe it's the government that says they want to have Frank evaluated for schizophrenia or to determine what kind of a mental illness. Now, Frank always kind of says, the way he explains he is a rapid cycling bipolar with features of schizophrenia. So in his manic moments, he will say things that are based on delusion and, like schizophrenics do. He sees and hears things that are not, and believes things that are not based. Well, they are based in reality, but are not possible, that are not really happening. For instance, God talking to him, or hey, maybe God is talking to him. Who am I? Here's the cool thing about that. They end up taking Frank and they transport him to Harvard Medical School's, or is it Harvard? I think it's on Harvard Medical School on the campus, but it's anyways, somehow or another, it's Harvard Medical, mental, for a mental evaluation to a mental hospital that's run by Harvard. I think it's called McLean, and it's McLean, and it's has something to do with Harvard. Anyway, point is, Frank goes there for like a week. They interview him, and they dope him up. They put him on a ton of medication. They bring him back after a week, and they say he's has a mental illness, that he's rapid cycling bipolar with features of schizophrenia. However, they've put him on enough medication to get his levels into a moderate area, and he's now able to understand the difference between right and wrong, and they can move forward on the prosecution. So you can imagine how that didn't work in his favor. Like, we're just going to dope him up, and now we're going to say, okay, we've stabilized his rapid cycling, issues, his bipolar issues. We've stabilized him, and now you can prosecute him. Okay, but the point is that when I wasn't on the medication, I made those decisions. So that's no good at all. He was never in his right mind when he made some of these decisions. Well, what happens is the prosecution goes to Frank's lawyer. So the U.S. attorney goes to Frank's lawyer and says, listen, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take him to trial. But the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go to the judge and we're going to say we want to seize all the bank accounts, and we want to do what's called claw back. We want to claw back any money that he's spent that we can get a hold of. And he paid you $1 million. So we're going to take your $1 million retainer because it's fraudulent money. We're going to take him to trial. We're going to go after the $1 million first to seize it. And you'll be on the hook for doing what should be $1 million trial for nothing. Now, I believe that I've seen the there's an email that states this. Now, I want to say Frank showed me the email, or I have it in my records, that talks about the $1 million, his $1 million deposit, or whatever they call that. So after that meeting, this attorney, while Frank is completely doped up, Frank and his psychiatrist go to Frank, and they convince Frank to take a plea. Now, he tells Frank, what you did was illegal. He tries to explain it to him. Frank's so doped up, he didn't know what he's doing. And they said, look, Frank, you're looking at a few years at most. If you plead guilty, you're looking at a few years. So Frank goes in, and they said, and part of the agreement is that the prosecution has allowed Frank to take the stand and fully explain his rise to, power, and what he had expected, and what his delusions were, and why he was, why he was delusional, and what he was thinking, basically. And keep in mind, these guys convinced Frank, and in Frank's mind, he's like, yeah, if I explain it, he'll understand that I didn't really mean to do anything wrong, and I didn't realize that what I was doing was wrong. And even now, even at that point, Frank was so drugged up, he didn't even realize that what he was pleading to. But his high-priced lawyer and the guy's name was Dr. Danziger. Anyway, the doctor is telling him to do it. The lawyer's telling him to do it. And he's so drugged up, he can't see straight. So he pleads guilty to, it was ridiculous, like one count of, wire fraud against the United States government. Like it's a minor charge. And then they have a hearing. Well, at the hearing, Frank takes the stand. First of all, lots of people take the stand. Okay. So, it was really, I want to mention this. While writing this in prison, I'm listening to Frank. I'm able to interview some people. I'm able to get affidavits. I'm able to read the transcripts, but listening to him, there were times when I would think, that's not true. That's insane. Like, for instance, going into a meeting wearing a Darth Vader helmet. You didn't do that. But then you read the transcripts, and in the transcripts, they're talking to this woman, and she starts talking about, they're like, did you realize that he was, mentally ill and this and that? And she's like, well, like, she doesn't want to admit it, but she's like, yeah, there were signs. And she says, they go like, what? Like, he's like, well, one time he came in a Darth Vader helmet, and she explains that whole situation. She explains several different things that had happened to her. One of them I didn't even put in the book, but I thought it was hilarious. And that was that she had, according to Frank, she had stolen proprietary programs that they were using, and wouldn't return them. And Frank had called her up and threatened her and all these things. And a few days later, her house was burglarized and her computers were stolen. Now, Frank has the ability to have his private guys in the private security fly to her, and she lives several states away. Fly to that state, break into her house, steal the stuff, and leave and not get caught. So, but I didn't put that in there because I have no proof of that. But that's what that's what Frank said she believed. That's what she's mentioned. I think she mentions it in the transcripts. It's insane. So yeah, it was Edie Curry. She was not happy with Frank. But several guys get on the stand. They all say basically the same thing. And what happens is Frank eventually takes the stand. He's up there all day. I think he might have been there for 2 days, but I'm going to say all day. He's up there all day. He explains that he's been hearing these voices since he was young. He tells the story over the course of 4, 5, 6 hours, however long it takes, tells the entire story. And to the judge, you have to understand, he sounds insane. Now, he's lucid, but he's doped up. It's funny too. I remember he had told me how he was on a ton of drugs, and he was literally at one point that like his lawyer had mentioned to him that he's drooling. Drool was running down the side of his face, and it was horrible. But when I read the transcripts, And Frank starts listing all the drugs that he was on to the judge. Like, anybody that reads it can't believe that that judge didn't say, listen, this guy's drugged out of his mind. We're not going through with this. Like, this is insane. You know, it's so benign, the things that happened. You know, nobody got killed. Nobody was hurt. Like, this is clearly, it ends up being, you know, even though there's a ton of money involved, it really ends up being like accounting errors and a misunderstanding. But that's not the way, ultimately, that's not the way the judge sees it. The judge ends up, listen, and by the way, Frank explains about the Terran Empire. He explains, it's insane reading these things. It's fucking pure insanity. And that's all I could think of the whole time I was writing this thing was, this is insanity. And that's why I ended up naming the book It's Insanity. The judge ends up, you know, what's so fucked up about the judge is he ends up saying, you know, after hearing everything, he ends up saying that, I don't think this is mental illness. I think it boils down to just greed. I mean, he's just like, he ends up just saying this completely, I wonder if I could even find it. I'm sure I can find it. It's ridiculous. So let me read this. I'm going to just read this. I just was flipping through the book just to give you an example that how insane that it had to be sitting in the courtroom listening to this. This is, and I forget, I don't even know who's saying this, but Sands is he's the attorney. It says Frank Amodeo consistently, with his brain disorder, spent the money on world domination. He's going to be some sort of emperor, and there is a cooperative economy system under the sponsorship of Frank Amodeo, who has basically taken the place of the United Nations. Sands went on to describe his client as a megalomaniac with delusions of grandeur when not properly medicated. Amadeo was, in fact, so delusional, he believed that he could take money from the federal government and use it for other purposes to create the biggest corporation on earth. I don't even know what to say. So you know, and then I've got excerpts. These are just excerpts because nobody wants to read the whole thing, right? Like, I'm not going to make you read all the transcripts. That's ridiculous. I just take some excerpts and put it together. But, you know, if I have to say, I think it was put together pretty well. Here's what the judge said. Now, it's a few paragraphs. There's no dispute that the defendant suffers from a mental disorder, admitted the judge. However, Antun is the name of the judge, doubted that the illness contributed to his mental capacity. And this is after everybody has said it contributed. But the judge said, he's going to forget the doctors, forget the lawyers, forget the staff, forget his wife, everybody, forget all that. He then sentenced Amadeo to the custody of the Bureau of Prisons to be imprisoned for 22 years and 6 months. Because 22, rounding it off to 22, that wasn't enough. The 6 months, that's had to be done. Disregarding all of the evidence to the contrary, the judge closed out the sentence with, the offense was committed out of greed. And here's the problem with this. And my buddy Pete and I, we used to walk around and, you know, laugh about the whole story and the things that I was uncovering and the things I was reading. And I would come to Pete and be like, bro, you gotta read this, and show it to Pete and show the memos and the affidavits and everything. Here's the thing about Frank. And this is literally almost verbatim the conversation we had. Listen, here's why I think that Frank, it's truly delusion. He was not done out of greed. He did not take this money or use this money for other purposes out of greed. With the money that Frank diverted to his plans for world domination, Frank bought a house, a middle-class home. He lived in a middle-class home. He drove a Mercedes that was 5 or 10 years old. He spent almost no money on himself. He worked 80 hours a week. He had a staff. He was always available. He worked so much it drove his wife crazy. And he didn't go on any lavish vacations. He didn't do any of those things. And I remember Pete saying, if you gave me $180 million, I would be living in a penthouse with 10 strippers in their early 20s. I would be a maniac. I would be driving a Ferrari or a Lamborghini. I would be taking exotic vacations. It would be a free-for-all. Frank didn't do that. Frank was married. Frank was married with 2 kids. And these aren't even his children. These are his wife's children that he takes care of. Like I said, doesn't have a flashy car, doesn't live in an extravagant house. He's just living a upper middle class life. He's not spending this money on himself. It wasn't done out of greed. It was done out of delusion. He didn't know what he was doing. You know, he's diverting these funds, not realizing exactly what's happening. I mean, do I think that, of course, there's a part of him that knew maybe that this isn't right? Yeah, there's probably a part of him that it's kind of a scam because I could pay this money over, but I'm using it to restructure the companies. And part of his restructuring is, let's try and take over the Congo. Let's try and do these other things. And let's try and get the companies into a position where we can go public and we can bring in even more money. And I'll use some of that money to pay off the IRS. And in his mind, all of that was reasonable. So he has diminished capacity. So even if you know, diminished capacity is like you understand that there's an issue, but you don't understand the real danger or really how bad it is. So you have diminished capacity. You don't quite understand that what you're doing is completely illegal or illegal to the extent that you're going to get a 22-year prison sentence. And that's really what I think. So here's the even more interesting part is that Frank is sent to federal prison. He goes to federal prison, and you know what they do in federal prison? They give him even more dope. They dope him up even more. They put him on all kinds of medication where he's basically a zombie, which is where I saw him when I first met Frank. And I would see him in the chow hall line, and he would just sit there. He's a zombie. You could barely talk to him. And he stays in that state for over a year. Now, here's the thing. In order for you to file what's called a 2255, which is a motion where you're saying my lawyer doesn't know what they're doing or didn't know what they're doing or didn't adequately represent me, they were ineffective. You have 1 year. You have 1 year to file that. They kept Frank so doped up, he didn't even realize that the year had passed. The other thing is, so when Frank comes back from McLean, the Harvard hospital, you know, it's so he's been declared incompetent is probably not the right word, but in the state of Florida, they declare him incompetent, and they give him a guardian. So they assign you a guardian that works for the state. Now, if you're declared incompetent, you're made a ward of the state. So you don't get to drive, you don't get to open a bank account, you don't get to sign a contract, you can't buy a house, you can't do anything. Now they assign this, you can't write a check. The government is the one that pushed for him to get a guardian, right? His lawyer, everybody is on board with it. They give him this guardian. Once they've got him doped up, they bring him in because they don't want him to write any checks. They don't want him to be able to do anything without this guy's permission. They then have him plead guilty So he pleads guilty. He signs a plea agreement without his guardian's consent, without his guardian's knowledge. His guardian didn't even know that that the government had him sign, and his lawyer had him sign a plea deal. Didn't even know it. So when Frank goes to prison, he first gets to prison. He calls his guardian to let him know where he is, because the guardian's taking care of Frank's accounts and businesses and that sort of thing. He calls the guardian, and the guardian's like, "Hey, Frank." The guardian thinks he's calling from the county jail or from the U.S. Marshal's holdover. And he tells him, "I'm in Coleman. I'm at the Coleman low security prison." He goes, "Why?" He said, "This is where they sent me." Keep in mind, he's out of his mind. He's all drugged, filled with drugs. And they said, "This is where they sent me after I was sentenced." And he says, "When were you sentenced?" He goes, they had me sign a plea agreement and they sentenced me to 22 years and 6 months. And his lawyer, his guardian is like, "What?" He's like, "How is that even possible? You're not even allowed to sign a plea. You can't sign anything without my permission." So they keep him drugged up, and a year later, when Frank finally sobers up and they start taking him off the drugs, he realizes, "I never even had the ability to plead guilty." So he files a 2255, and you know what the court says? "You're time barred. You had 1 year to file it. It's been a year and 2 months, or a year and however many. It was just over the 1 year. You're time barred. We can't even look at your case. We can't consider this information because you had 1 year to put it in and you didn't." And as a result, Frank ended up getting stuck with a 22-year sentence. Because despite what you watch on Law and Order and on the TV shows that are out there, the law is extremely unfair to prisoners. Well, eventually, once they've got him locked up in jail, and he's locked up with me, they take him off the meds, and Frank starts teaching the legal research class, and he starts training guys on how to do legal work, and he just becomes a little workaholic because, he's manic most of the time. He maintains his manic state by drinking sodas. He drinks at least 2 or 3 cases, like 12 packs a day. It's insane how much soda he drinks. He's a really interesting guy. And of course, I've already gone over. If you've watched the other videos, you'll see that he got 12 years knocked off my sentence. Just an amazing human being. A deeply flawed human being, as most amazing human beings are, unfortunately. There's always some guy you think, wow, what a great guy. Like, this guy's perfect in every way. He's personable. He's funny. He's nice. He's extremely intelligent. He's helpful. He's brilliant, and that works for 5 or 10 years. And then you find out that they've got somebody chained up in the basement, and you realize, oh, wow, he did have some issues. So once I got out of prison, and I got out of prison just before Frank did, and I don't know if I went over this or not, I was talking to Frank. And I said, I was emailing Frank, which I'm not supposed to do. But so we're emailing each other back and forth, and I explained to him that I wanted to take the synopsis, and I wanted to turn the synopsis that I'd written, because it was hilarious too, by the way. I'm following Frank around, and when I eventually finished the synopsis, and it was like 20 pages or something. Did I tell you this? That Frank, I gave it to Frank to read, and listen, I was very open about who he is and the things that happen and the whole thing. Like I explain, I don't hold back any punches. He read it and came back and loved it. He loved it. Honestly, like in a prison setting, he's a pretty cool dude. Even the whole manic, wanting to take over the world, megalomaniac, that whole thing in prison you're a lot cooler than the drug dealer that had 6 guys working for him. I tell you that. You're a lot cooler than some guy working for the cartel or some guy who's running a Ponzi scheme and stole $50 million. Like, listen, this guy's taking over the world. This guy's a James Bond villain. So he loved it. He loved it so much, he got them printed up. He started having people print up the synopsis over and over and over again and handing it out to people. Like people would come and say, I wanted to talk to you about doing my legal work. He'd say, well, the first thing, if you want me to do your legal work, the first thing you need to do is read this. And he'd give them a copy of It's Insanity. And they'd read it. I mean, listen, it was, and honestly, it was great too, because people would read it and they'd come by me and they'd be like, Cox, you got any other stuff? Like, this is insane. This is fucking great. Do you have anything else I can read? And I was like, yeah, sure. I got some other stuff. So when I got out, though, Frank was still locked up. And so I wanted to blow that synopsis up into a full-blown book, right? Like not a big book. I probably could have done a good 300 pages. The problem was initially I asked Frank if he could put me in contact with some of the people that he had worked with so I could interview them. Really kind of beef up, what I already had. And he put me in contact with those people, and I talked to some of them. But in the middle of arranging some of the interviews, Frank got wind that he was going to get himself released on I want to say it's the First Chance Act, where you can get yourself, where if you've done more than 50% of your sentence and you're over the age of 50, and there's all these little criterias, and Frank met all of them. So he was helping me arrange meetings and interviews with many of the people he had worked with. And I'd interviewed a couple of them, but suddenly he contacted everybody and told them he didn't want them to talk to me, and that he would be handling all media upon his release. And he got out, a month or so later. He actually was released. And so he didn't do 22 years. He did like 11. So he did let's say, and I could be off. It might be 9. It might be 12. But let's say 10 or 11 years he did. He was released to a halfway house in Orlando. He was then put on an ankle monitor. He then got out of the halfway house, went to work for a law firm, I believe, and ended up consolidating a couple of different companies and essentially starting the whole process again. He started consulting for companies that were in distress. He started negotiating. He starts doing the whole thing over again. But here's why I think he called all these guys and told them he didn't want them to talk to me. Because initially when I wrote this, and Frank was thrilled to have me blow it up into a full book. What's cool in prison isn't cool on the street. Guys that have conversations in prison about things and talk to each other and have discussions and what they think is cool and funny are vastly different than when they get in the real world. Frank thought to himself, I feel, he was about to get out. When I was writing the book, he had at least 10 more years. So me writing a book that brings attention to his situation, he was okay with because he's locked up. But now suddenly he's getting out. And he didn't want me to tell the story of a borderline schizophrenic that believes God is telling him he's going to take over the world. And he's trying to take over countries, and he's doing all of these things. Now that makes him look crazy. The story he wanted told was the story of a guy that was bipolar, not schizophrenic, bipolar, and had made some bad decisions and ended up being taken advantage of by the government. His situation was taken advantage of by the government, and he ended up going to prison. He got an improper sentence, and he's really a brilliant person that was misunderstood, was framed practically, and he's now starting his life over again. He doesn't want to focus on the delusions. And so he put the kibosh on my interviews. Now, Frank, knowing me, you would have thought he would have realized it's probably better to work with me. It's better to do a controlled blast than it is to bulldoze the building and not know what's happening, right? So he could have come to me and said, look, here's what I want. Let's negotiate how this story, what we're going to talk about in the story. We could have probably done that, maybe. But instead, he just tried to shut me down. And so what I did was I then started making phone calls and started contacting people that Frank wasn't in contact with anymore. And I interviewed those people. And then I went and I found all the affidavits that had been placed in the court, and I read those affidavits and I included them as interviews. I then read all the transcripts and I included those as interviews. I then found a former CIA agent who was Andrew Bustamante, which I'm sure some people know. He's huge. I interviewed him for the book. So I went and did a whole slew of interviews that were unrelated to Frank. And the thing is that had Frank probably could have had those people that I was going to interview. He probably could have had them help tweak the story. But instead, I had to go around him and get a very accurate version of the story. Since Frank's gotten out, I haven't spoken with him. I do know that he was rearrested. He was in the government rearrested. Well, they violated his supervision, his release, right? So they release you, and they violated his supervision and had him thrown back in jail for about 6 months. It took him 6 months to get in front of the judge, and the government could not explain why they'd violated him. They had two reasons. One was he was currently committing the same types of crimes that he was originally arrested for. And two, he had left the jurisdiction on many occasions without notifying them. Now, Frank has an ankle monitor on, so it's not possible for him to leave the jurisdiction. And when they said, we'd like to know who said that Frank is breaking the law or committing some kind of a fraud, who said that and where's the proof? The government ended up saying that his probation officer had gotten an anonymous phone call on both of those two violations. One, that he was currently engaged in breaking the law by committing criminal activities, although it was never specified. They said he's doing the same thing he was doing that originally got him thrown in prison. And they said that he had left the jurisdiction multiple times without telling them. Probation officer called the U.S. attorney. U.S. attorney said, violate him, because they want to throw him back in jail. They throw him back in jail. Takes 6 months for him to get back in front of the judge. And the judge says, what are you talking about? You got a couple phone calls and you violated him? What are you doing? I think he gave him 10 days to come up with the actual proof. 10 days later, they couldn't. He said, let him go. Put him back on an ankle monitor. Put him back on the street. So he got back out, and he's out to this day. So, that's kind of where it's at. I haven't spoken to Frank. I know people that have spoken to Frank. He's supposedly doing very well, but he's also at this point very, very timid, very scared. He knows how bad the government wants to lock him up. Whether they're scared, whether they're concerned that he's going to eventually create another Mirabilis and work on world domination. Who knows? I don't know what their thought process is. The fact that he owes roughly $200 million, that can't make him happy. But I don't know. I don't know what the crux of the issue is. I just know they desperately want to put him back in prison. And that I definitely just want to, sell some books, bro. I just want to sell some books. I want to get this turned into a series. I think it would make an amazing, I don't even think it'd make an amazing movie. I think it would make an amazing series. So that's really where I'm at. I'm trying to pitch the story to producers, and I wrote a book. Book sells well. Please buy the book. And if you buy the book, please do me a favor. Don't just buy the book. Buy the book, read the book, and leave a review. It doesn't even need to be 5 sentences. It can be 1 sentence. It can be 7 or 8 words. It can be 2 sentences. A very short review. The reviews do help. I really do appreciate it. Here is the book. It's insanity. I'm sure that Colby will play the trailer that I made. It's really just the back of the book. And I had somebody narrate it and threw in some B-roll. And then there's pictures of Frank in it too. I did a great job. I did an amazing job. Anyway, definitely, I appreciate it. I appreciate you guys watching this whole thing. I'm sorry if I was all over the place. I'm trying to recount. I'm trying to recount all of this. I'm trying to remember all of it. I'm trying to remember everything as we go. And I was basically kind of just flipping through the book as I went to kind of revise my memory. I really appreciate you guys watching this. I appreciate you guys watching the channel. Any of the videos, do me a favor, buy the book. Consider joining my Patreon because it does help, believe it or not. And I have a lot of other books. Look in the description. All the links will be there. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Leave me a comment. Share the video. Do the right thing. See ya.
Buried by the U.S. government and ignored by the national media, this is the story they don't want you to know. When Frank Amodeo met with President George W. Bush at the White House to discuss NATO operations in Afghanistan, no one knew that he'd already embezzled nearly $200 million from the federal government, money he intended to use to bankroll his plan to take over the world. From Amadeo's global headquarters in the shadow of Florida's Disney World, with a nearly inexhaustible supply of the Internal Revenue Service's funds, Amadeo acquired multiple businesses, amassing a mega conglomerate. Driven by his delusions of world conquest, he negotiated the purchase of a squadron of American fighter jets and the controlling interest in a former Soviet ICBM factory. He began working to build the largest private militia on the planet, over 1 million Africans strong. Simultaneously, Amadeo hired an international black ops force to orchestrate a coup in the Congo, while plotting to take over several small Eastern European countries. The most disturbing part of it all is, had the U.S. government not thwarted his plans, he might have just pulled it off. It's insanity. The bizarre, true story of a bipolar megalomaniac's insane plan for total world domination. Available now on Amazon and Audible.